La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. Volume 1, Chapter 1, The Poitevin. The history of France in 1792 has been too fully written and too generally read to leave the novelist any excuse for describing the state of Paris at the close of the summer of that year. It is known to everyone that the palace of Louis XVI was sacked on the 10th of August, that he himself with his family took refuge in the National Assembly, and that he was taken thence to the prison of the Temple. The doings on the fatal 10th of August and the few following days had, however, various effects in Paris, all of which we do not clearly trace in history. We well know how the Mountain became powerful from that day, that from that day Marat ceased to shun the light and Danton to curb the license of his tongue, that then patriotism in France began to totter, and that from that time Paris ceased to be a fitting abode for aught that was virtuous, innocent, or high-minded. But the steady march of history cannot stop to let us see the various lights in which the inhabitants of Paris regarded the loss of a king and the commencement of the First French Republic. The Assembly, though it had not contemplated the dethronement of the king, acquiesced in it, and acted as it would have done had the establishment of a republic been decreed by a majority of its members. The municipality had determined that the king should fall, and of course rejoiced in the success of its work, and history plainly marking the acquiescence of the Assembly and the activity of the city powers, naturally passes over the various feelings excited in different circles in Paris by the overthrow of the monarchy. Up to that period there was still in Paris much that was high, noble, and delightful. The haute noblesse had generally left the country, but the haute noblesse did not comprise the better educated or most social families in Paris. Never had there been more talent, more wit, or more beauty in Paris than at the commencement of 1792. Never had literary acquirement been more fully appreciated in society, more absolutely necessary in those who were ambitious of social popularity. There were many of this class in Paris who had hitherto watched the progress of the Revolution with a full reliance in the panacea it was to afford for human woes, many who had sympathized with the early demands of the tiers-état, who had rapturously applauded the tennis court oath, who had taken an enthusiastic part in the fête of the Champ de Mars, men who had taught themselves to believe that sin and avarice and selfishness were about to be banished from the world by the lights of philosophy, but whom the rancor of the Jacobins and the furious license of the city authorities had now robbed of their golden hopes. The dethronement of the king totally severed many such from the revolutionary party. They found that their high aspirations had been in vain, that their trust in reason had been misplaced, and that the experiment to which they had committed themselves had failed. Disgusted, broken-spirited, and betrayed, they left the city in crowds, and with few exceptions, the intellectual circles were broken up. A few of the immediate friends of the king, a few ladies and gentlemen warmly devoted to the family of Louis XVI, remained in Paris. At the time when the king was first subjected to actual personal restraint, a few young noblemen and gentlemen had formed themselves into a private club and held their sittings in the Rue Vivienne. Their object was to assist the king in the difficulties with which he was surrounded, and their immediate aim was to withdraw him from the metropolis. Louis's own oft-repeated indecision alone prevented them from being successful. These royalists were chiefly from the province of Poitou, and as their meetings gradually became known and talked of in Paris, they were called the Poitevins. They had among them one or two members of the Assembly, but the club chiefly consisted of young noblemen attached to the court, or of officers in the bodyguard of the king. Their object at first had been to maintain undiminished the power of the throne, but they had long since forgotten their solicitude for the king's power in their anxiety for his safety and personal freedom. The storming of the Tuileries and the imprisonment of Louis completely destroyed their body as a club, but the energy of each separate member was raised to the highest pitch. The Poitevins no longer met in the Rue Vivienne, but they separated with a determination on the part of each individual royalist to use every effort to replace the king. There were 3 young men in this club who were destined to play a conspicuous part in the great effort about to be made in a portion of France for the restitution of the monarchy. Their fathers had lived within a few miles of each other, and though of different ages and very different dispositions, they had come to Paris together since the commencement of the Revolution. Monsieur de Lescure was a married man, about 27 years of age, of grave and studious habits, but nevertheless of an active temperament. He was humane, charitable, and benevolent. His strongest passion was the love of his fellow creatures. His pure heart had glowed at an early age with unutterable longings for the benefits promised to the human race by the school of philosophy from which the Revolution originated. Liberty and fraternity had been with him principles to have realized which he would willingly have sacrificed his all. But at the commencement of the Revolution he had seen with horror the successive encroachments of the lower classes, and from conscience had attached himself to the crown. Hitherto he had been without opportunity of showing the courage for which he was afterwards so conspicuous. He did not even himself know that he was a brave man. Before, however, his career was ended, he had displayed the chivalry of a Bayard, and performed the feats of a Duguesclin. A perfect man, we are told, would be a monster, and a certain dry obstinacy of manner, rather than of purpose, preserved de Lescure from the monstrosity of perfection. Circumstances decreed that the latter years of his life should be spent among scenes of bloodshed, that he should be concerned in all the horrors of civil war, that instruments of death should be familiar to his hands, and the groans of the dying continually in his ears. But though the horrors of war were awfully familiar to him, the harshness of war never became so. He spilt no blood that he could spare. He took no life that he could save. The cruelty of his enemies was unable to stifle the humanity of his heart. Even a soldier and a servant of the Republic became his friend as soon as he was vanquished. 2 young friends had followed Monsieur de Lescure to Paris, Henri de la Roche-Jacquelin and Adolphe Deneau. The former was the son of the Marquis de la Roche-Jacquelin and the heir of an extensive property in Poitou. Monsieur de Lescure and he were cousins, and the strictest friendship had long existed between the families. Young La Roche-Jacquelin was of a temperament very different from that of his friend. He was eager, impetuous, warm-tempered, and fond of society, but he had formed his principles on those of Monsieur de Lescure. The love of his fellow creatures was not with him the leading passion of his heart, as it was with the other, but humanity had early been instilled into him as the virtue most necessary to cultivate, and he consequently fully appreciated and endeavored to imitate the philanthropy of his friend. At the time alluded to, Henri de la Roche-Jacquelin was not quite 20 years of age. He was a lieutenant in the bodyguard immediately attached to the king's person, and called the Garde du Roi. At any other period he would hardly yet have finished his education, but the Revolution gave a precocious manhood to the rising generation. Henri's father, moreover, was very old. He had not married till late in life, and the young Marquis, when he was only 17, had to take on himself the guardianship of his sister Agatha, and the management of the paternal property. The old man was unable to leave his chair, and though he still retained his senses, was well pleased to give up to the son of his old age the rights and privileges which in the course of nature would descend to him. Without being absolutely handsome, young La Roche-Jacquelin was of a very prepossessing appearance. He was tall and robust, well-made and active. Though he had not attained that breadth of shoulder and expansion of chest which a few years would probably have given him, he had the perfect use of his limbs, and was full of health and youthful energy. His eyes were bright and of a clear blue color, his hair was light, and his upper lip could already boast that ornament which the then age and his own position made allowable. He was a favorite with all who knew him, more so even than his friend de Lecour, and it is saying much in his favor to declare that a year's residence amongst all that was beautiful and charming in Paris had hitherto done but little to spoil him. Adolphe Deneau was an orphan, but also possessed of a fair property in the province of Poitou. He had, when very young, been left to the guardianship of the Marquis de La Roche-Jacquelin, and had at intervals during his holidays and after he had left school spent much of his time at D'Urbillière, the family residence of the La Roche-Jacquelin. Henri had of course contracted a close friendship with him, but this arose more from the position in which they were placed together than a similarity of disposition. They were indeed very unlike. Adolphe was somewhat older than the other, but he had neither his manliness of manner nor strength of character. He was more ambitious to be popular, without the same capacity of making himself so. He had as much romantic love of poetical generosity, without the same forgetfulness of self, to enable him to emulate in practice the characters which he admired in description. He had much veneration for poetic virtue, though but little strength to accomplish practical excellence. He had, on leaving school, proclaimed himself to be an ardent admirer of Rousseau. He had been a warm partisan of the Revolution, and had displayed a most devoted enthusiasm to his country at the fête of the Champ de Mars. Latterly, however, the circles which he mostly frequented in Paris had voted strong revolutionary ardor to be mauvais ton, a kind of modulated royalism, or rather Louis XVIism, had become fashionable, and Adolphe Deneau was not the man to remain wilfully out of the fashion. On the 10th of August he was a staunch supporter of the monarchy. Adolphe Deneau was a much handsomer man than his friend. His features were better formed and more regular. He had beautifully white teeth, an almost feminine mouth, a straight Grecian nose, and delicately small hands and feet. But he was vain of his person and ostentatious, fond of dress and of jewelry. He was, moreover, suspicious of neglect and vindictive when neglected, querulous of others and intolerant of reproof himself, exigeant among men and more than politely flattering among women. He was not, however, without talent and a kind of poetic fecundity of language, which occasionally made him brilliant in society. It was, however, generally speaking, those who knew him least who liked him best. La Roche-Jacquelin, however, was always true to him. He knew that he was an orphan without brother, sister, or relatives, and with the devotion of a real friend he overlooked all his faults and greatly magnified his talents. For Henri's sake, M. de Lecour tolerated him, and the three were therefore much together. They came from the same country, they belonged to the same club, they had the same political sympathies, and were looked upon as dear and steadfast friends. On the 10th of August the king left the Tuileries and took refuge in the National Assembly. During the greater part of the night he remained there with his family. Early on the following morning he was removed under a guard to the Feuillants, and on the 12th it was decided that he should be confined in the prison of the Temple. It was on the morning of the 12th that the last meeting of the little club of the Poitevin took place. They met with throbbing hearts and blank faces. They all felt that evil days had come, that the revolution which had been so petted and caressed by the best and fairest in France had become a beast of prey, and that war, anarchy, and misrule were at hand. They sat waiting on the morning of the 12th till they should learn the decision of the Assembly with regard to the king. De la Cure was there calm and grave, but with much melancholy in his countenance. La Roche-Jacquelin was there, hot and eager, whispering plans for rescuing the king, to which the less resolute hardly dared to listen. Charette, the Prince de Talmont, d'Autechamp, Fleuriot, and others, all of whom now detested the revolution, though they could not but feel the danger of proclaiming themselves royalists. "Deneau will be here directly," said La Roche-Jacquelin. "He is at the Assembly. They are not apt to be very tedious in their decisions." "Danton has openly declared," said Fleuriot, "that the armed sections shall remain in revolt unless the Assembly decree the abolition of the monarchy." "Lafayette," said the prince, "is the only man now who could save the country. If Lafayette will move, he might still save the throne." "He could do nothing," said d'Autechamp, "but add himself to the ruins. The regiments to a man would side with the populace." "I don't know," said La Roche-Jacquelin. "I don't think so. See how our Swiss fought. Could any men be more true to their officers or their colors? And do you think there are not thousands in the French army as true, as brave as they? If Lafayette would raise his hand, I for one would join him." "Wait, Henri, wait," said de la Cure. "Wait till you know whether Lafayette and the army will really be wanting to save the king. If Roland be still firm, and Vergniaud true to his principles, they may still quell the fury of the Jacobins. The moderate party has still a large majority in the Assembly." "Roland and Vergniaud are both true," said Fleuriot, "but you will find, de la Cure, that they can do nothing but yield or go. They must vanish out of the Assembly and become nothing, or else they must go with the people." "The people, how I hate that phrase in the sense in which it is now used," said La Roche-Jacquelin. "A mob of bloodthirsty ruffians wishes to overturn the throne, but what evidence have we that the people wish it?" "The people, Henri, have been taught to wish it," said de la Cure. "No, Charles, the people of France have not been taught to wish it. With all the teaching they have had, they do not wish it. Have they shown any favor to the new priests whom the Revolution has sent to them? Do they love much the commissioners who from time to time come among them with the orders of the Assembly? Do the people in the Bocage wish it? Do they wish it in the Marais, Charette? Do they wish it in Anjou and Brittany? Danton, Robespierre, and Tallien wish it. The mob of Paris wishes it. But the people of France does not wish to depose their king." "But unfortunately," said d'Autechamp, "it is Danton, Robespierre, and the mob of Paris who have now the supreme power, and for a time will have their way. They who are wise will lie by till the storm has blown over." "And are we to remain quiet while we are robbed of everything which we esteem as holy?" said La Roche-Jacquelin. "Are we all to acquiesce in the brutality of such men as Danton, for fear the mob of Paris should be too strong for us?" "I, for one, will not," said Charette. "Nor I," said La Roche-Jacquelin, "not while I have a sword to draw and an arm to use it. You are silent, Charles. Is a republic so much to your mind that you have not a word or even a wish for your king?" "You are too talkative, Henri," replied the other. "Will it not be well to think a little first before we proclaim definitively what we mean to do? We do not even know as yet in what position Louis XVI may find himself tomorrow. He may be more firmly seated on his throne than he has been at any time since the three estates first met at Versailles." As he ceased speaking, the door opened, and Adolphe Deneau entered, hot with walking fast, and with his whole dress disordered by pushing through the dense masses of the crowd. "Speak, Adolphe," said Henri. Have they decreed? Has it come to the vote? Are they still sitting? Said Fleuriot. Danton, I am sure, would not have yielded so soon as this. If the chamber be closed, he must have been victorious. The king, said Deneau, pausing for breath, the king is to be taken to the temple. There was a momentary silence among them all. Their worst fears had been realized. The brute force of Paris had been triumphant. The firmness of Roland, the eloquence of Vergniaud, the patriotism of Guadet had been of no avail. The King of France, the heir of so long a line of royalty, the king who had discarded the vices of his predecessors and proved himself the friend of the people, was to be incarcerated in the worst prison in Paris by the vote of that very assembly which he had himself called into existence. He is to be confined in the temple, continued Deneau, with the queen and the 2 children. The populace are mad. They would kill him if they could lay their hands on him. Where are your hopes now, Charles? Said La Roche-Jacquelin. Is it yet time for us to proclaim what we are? Is it yet time for us to move? Or are we to set still until Danton enrolls us in his list of suspected persons? No one immediately answered the appeal of the hot young loyalist, and after a moment or two de la Cure spoke. Adolphe, did you hear the words of the decree? Again and again, said Deneau, I was at the door of the assembly, and the decree was known to the crowd the moment the votes had been taken. But did you hear the exact words? That Louis and his family should be imprisoned in the temple, answered Deneau. Did they say the king, or did they call him by his name? Asked de la Cure again. Did they decree that the king should be imprisoned, or Louis Capet? As he spoke, the door again opened, and another member who had been among the crowd entered the room. Gentlemen, said he, allow me the honor to congratulate you. You do not know your own happiness. You are no longer the burdened slaves of an effete monarchy. You are now the vigorous children of a young republic. Vive le roi, quand même, said La Roche-Jacquelin, standing up in the middle of the room. I am glad they have so plainly declared themselves. We are driven now to do the same. Prince, now is the time to stand by our king. Charat, your hand. Our dreams must now be accomplished. You will doubt no longer, Charles. Prudence herself would now feel that we have no longer aught to wait for. No, we must delay no longer, said Adolphe Deneau. A king is to be saved. Every hour of delay is an hour of treason, while the king is in the hands of his enemies. A fine sentiment, Deneau, said d'Autechamp. But how will you avoid the treason? How do you propose to rescue his majesty? With my sword, said Adolphe, turning round shortly. Do you doubt my will? We only doubt your power, Adolphe, said de la Cure. We only fear you may not be able to raise the standard of revolt against the armed sections of all Paris, backed by a decree of the Assembly. I can at any rate die in the attempt, replied Deneau. I cannot draw the breath of life from the atmosphere of a republic. I will not live by the permission of Messieurs Danton and Robespierre. Whatever we do, said Fleuriot, the club must be given up. We are known to be friendly to the king, and we are too weak to stand our ground. Indeed, we should only incur useless danger by meeting here. And waste the time which we may well employ in the provinces, said Charette. You are right, Charette, said Roche-Jacquelin, whom the wildness of his friend Deneau had a little sobered. You are quite right. Paris is no longer a place for us. I will go back to the bocage. There, at least, I may own among my neighbors that I am not a republican. There, perhaps, I may make some effort for my king. Here I can make none. You will not stay in Paris, Charles, to hear unwashed revolutionists clatter of Louis Capet. No, Henri, I also will return home. Charette is right. We should but waste our time in Paris and be in danger. We shall probably be in safety in Poitou." "Perhaps not in safety," said Henri. "We may, I trust, soon be in action." "How in action?" said Fleuriot. "What do you intend to do?" "To follow anyone who will lead me to assist in restoring the king to his throne," replied Henri. "Let us at any rate retire to our provinces, and be assured that the National Assembly will soon hear of us." The club was broken up. The young friends met no more in the Rue Vivienne. Within a week from the 10th of August, the denizens of the municipality had searched the rooms for any relics which might be discovered there, indicatory of a feeling inimical to the Republic. Their residences also were searched, and there were orders at the barriers that they should not pass out. But the future Vendéan leaders had too quickly appreciated the signs of the time. They had gone before the Revolutionary Tribunal had had time to form itself. They were gone, and their names for a season were forgotten in Paris. But Henri Roche-Jacquelin was right. Before long the National Assembly did hear of them. Before 12 months had passed, they were more feared by the Republic than the allied forces of England, Austria, and Prussia. End of Section 1. Volume 1, Chapter 2, Saint-Florent. Nothing occurred in the provinces subsequently called La Vendée during the autumn or winter of 1792 of sufficient notice to claim a place in history. But during that time the feelings which afterwards occasioned the revolt in that country were every day becoming more ardent. The people obstinately refused to attend the churches to which the constitutional clergy had been appointed. Indeed, these pastors had found it all but impossible to live in the parishes assigned to them. No one would take them as tenants, no servants would live with them, the bakers and grocers would not deal with them, the tailors would not make their clothes for them, nor the shoemakers' shoes. During the week they were debarred from all worldly commerce, and on Sundays they performed their religious ceremonies between empty walls. The banished priests, on the other hand, who were strictly forbidden to perform any of the sacerdotal duties, continued among the trees and rocks to collect their own congregations undiminished in number, and much more than ordinarily zealous in their religious duties. And with the license which such sylvan chapels were found to foster, denunciations against the Republic and prayers for the speedy restoration of the monarchy were mingled with the sacred observances. The execution of Louis in January 1793 greatly increased the attachment which was now felt in this locality to his family. In Nantes and Angers, in Saumur, Thouars, and other towns in which the presence of Republican forces commanded the adhesion of the inhabitants, this event was commemorated by illuminations, but this very show of joy at so cruel a murder, more than the murder itself, acerbated the feelings both of the gentry and the peasants. They were given to understand that those who wished well to their country were now expected to show some sign of gratitude for what the blessed Revolution had done for them, that those who desired to stand well with the Republic should rejoice openly at their deliverance from thraldom. In fact, those who lived in large towns and who would not illuminate were to be marked men, marked as secret friends to the monarchy, as inveterate foes to the Republic, and they were told that they were to be treated accordingly. Men then began to congregate in numbers round the churches and in the village squares, and to ask each other whether they had better not act as enemies if they were to be considered as enemies, to complain of their increasing poverty and diminished comfort, and to long for the coming time when the king should enjoy his own again. The feeling with the country gentry was very generally the same as with the peasantry, though hitherto they had openly expressed no opposition to the ruling government. They had, however, been always elected to those situations which the leaders of the revolution had wished the people to fill exclusively with persons from their own ranks. They were chosen as mayors in the small towns and were always requested to act as officers in the corps of the National Guards, which were formed in this as in every other district of France. On this account, the peculiar ill will of the Republican government was directed against them. In France at that time, political inactivity was an impossibility. Revolt against the Republic, or active participation in its measures, was the only choice left to those who did not choose to fly their country, and many of the seigneurs of Anjou and Poitou would not adopt the latter alternative. In March, the commissaries of the Republic entered these provinces to collect from that district its portion towards the levy of 300,000 men, which had been ordered by the Convention. This was an intolerable grievance. It was not to be borne that so many of their youths should be forcibly dragged away to fight the battles of the Republic, battles in which they would rather that the Republic should be worsted. Besides, everyone would lose a relative, a friend, or a lover. The decree affected every individual in the district. The peasants declared that they would not obey the orders of the Convention, that they would not fight the battles of the Republic. This was the commencement of the revolt. The troops of the Republic were, of course, put in motion to assist the officers who were entrusted with the carrying out of the conscription. There were garrisons in Nantes, in Anjou, and in Saumur, and detachments from these places were sent into the smaller towns and villages, into every mayoralty, to enforce the collection of the levy and to take off with them the victims of the conscription. Among other places, an attempt was made to carry out the new law at Saint-Florent, and at this place was made the first successful resistance by an armed force to the troops of the Convention. Saint-Florent is a small town on the south bank of the Loire, in the province of Anjou, and at the northern extremity of that district, now so well known by the name of La Vendée. It boasted of a weekly market, a few granaries for the storing of corn, and 4 yearly fairs for the sale of cattle. Its population and trade, at the commencement of the war, was hardly sufficient to entitle it to the name of a town, but it had early acquired some celebrity as a place in which the Republic was known to be very unpopular, and in which the attachment of the people to the throne was peculiarly warm. Here the work of the conscription was commenced in silence. The lists were filled and the names were drawn. No opposition was shown to the employees in this portion of their unpopular work. Indeed, it appears that no organized system of opposition had been planned. But the first attempt that was made to collect the unfortunate recruits upon whom the lots had fallen was the signal for a general revolt. The first name on the list was that of Peter Berryer, and had Peter Berryer intended to prove himself a good citizen and a willing soldier, he should, without further call, have attended that day at the temporary barracks which had been established in Saint-Florent. But he had not done so, and there was nothing wonderful or unusual in this, for on all occasions of the kind many of the conscripts had to be sought out, and brought forth from the bosoms of their families, to which they retired, with a bashful diffidence as to their own peculiar fitness for martial glory. But in this instance not one of the chosen warriors obeyed the summons of the Convention by attending at the barracks of Saint-Florent. Not one of the 300,000 men was there, and it was soon apparent to the colonel in command of the detachment that he had before him the unpleasant duty of collecting one by one from their different hiding places the whole contingent which the town of Saint-Florent was bound to supply. Peter Berryer was the first on the list, and as it was well known that he was an ostler at a little auberge in the middle of the square, a corporal and a couple of soldiers was dispatched to the house of entertainment to capture him, and the trio soon found that they would not have far to search, for Peter was standing at the gate of the inn-yard, and with him 3 or 4 of his acquaintance, men equally well known in Saint-Florent. There was a sturdy farmer there of the better sort, a man who not only held a farm near the town, but had a small shop within it for the sale of seeds and tools for planting. His name was Foray, and it was said that no man in Saint-Florent was more anxious for the restoration of the king. There was the keeper of the auberge himself, who seemed but little inclined to find fault with his servant, for the contumacious manner in which he treated the commands of the convention. And there was the well-known postilion of Saint-Florent, the crack of whose whip was so welcome from Angers to Nantes, the sound of whose cheery voice was so warmly greeted at every hostelry between those towns. The name of Catalinot was not then so well known as it was some 6 months afterwards, but even then Catalinot the postilion was the most popular man in Saint-Florent. He was the merriest among the mirthful, the friend of every child, the playmate of every lass in the town. But he was the comforter of those poorer than himself, and the solace of the aged and afflicted. He was the friend of the banished priest, and the trusted messenger of the royalist seigneur. All classes adored him, save those who sided with the Republic, and by them he had long been looked on as an open and declared enemy. Saint-Florent was justly proud of its postilion, and now that evil days were come upon the little town, that their priests were banished, and these young men called for to swell the armies of the hated convention, many flocked to Catalinot to ask from whence he expected deliverance from all their troubles. It was well known that Peter Berryer was the first whom the colonel's myrmidons would be sent to seize, and many eyes were resting on the group collected at the gateway of the auberge, as the corporal and the 2 soldiers, without their muskets, but with pistols at their belts, marched across from the little barracks to the spot where they were standing. At any rate, Catalinot had not advised a retreat, for there stood Peter Berryer, prominent in the front of the group, a little pale to be sure, and perhaps rather uneasy in his attitude, but still evidently prepared to bear the brunt of that day's proceeding. He was not going to run away, or he would long since have started. He was not going to obey the orders of the convention, or he would not have stood there so openly and firmly, waiting the approach of the corporal and the 2 soldiers. It was very evident that there was to be a row in Saint-Florent that day, and that the postilion approved of it. As the military party drew near to the gate of the inn-yard, the corporal opened a small roll of paper which he held in his hand, and standing still about 6 paces distant from the spot where Peter was maintaining his ground, read, or pretended to read, the following words from the piece of paper which he held in his hands. In the name of the French Republic, and by command of the Convention, you, Peter Berryer, having been duly, legally, and specially drawn, chosen, and selected by lot to serve in the armies of the Republic for 1 year from the date of your first bearing arms, or for so long as your services may be necessary to the security of the Republic, are hereby required and desired to join the detachment of the Republican Army at present serving in Saint-Florent, without let, delay, or hindrance, and thereby show yourself a friend to your country and a good citizen of the Republic. The corporal pronounced this form of invitation in that tone of voice which proved that it was very familiar to him, and that he was much in the habit of requesting good citizens to join the armies of the Republic for such time as their services might be necessary. And having finished it, he rolled up the piece of paper, stuck it into his belt, as he might soon require the use of his hands, and walking quite close up to the group, said, "Come, Peter Berryer, you are not such a fool, I hope, as to intend giving us any trouble. Come along." Peter looked first into the farmer's face, then to his master's, and lastly to the postilions, and seeing that they were all evidently firm in their resolve, He plucked up spirit and replied, "Why, Mr. Corporal, I have no inclination just at present to go to fight for the Republic. You see, I have no quarrel yet with my master here, Monsieur Debedin, and he cannot well spare me. I am afraid, Mr. Corporal, I must decline." "That's nonsense, you know," growled the corporal. "You must come, you know, and as well first as last. I don't want to be uncivil to a comrade, and I'd be sorry to have to lay a hand on you." "Then you'd better keep your hands off," said Catalino. "We quiet people in Saint Florent don't bear handling well." The corporal looked up at the postilion, but he soon saw that he wasn't joking. "Take my word for it, my friend," continued Catalino. "Peter Berryer does not wish to be a soldier, and if you force him to become one, it is not on the side of the Republic that he will be found fighting." "We'll take chances for that," replied the corporal, not exactly understanding what the other meant. "At any rate, back without him we won't go, and if you're determined for a riot, monsieur, why, I'm sorry, but I can't help it." And appealing to Peter as a last hope, he said, "Come, Berryer, will you come with us quietly, or must we three drag you across the square to the barracks?" "At any rate, Mr. Corporal," said Peter, "I will not go with you quietly. As to the being dragged, I can say nothing about that yet." The corporal looked round towards the barracks, as he felt that it was possible that he might want more assistance, and he saw that a body of men under arms was standing immediately in front of the building, and that a couple of the officers were with them. The corporal saw at a glance that they were ready for immediate action if their services should be requisite. In fact, the colonel of the detachment well knew the feeling in the place with reference to the levies of the conscription. He was sure from the fact of not a single man having attended at the barracks as directed that there existed some general determination to resist the demands of the convention, and he had consequently closely watched the proceedings of the corporal. "Take your answer, Mr. Corporal," said Catalino. "Had Peter Berryer intended to have joined you, he would not have troubled you to come across the square to fetch him. In one word, he will not go with you. If, as you say, you intend to drag him across the marketplace, you will find that you have enough to do. Peter Berryer has many friends in Saint Florent." The corporal again looked round, and he saw that the men under arms now stretched from the front of the barracks nearly into the square. But he also saw that the inhabitants of the town were standing clustering at all the doors, and that men were crowding towards the square from the different inlets. 4 or 5 of the more respectable inhabitants had also joined the group in the gateway, from the hands of one of whom the postilion quietly took a stout ash stick. The corporal, however, was not a coward, and he saw that if he intended to return with Peter Berryer, he should not delay his work with any further parley, so he took his pistol from his belt and cocked it, and stepping quite close to Berryer, said, "Come, men, forward, and bring him off, one man to each shoulder." And he himself seized hold of the breast of Peter's coat with his left hand and pulled him forward a step or two. Peter was a little afraid of the pistol, but still he resisted manfully. From the corporal's position, Catalino was unable to reach with his stick the arm which had laid hold of Berryer, but it descended heavily on the first soldier who came to the corporal's assistance. The blow fell directly across the man's wrist, and his arm dropped powerless to his side. The corporal immediately released his hold of Peter's coat, and turning on Catalino, raised his pistol and fired. The shot missed the postilion, but it struck Monsieur Debedin, the keeper of the auberge, and wounded him severely in the jaw. He was taken at once into the house, and the report was instantaneously spread through the town that Monsieur Debedin had been shot dead by the soldiery. The ash stick of the postilion was again raised, and this time the corporal's head was the sufferer. The man's shako protected his skull, which, if uncovered, would have probably been fractured, but he was half stunned, at any rate stupefied by the blow, and was pulled about and pushed from one to another by the crowd, who had now collected in the archway, without making any further attempt to carry off his prisoner. The other soldier, when he saw his two comrades struck, fired his pistol also, and wounded some other person in the crowd. He then attempted to make his escape back towards the barracks, but he was tripped up violently as he attempted to run, and fell on his face on the pavement. The unfortunate trio were finally made prisoners of. They were disarmed, their hands bound together, and then left under a strong guard in the cowhouse attached to the auberge. This skirmish, in which Berryer was so successfully rescued, occurred with greater rapidity than it has been recounted, for as soon as the colonel heard the first shot fired, he ordered his men to advance in a trot across the square. It took some little time for him to give his orders to the lieutenants, and for the lieutenants to put the men into motion, but within 5 minutes from the time that the first shot was fired, about 40 men had been commanded to halt in front of the hotel. They all had their muskets in their hands and their bayonets fixed, and as soon as they halted, a portion of them were wheeled round, so that the whole body formed a square. By this time, however, the corporal and the 2 soldiers were out of sight, and so was also Peter Berryer, for Callan considered that now, as the man had withstood the first shock, and had resolutely and manfully refused to comply with the order of the convention, it was better that he should be out of the way, and that the brunt of the battle should be borne by his friends. Peter was consequently placed in the cowhouse with the captives, and had the gratification of acting as guard over the 3 first prisoners taken in the Vendéan War. Callan and Foray, however, stood out prominently before the men who were collected before the auberge, and had already taken on themselves the dangerous honor of leading the revolt. "Men of Saint-Florent," said the colonel, addressing the crowd, "I am most reluctant to order the soldiers to fire upon the inhabitants of the town, but unless you at once restore the 3 men who were sent over here on duty, and give up the man Peter Berryer, who has been drawn as a conscript, I will do so at once." "Peter Berryer is a free man," said Foray, "and declines going with you, and as for your 3 soldiers, they have fired at and killed or wounded 2 inhabitants of the town. They, at any rate, shall be brought before the mayor before they are given up." "Sergeant," said the colonel, "take out 6 men and make prisoner that man. If a rescue be attempted, the soldiers shall at once fire on the people, and on your own heads be your own blood." The sergeant and the 6 men instantly stepped out, but Foray was surrounded by a dense crowd of friends, and the soldiers found it utterly impossible to lay hold of him. "Your pistols, sergeant, use your pistols," roared the colonel, as he himself drew one of his own from his holsters, and at the same time gave orders to the men in the ranks to present their pieces. The sergeant, followed by his 6 men, made a desperate dash into the crowd with the object of getting hold of Foray, but in spite of the butt end of their pistols with which the soldiers laid about them, they found themselves overpowered and were barely able to make good their retreat to the main body of the detachment. At the same time, a volley of stones, brickbats, and rough missiles of all kinds descended on the soldiers from every side, for they were now nearly surrounded. A stone struck the colonel's horse and made him rear. Immediately afterwards another stone struck himself on the side of the face and nearly dismounted him. "Fire!" roared the colonel, and the whole detachment fired at the same moment. The soldiers fronting the auberge could not fire into the mob directly before them, or they would have run the risk of killing their own comrades, who were still struggling there with the townspeople. And in this way Callan and Foray were saved, but the carnage all around them was horrid. The soldiers had fired point blank into the dense crowd, and not a bullet had fallen idle to the ground. A terrible scream followed the discharge of musketry. The dying and the wounded literally covered the space round the soldiers. but they were quickly dragged into the background and their places filled by men who were evidently determined that they would not easily be conquered. Another volley of stones was soon showered on the soldiers, and this was kept up with wonderful activity. The women and children supplied the men with the materials, the stones in the streets were at once picked up, old walls were pulled down, every article that would answer for a missile was brought into use. An iron pot, which had been flung with immense violence by the handle, struck the second officer in command in the face and dashed his brains out. Immediately that either part of the square battalion was in any confusion, the people dashed in and attempted to force the muskets from the hands of the soldiers. In some cases they were successful, and before the body had commenced a retreat, Forêt and Catalano were both armed with a musket and bayonet. The colonel now saw that he could not maintain his position where he was. He had not brought out with him the whole force of the garrison, though in all he had not above 70 or 80 men, but he had behind the barrack a gun of very large caliber, properly mounted, with all the necessary equipments and ready for service. Such a piece of artillery accompanied every detachment, and was kept in preparation for immediate use at every military station. It had already been ascertained that this afforded the readiest means of putting down revolt. He resolved, therefore, on retreating while he had the power for doing so, and gave the necessary orders to the men. With great difficulty, but slowly and steadily, his men executed them, amidst showers of stones and the now determined attack of the people. The soldiers returned to the barracks, leaving one of their officers and one other man dead in the crowd. Many of them were severely wounded. Few, if any, had escaped some bruise or cut. The people now conceived that they were going to take refuge in the barrack, and determined to drive them utterly out of the town. But as soon as the soldiers had filed into the barrack yard, another murderous fire was discharged by those who had been left at the station. Then Catalano, who was still in front of the crowd, and who was now armed with the bayonet, which he had taken from the point of the musket, remembered the cannon, and he became for a moment pale, as he thought of the dreadful slaughter which would take place if the colonel were able to effect his purpose of playing it upon the town. "The cannon," whispered he to Forêt, who was still at his side, "they will fall like leaves in autumn if we don't prevent it." "Have they it ready?" said Forêt. "Always," said the other. "They have nothing to do but wheel it into the street, and they are at it. You hear the noise of the wheels this moment. We must bear one discharge from it, and the next, if there be a second, shall fall upon the soldiers." Others beside Catalano recognized the sound of the moving wheels, and the cannon, they will fire the cannon on us, was heard from side to side among the crowd. But none attempted to run. Not one of the whole mass attempted to fly, and when the barrack gates flew open, and the deadly mouth of the huge instrument was close upon them, they rushed upon it, determined at any rate to preserve their houses, their wives, and their children from the awful destruction of a prolonged firing. "They must have one shot at us," said a man in a trembling whisper to his neighbor. "God send it were over," replied the other, as the gates of the barrack yard were thrown back. The greater number of the soldiers and the 2 officers who had returned with them made good their retreat into the barracks under the fire of their comrades who had been left there. Some 3 or 4 had been pulled and hustled into the crowd, and their arms were quickly taken from them, and they were sent back to the auberge as prisoners. The colonel, as soon as he found himself in his own quarters, gave immediate orders that the gun should be wheeled round to the barrack yard gate, which had hitherto been kept closed, and that the moment the gates could be got open, it should be fired on the crowd. These gates faced directly into the square, and the destruction caused by one shot would have been tremendous. The colonel, moreover, calculated that in the confusion he would have been able to reload. The gun in its original position was pointed on the town, but it was immediately seen that without moving it, it could not be brought to bear upon the crowd congregated round the barracks. The first attack of the crowd had been at the barrack door, through which the soldiers had retreated, but this was soon changed to the yard gates. The people, however, were unable to knock them down before the wheels of the cannon were heard, as they had been considerably checked by the fire of the reserved party. Both soldiers and townspeople were now anxious to face each other, and the gates soon fell inwards towards the military. Had the men at the gun had their wits about them, they would have fired through the gates, but they did not. They waited till they fell inwards across the cannon's mouth, and in his confusion the artillery sergeant even then hesitated before he put the light to the touch-hole. He had never time to do more than hesitate. Catalino had been close up to the wooden gates against which he was so closely pressed that he was hardly able to change his bayonet from his right to his left hand, and to cock the pistol which he had taken from the corporal who had commenced the day's work. However, he contrived to do so, and when the woodwork fell, he sprang forward, and though he stumbled over the fragments of the timber, he fired as he did so, and the artillery sergeant fell dead beside the cannon. The unextinguished light was immediately seized by his comrade, but he had not time to use it. It was knocked from his hand before it was well raised from the ground, and the harmless piece of cannon was soon entirely surrounded by crowds of the townspeople. They were not content with spiking it in such a way as to make it utterly impossible that it should be discharged, but they succeeded in turning it entirely round so that the back of the carriage faced towards the town. The soldiers still continued the fight within the barrack yard and from the barrack windows, but they were so completely mixed with the townspeople that the officers were afraid to order the men to fire from the windows, lest they should kill their own comrades. At last the colonel himself was taken prisoner. He was literally dragged out of one of the windows by the people, and soon afterwards the remainder of the troops gave up. One of the 3 officers and 6 men were killed. The rest were nearly all more or less wounded, and were all, without exception, made prisoners of war. Catalino and Faure had been in front of the battle all through, but neither of them were wounded. It was to Faure that the colonel had given up his sword, after he had been dragged head foremost through a window, had had his head cut open with a brickbat, and his sheath and sword belt literally torn from his side. He had certainly not capitulated before he was obliged to do, and the people did not like him the worse for it. And now the unarmed soldiery, maimed and lame, with broken heads and bloody faces, were led down in triumph into the square, and after them was brought the great trophy of the day, the cannon, with its awful mouth still turned away from the town. Catalino and Faure led the procession, the former still carrying his bayonet, for he had given up both the musket and pistols to someone else, and Faure armed with the colonel's sword. They were fully recognized as the victorious leaders of the day. At the bottom of the square they met a whole concourse of women, the wives and sisters of the champions, among whom the sister and sweetheart of Peter Berryer were conspicuous. They had come out to thank the townspeople for what they had done for them. With the women were 2 of the old curés of that and a neighboring parish, pastors whom the decree of the convention had banished from their own churches, but whom all the powers of the convention had been unable to silence. To them this day's battle was a most acceptable sign of better days coming. They foresaw a succession of future victories on behalf of the people, which would surely end in the restoration of the Bourbons to the throne, and of the clergy to their churches. The curés shook hands warmly with those in the front ranks of the people, gave their blessing to Catalino and Faure, and then invited the people with one accord to give thanks to God for the great success which he had given them. In one moment the whole crowd were on their knees in the marketplace, while the 2 priests stood among them with their arms raised, uttering thanksgiving to the Lord for his mercy, and praying for the eternal welfare of those who had fallen in the affray. the soldiers of the Republic found themselves standing alone as prisoners in the midst of the kneeling crowd. They looked awkward and confused enough, but they could not help themselves. They could not have escaped, even if they had been unanimous in attempting to do so, for they were unarmed, and the people knelt so closely round them that they could hardly move. It was out of the question that they should also kneel and join in the thanksgiving for having been so utterly beaten. So there they stood, their wounds stiffening and their blood running, till the priests had finished and the people had risen. And then another ceremony was performed. The priests were besought to come and bless the cannon, the first great trophy of the royalist insurrection, and they did so. The cannon was a lucky cannon, a kind cannon, and a good cannon, a bon enfant, and worthy to be blessed. It had refused to pour forth its murderous fire against the inhabitants of a town that was so friendly to the king. It was decidedly a royalist cannon. It had very plainly declared the side it meant to take. Nothing but miraculous interference on its own part could have prevented its having been discharged on the people, when it stood ready pointed on the town, with the torch absolutely glimmering at the touch-hole. It had been brought to Saint-Florent by Republican soldiers, dragged by Republican horses, and loaded with Republican gunpowder, but it should never be used except in the service of the king and against the enemies of the throne. And so the priests blessed the cannon, and the people baptized it, and called it Marie-Jeanne, and the women brought out their little children and sat them straddle-legged across it, whole rows of them at the same time, till the cannon looked like a huge bunch of grapes on which the fruit clustered thickly. By this time it was dark, and the people lighted huge bonfires through the town, and the children remained up, and as many as could cling on it still sat upon the cannon, and ropes were got and fastened to it, and all the girls of Saint-Florent dragged Marie-Jeanne round the town, and at last she was dragged into the yard of the auberge, in front of which the fight had commenced, and there she was left for the night under a strong guard. While these rejoicings were going on out of doors, Catilinot and Forêt, the two priests and a few others, the wise men of the town, were collected together within the auberge and were consulting as to their future proceedings. "We have done much," said Catilinot, "and I rejoice at it. Too much, a great deal, for us now to remain idle. We cannot go back. We are now the enemies of the Republic, and we must attack our enemies elsewhere, or they will attack and overwhelm us in our little town." They then determined that Catilinot on the next morning should address the people from the window of the marketplace, and that afterwards he and Forêt should go through the neighboring country and implore the assistance of the people, of the gentry, the priests, the farmers, and the peasants, in opposing the hated levy of the Republican forces. But first they would go to the gentry, and the names of many were mentioned whom it was thought would be sure to join them. The first was that of Henri de la Roche-Jacquelin, and the next that of his friend Monsieur de l'Écu. Who loved the people so well as they, and whom did the people love so truly? Yes, they would call on young La Roche-Jacquelin and his friend to be their leaders. Early on the morrow the postilion addressed the people from the marketplace. He did not seek to himself the honor of doing so, nor when he was asked to come forward as the leader of the people did he refuse to do so. He was not covetous of the honor, but he would not refuse the danger. During the whole of the combat, everyone had looked to him as to the leader. He had not constituted himself the people's general. He had not for a moment thought of assuming the position, but he as little thought of refusing the danger or the responsibility when the duties of a general seemed, by the will of all, to fall to his lot. "Friends," said he, addressing them from the market-house, "we have saved ourselves for a while from the grasp of the Republic. But for the battle of yesterday, everyone here would have a brother, a son, or a cousin now enrolled as a conscript in the army of the Convention. Many of yourselves would have been conscripts, and would have this morning waked to the loss of your liberty. We did much yesterday when we bound the hands of the soldiers, but we have much more to do than we have yet done. Already in Nantes and Angers they are talking of what we yesterday performed. We shall doubtless have many friends in Nantes and Angers, but the Republic also has many friends in those towns, and the soldiers of the Republic are strong there. It will not be long before they hurry to Saint-Florent to avenge the disgrace of their comrades, and bitter will be their revenge if they take you unprepared. You have declared war against the Republic, and you must be prepared to fight it out to the end." "We will," shouted the people. "Down with the Republic, down with the Convention. Long live the King, our own King once again." "Very well, my friends," continued Catalino, "so be it. We will fight it out then. We will combat with the Republic sooner than be carried away from our wives, our children, and our sweethearts. We will fight for our own curés and our own churches, but our battle will be no holiday work. It will be a different affair from that of yesterday. We must learn to carry arms and to stand under them. You showed yesterday that you had courage. You must now show that you can join patience and perseverance to your courage." "We will, Catalino, we will," shouted they. "Tell us what we must do, Catalino, and we will do it." "We must see," continued he, "who will be our friends and our allies. Saint-Florent cannot fight single-handed against the Republic. There are others in Anjou and Poitou also, besides ourselves, who do not wish to leave their homes and their fields. There are noblemen and gentlemen, our friends and masters, who will lead you better than I can." "No, no, Catalino is our general. We will follow no one but Catalino." "You will, my friends, you will. But we need not quarrel about that. Foray and I, with Peter Berryer, will visit those who we think will join us. But you must at once prepare yourselves. You must arm yourselves. We will distribute the muskets of the soldiers as far as they will go. You must prepare yourselves. If we do not at once attack the Republicans elsewhere, they will soon overwhelm us in Saint-Florent. We will go to Cholet. The men of Cholet will surely second us. They are as fond of their sons and their brethren as we are. Cholet will join us, and Beaupre, and Coron and Truffaut. We will go and ask them whether they prefer the Republic to their homes, whether the leaders of the Convention are dearer to them than their own lords, whether their new priests love them as the old ones did, and I know what will be their answer." He ceased speaking, and his audience crowded around him to shake hands with him and to bless him, and before the sun was in the middle of the sky, he had left Saint-Florent on his mission, in company with Foray and Peter Berryer. End of Section 2. Volume 1, Chapter 3, Durbellière. The château of Durbellière, the family seat of the La Roche-Jacquelin, was situated in the very centre of the bocage, between the small towns of Châtillon and Vierre, in the province of Poitou, and about 12 leagues from Saint-Florent. It was a large mansion surrounded by extensive gardens and a considerable domain. There were few residences of more importance as betokening greater wealth in the province of Poitou, but it was neither magnificent nor picturesque. The landlords of the country were not men of extensive property or expensive habits. They built no costly castles and gave no sumptuous banquets, but they lived at home on their incomes and had always something to spare for the poorer of their neighbors. Farming was their business, the chase their amusement, loyalty their strongest passion, and the prosperity of their tenantry their chief ambition. The Château of Durbellière was a large square building 3 stories high, with 7 front windows to each of the upper stories, and 3 on each side of the large door on the ground floor. 8 stone steps of great width led up to the front door, but between the top step and the door there was a square flagged area of considerable space, and on the right hand and on the left, two large whitewashed lions reclined on brick and mortar pedestals. An enormous range of kitchens, offices, and cellars ran under the whole house. The windows opened onto a low area, or rather trench, which ran along the front and back of the house, and to which there were no rails or palings of any kind. The servants' door was at the side of the house, and the servants and people coming to them, to save themselves the trouble of walking round to this door, were in the habit of jumping into the area and entering the kitchen by the window. Doubtless some lady of the house, when the mansion was first built, had protested strongly against this unsightly practice, but habit had now accustomed the family to this mode of ingress and egress, and the servants of de Bellière consequently never used any other. The back of the chateau was just the same as the front, the same windows, the same broad steps, the same pedestals, and the same whitewashed lions, only the steps, instead of leading onto a large gravelled square, led into a trim garden. There were no windows whatsoever on one side of the house, and on the other only those necessary to light the huge staircase of the mansion. The rooms were square, very large and extremely lofty. The salon alone was carpeted, and none of them were papered. The drawing-room, the dining-room, and the grand salon were ornamented with painted panels, which displayed light-colored shepherds and shepherdesses in almost every possible attitude. In these rooms also there were highly ornamented stoves, which stood out about 4 feet from the wall, topped with marble slabs, on which were sculptured all the gods and demigods of the heathen mythology. That in the drawing-room exhibited Vulcan catching Mars and Venus in his marble net, and the unhappy position of the god of war was certainly calculated to read a useful lesson to any Parisian rover who might attempt to disturb the domestic felicity of any family in the bocage. The house was not above 100 yards from the high road, from which there were 2 entrances about 200 yards apart. There were large wooden gates at each, which were usually left open, but each of which was guarded by 2 whitewashed lions, not quite so much at ease as those on the pedestals, for they were fixed atop of pillars hardly broad enough to support them. But this doubtless only increased their watchfulness. But the glory of the chateau was the large garden behind the house. It was completely enclosed by a very high wall, and, like the house, was nearly square in its proportions. It contained miles of walks, and each walk so like the others that a stranger might wander there for a week without knowing that he had retraversed the same ground, were it not that he could not fail to recognize the quaint groups of figures which met him at every turn. A few of these were of stone, rudely sculptured, but by far the greater number were of painted wood, and like the shepherds and shepherdesses in the drawing-room, displayed every action of rural life. You would suddenly come upon a rosy-colored gentleman with a gun to his shoulder in the act of shooting game, then a girl with a basket of huge cabbages, an old man in a fit of the colic, the same rosy gentleman violently kissing a violet-colored young lady, and at the next turn you would find the violet-colored young lady fast asleep upon a bank. You would meet a fat curé a dozen times in half an hour, and always well employed. He would be saying his prayers, drinking beer, blessing a young maiden, and cudgeling a mule that wouldn't stir a step for him, till the large yellow drops of sweat were falling from his face. It was inconceivable how so many painted figures, in such a variety of attitudes, could have been designed and executed. But there they were, the great glory of the old gardener, and the endless amusement of the peasants of the neighborhood, who were allowed to walk there on the summer Sunday evenings. The gardens of de Bellière were also wonderful in another respect. It was supposed to be impossible to consume, or even to gather, all the cherries which they produced in the early summer. The trees between the walks were all cherry trees, old standard trees of a variety of sorts, but they all bore fruit of some description or another, some sweet and some bitter, some large, some small, and some perfectly diminutive, some black, some red, and some white. Every species of known cherry was in that garden in abundance, but even the gardener himself did not know the extent of the produce. Birds of all kinds flocked there in enormous numbers, and banqueted gloriously during the summer. No one disturbed them except the painted sportsmen, and the song of the linnet and the thrush was heard all day, and that of the nightingale during the night. The old Marquis de la Roche-Jacquelin had been crossed in love early in life, and he had not recovered from his sorrow till he was above 50, when he married and outlived his young wife, who left him different children. Henri and Agatha were the only two now living with him. As has already been said, the old man was very infirm, and had lost the use of his limbs. When the weather was cold or wet, he sat with his daughter Agatha near his bright wood fire, and watched her needle or listened to her songs. But if the sun appeared at all, he was dragged out in his garden chair among the birds and the painted figures, and was happy in spite of his infirmities. He was most affectionate to his children, and indulgent to a fault. He was kind to everyone, and unless the birds were disturbed, the cherry trees injured, or the figures upset, he was never angry even with a servant. Everybody loved and venerated the old Marquis, and even in his foibles he was thoroughly respected. He had a vast collection of stuffed birds of every description, and the peasants round him were so anxious to gratify him by adding to his stock that there began to be a doubt whether room in the chateau could be found for the presents which were continually brought. The upper story of the house had never been required by the family, and the rooms had not even been roofed or plastered. One great partition wall ran across the space, and the only ceiling was the bare, high-pointed roof of the house. This place was called the granary, and was used for a drying ground. And here the superfluous birds were brought, much to the old man's grief, for he knew that he should never see them again. But he could not refuse them when they were given to him, and the room which he inhabited would conveniently hold no more. The happiness of the last years of the old man's life was much disturbed by the events of the French Revolution. He had been very anxious when he saw his young son join a club which was sure to incur the ill will of the ruling power in Paris, and yet he could not dissuade him from doing so, and though he had rejoiced when his son returned to Poitou still safe, the imprisonment of the king had woefully afflicted him, and his death had nearly killed him. He had now expressed his opposition to the levies of a conscription with a degree of energy which had astonished his family. He knew the names and persons of every man and woman living on his estate, indeed, of every child above the age of 10. And when he was told the names of those who were drawn as conscripts, he desired that they might all be told in his name, that he hoped they would not obey. Henri de la Roche-Jacquelin has already been introduced to the reader. He returned to Poitou as soon as the Republic was proclaimed, together with de Lescure and Adolphe Deneau. Adolphe had been staying a great portion of the winter at Durbelière, but he had since gone to his own place, and was now at Clisson, the seat of Monsieur de Lescure. Marie de Lescure, the sister of Henri's friend, was staying at Durbelière with Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin, and her visit, which had been prolonged from before Christmas, had certainly not been made less agreeable by the fact of Henri's having been at home the whole time. She and Agatha were both pretty, but they were very different. Marie had dark hair, nearly black, very dark eyes, and a beautiful, rich complexion. Her skin was dark, but never sallow. Her color was not bright, but always clear and transparent. Her hair curled naturally round her head, and the heavy curls fell upon her neck and shoulders. She was rather under the middle height, but the symmetry of her figure was so perfect that no one would have called her too short. She had high animal spirits and was always happy and good-humored, was very fond of amusement of every kind, and able to extract amusement out of everything. She was the great favorite of the old Marquis. Not that he loved her so well as his own daughter, but her habits and manners suited him better than Agatha's. She could better sympathize with the old man's wishes and fancies. She would smooth the plumage of his birds for him, arrange and rearrange his shells, feed his cats, his dogs, his tame deer, and his white peacock, for the old Marquis had live pets as well as dead favorites. Then she would sing merry little songs to him, and laugh at him, and quiz his painted figures, and help to wheel his chair, or pretend to do so. She did all these things more readily than Agatha did, for her spirits were lighter. Not that Agatha was unhappy or inattentive to her father, but she was quieter than Marie and of a more contemplative mood. She also had dark hair, but it was a dark brown, and she wore it braided close to her forehead. Her complexion was clear and bright, her forehead was white, and the color in her cheeks, when she had color there, was that of the clearest carnation. She was considerably taller than Marie, but her figure was exquisitely perfect, and her gait was that of a queen. She was the Rose of Poitou, the beauty and queen of the whole district. She was all but worshipped by the peasantry around her. If they admired her beauty much, they much more strongly appreciated her virtues, her charity, her considerate kindness, her want of selfishness, her devotion to her friends and neighbors, and lastly, her strong feeling of loyalty, her love for the king while he lived, and her passionate regret for him since he had perished on the scaffold. In this she inherited all the feelings of her father, and it was greatly her attachment to the throne and to the name of the king which led to so high a pitch the enthusiasm of the peasantry in behalf of the royalists. Many wishes, surmises, and anticipations had arisen as to who was to carry off this rich prize, who should be the happy husband of Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin. But her friends had hitherto been anxious in vain. She still went in maiden meditation fancy-free. Not that she was without professed admirers, but they had none of them yet touched her heart. Many thought that she would be the bride of her brother's friend Adolphe Deneau, for he was more at the chateau than anyone else, was very handsome, and had a good property. Adolphe was moreover seen to be very attentive to Mademoiselle Agatha, and thrown so much with her as he was, how could he fail of being in love with her? This belief much disturbed the comfort of Agatha's humble friends, for Adolphe Deneau was not popular among them. There was a haughtiness in his manner to the poor, to which their own lords and masters had never accustomed them. He was supercilious and proud in his bearing towards them, and had none of the cheering, frank look and tone of their own dear young Monsieur Henri. They need not, however, have been alarmed, for Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin was not at all disposed to take Adolphe Deneau as her lord. She was passionately attached to her brother, and for his sake she had been kind, attentive, nay, almost affectionate to his friend. She and Adolphe had been much together since they were children. He had been absent from de Bellière for about a year, during which time he had ceased to be a boy, and on his return to the chateau had taken on himself the airs, if not the manners, of a man. Agatha's manner to him was not altered. It was still friendly and affectionate, and Adolphe, with his usual vanity, misinterpreted it. He flattered himself that the beautiful girl loved him, and he soon persuaded himself that he was devotedly attached to her. He had not yet positively declared his love, but Agatha felt from his manner that she had to expect a declaration, and she consequently altered her own. She became less familiar with him. She avoided all opportunities of being alone with him. She still called him by his Christian name, for she had always done so. She was still kind and attentive to him, for he was a guest in her father's house. But Adolphe felt that she was altered, and he became angry and moody. He thought that she was coquetting, and that he was slighted, and without much notice to anyone, he left the house. Agatha was glad that he was gone. She wished to spare him the humiliation of a refusal. She understood his character well, and felt that the wound inflicted on his self-love by being rejected would be more painful to him than his actual disappointment. She knew that Adolphe would not die for love, but she also knew that he would not quietly bear the fancied slight of unreturned affection. If by her conduct she could induce him to change his own, to drop the lover and be to her again simply her brother's friend, all might yet be well. But if he persevered and declared his love, she felt that there would be a quarrel, not only between him and her, but between him and Henri. To tell the truth, Henri had rather fostered his friend's passion for Agatha. He had wished to see them married, and though he had not exactly told his friend as much, he had said so much that both Agatha and Deneau knew what his wishes were. This, of course, gave great encouragement to the lover, but it greatly grieved poor Agatha, and now that Adolphe was gone, she made up her mind to open her heart to her brother. A day or two before the revolt of Saint-Florent, they were sitting together in the drawing-room. It was late in the evening, the old Marquis had retired for the night, and Marie de Lécure was engaged elsewhere, so that Agatha and her brother were left alone together. He was reading, but she was sitting gazing at the fire. She could hardly summon up courage to say, even to her dear brother, what she wished to say. "Henri," she said at last, "does Adolphe return here from Fleury?" Fleury was the name of Deneau's house. "I hope he will," said Henri, "but what makes you ask? The place is dull without him, isn't it?" "Dull? You don't find Marie dull, do you, Henri?" "Oh, Marie," said he, laughing. "Marie amuses our father, and she charms me. But you might find the house dull in spite of Marie, eh, Agatha?" "Indeed, no, Henri. The house was not dull even when you were in Paris and Marie was at Clisson, and Papa and I were alone together here. It was not my being dull made me ask whether Adolphe was to return." "But you wouldn't be sorry that he should come back, Agatha? You don't want to banish poor Adolphe from Durbellière, I hope." "No," said Agatha doubtfully. "No, I don't want to banish him. Of course, Henri, I can't want to banish your friend from the house. But what?" said Henri, now perceiving that his sister had something on her mind, something that she wished to say to him. "But what, dearest Agatha?" "I don't want to banish him from the house, Henri, but I wish he would not return just at present. But you haven't answered my question. You haven't told me whether you expect him." "I think he will return, but he did not himself say exactly when. I am sorry to hear what you say, Agatha, very sorry. I thought you and Adolphe were great friends. I was even a little jealous," added he, laughing, "at the close alliance between you, and I thought of getting up a little separate party of my own with Marie." "Don't separate yourself from me, Henri," said she. "Don't let us be separated in anything, even in thought. Not but that I should be delighted to see a dearer friendship between you and Marie, even than that between Marie and myself. But don't plan any separate alliance for me. I hope you have not been doing so. Tell me, Henri, that you have not." And then she added, blushing deeply up to her pale forehead, "You have not proposed to Adolphe that I should be his wife." "No, Agatha, I have not proposed it to him. I should not have dreamed of doing so without knowing that it would not be disagreeable to you." "There's my own dear brother, my own Henri," said she, going over to him, caressing him and kissing his forehead. "I will never make an offer of your hand to anyone, Agatha. You shall choose for yourself. I will never cause you sorrow in that way. But I will own, dearest, that I have wished you should marry Adolphe, and I have also fancied that you loved him." "No, Henri, no, I do not love him. I can never love him, that is, as my husband. I do love him as your friend. I will continue to love him as such as long as he remains your friend. I fancied also, continued he, nay, I did more than fancy, I am sure he loves you. Is it not so? He has never told me so, said she, again blushing. It is that he may not tell me so that I now say that I hope he is not returning. Oh, Henri, my dearest brother, do not let him come to Derbellière. Prevent him in some way. Go to him for a while. Make some plan with him, and give me warning when he is coming, and I will be at Clisson with Marie. Will it not be better for both of you, Agatha, that you should understand each other? I know he loves you, though he has not told me so. You must tell him kindly that you cannot return his affection. You cannot always run away from him. He will forget me soon. He will at any rate forget his love when he finds that I avoid his company. But Henri, if he formally asks my hand and is refused, that he will neither forget nor forgive. He must take his chance, dearest, like other men. But he isn't like other men, Henri. You know he is rather impatient of refusal. He could not bear as well as some men any mortification to his pride. I trust he has too much real pride to feel himself disgraced because he is not loved. I grieve for him, for I love him myself, and I know his affections are strong, but I think it is better he should know the truth at once, and it must be from your own lips. I cannot tell him you will not accept him before he himself makes the offer. Agatha did not reply. She could not explain even to her brother all that she felt. She could not point out to him how very weak, how selfish his friend was. She could not tell him that his bosom friend would suffer 10 times more from the wound to his pride in being rejected than from the effects of disappointed love. But she rightly judged her lover's character. Adolphe Deneau loved her as warmly as he was capable of loving aught but himself. But were she to die, his grief would be very short-lived. He would not, however, endure to see that she preferred anyone to himself. I am sorry for this, Agatha, very sorry, continued her brother. I had fondly hoped to see you Adolphe's wife. But it is over now. I will never press you against your will. My own Henri, how good you are to your Agatha. I knew you would not torture me with a request that I should marry a man I did not love. I grieve that I interfere with your plans, but I will live with you and be your old maid sister, and nurse and love your children, and they shall love their old maid aunt. There are other men, Agatha, besides Adolphe. Perhaps your next request will be a very different one. Perhaps then you will be singing the praises of some admirer and asking me to give him a brother's place in my heart. And when I ask it, you will do so. But Henri, and she put her hands upon his shoulder as she stood close to his chair, don't let Adolphe come here immediately. He must do so, dearest, now I think of it. We have other things to think of besides ladies' hearts, and other matters to plan besides wedding favors. The troops will be in Clisson on Monday next to collect the conscripts. I have promised to be with de Lécure, and Adolphe is to meet me there. They are both then to come here. Not a man shall be taken who does not choose to go, and there are not many who wish to go from choice. There will be warm work in Poitou next week. Agatha, few of us can then think of love or marriage. You and Marie will be making sword knots and embroidering flags. That will be your work. A harder task will soon follow it, that of dressing wounds and staunching blood. We shall have hot work, and more than plenty of it. May God send us well through it. Amen, with all my heart I say amen, said Agatha. But will these poor men resist the soldiers, Henri? Indeed they will, Agatha. But can they? They have not arms nor practice in the way of fighting. They have no leaders. We will take arms from our enemies. We will be apt scholars in fighting for our wives and our sisters and our houses. As for leaders, the man who is most fit shall lead the others. And you, Henri, merciful heaven, what are you about to do? Will you take up arms against the whole republic? With God's blessing I will, against the whole republic. May the Lord in his mercy look on you and give you his assistance, and as your cause is just and holy, he will do so. Whatever women can do, we will do. You shall have our prayers for your success, our tears for your reverses, and our praises for your courage, and when you require it, as some of you will, too soon, our tenderest care in your sufferings. At this moment Marie de Lécure entered the room. Marie, continued Agatha, you will help to succor those who are wounded in fighting for their king? Indeed, and indeed I will, said the bright-eyed girl eagerly, and regret only that I cannot do more, that I cannot myself be in the battle. But Monsieur le Roche-Jacquelin, will the people rise? Will there really be fighting? Will Charles be there? Indeed he will, Marie, the first among the foremost. Agatha asked me but now, who would be our leaders? Is there a man in the bocage, ay, in all Poitou, who will not follow Charles de Lécure? May the blessed Saviour watch over him and protect him, said Marie, shuddering. But tell me, Henri, said Agatha, where will it commence? Where will they first resist the troops? I cannot say exactly, said he. In many places at once, I hope. In Saint-Florent, they say, not a man will join. In Clisson and Torfaux, they begin on Monday. Charles and I and Adolphe will be in Clisson. Father Jerome has the whole lists. He says that in St. Lauds, in Eschambron, and in Clisson they are ready to a man to oppose the troops. He will go with me to Clisson on Sunday afternoon. On Monday, with God's will, we will be in the thick of it. And will Father Jerome be there among the soldiers? Said Marie. Why not? Said Henri. Will the peasants fight worse when they see their priest before them? And if he should fall? He will fall in the service of his God and his king. Father Jerome will be here himself tomorrow. The Curé of St. Lauds, said Agatha, is not the man to sit idle when good work is to be done. But oh, what awful times are these, when the priests themselves have to go out to fight for their altars and their crucifix. I will return home with you, Monsieur le Roche-Jacquelin, when you go to Clisson, said Marie. And leave Agatha alone, said Henri. Don't mind me, Henri, said Agatha. I shall be well here. Marie cannot leave Madame de Lécure alone when her husband is away and in such danger. You will soon have company here enough, said Henri. De Lécure and I and Adolphe and heaven knows whom besides. Charette will be in arms, and d'Autachamp, the Prince de Talmont, and Monsieur Bonchamp. At present their business is at a distance from us, but we shall probably be all brought together sooner or later, and they will all be welcome at Dubellière. They shall be welcome if they are friends of yours and friends of the king. But come, Marie, it is late. Let us go to bed. Next week, perhaps, we shall be wanting rest and unable to take it. They met the next morning at breakfast, and the old Marquis was there also, and the priest to whom they had alluded in their conversation on the preceding evening, Father Jerome, the Curé of St. Lauds. Such at least had he been, and so was he still called, though his parish had been taken away from him, and his place filled by a constitutional pastor, that is, by a priest who had taken the oath to the Constitution required by the National Assembly. Father Jerome was banished from his church and deprived of the small emoluments of his office, but he was not silenced, for he still continued to perform the ceremonies of his religion, sometimes in some gentleman's drawing-room, sometimes in a farmer's house or a peasant's cottage, but oftener out in the open air, under the shadow of a spreading beech, on a rude altar hastily built for him with rocks and stones. The church of St. Lauds was perfectly deserted. Not a single person would attend there to hear Mass said by the strange priest. The peasants would as soon have been present at some infernal rite, avowedly celebrated in honor of the devil, and yet the curé newly sent there was not a bad man, but he was a constitutional priest, and that was enough to recommend him to the ill will of the peasantry. In peaceable and happy times prior to the Revolution, the Curé of St. Laud's had been a remarkable person. He was a man of more activity, both of mind and body, than his brethren. He was more intimate with the gentry than the generality of clergymen in the neighborhood, and at the same time more actively engaged in promoting the welfare of the poor. The country curés generally were men who knew little of the world and its ways, who were uneducated save as regards their own profession, who had few ideas beyond their own duties and station. This was not so with Father Jerome. He had traveled and heard the ways of men in other countries. He had not read much, but he had seen a good deal, and he was a man of quick apprehension, and above all a man of much energy. He had expressed great hostility to the Revolution since its commencement. At a time when so few were hostile to it, he had foreseen that it would destroy the religion and the religious feeling of the country, and he had constantly besought his flock to remain true to their old customs. He was certainly a devout man in his own way, though he was somewhat unscrupulous in his devotions. The people were as superstitious as they were faithful, and he never hesitated in using their superstition to forward his own views. His whole anxiety was for their welfare, but he cherished their very faults, their ignorance and their follies, to enable himself to serve them in his own manner. He was unwilling that they should receive other education than that which they now had. He was jealous of anyone's interfering with them but their landlord and himself. He would not own that any change could better their condition, or that anything more was desirable for them than that they should live contented and obedient, and die faithful in hope. Durbellière had not been in his parish, but he had always been peculiarly intimate with the family of the Laroche-Jacquelin, and had warmly welcomed the return of Henri to the Bocage at a time when so many of the nobility were leaving the country. They were now about to join hand and heart in saving the people from the horrors of the conscription, and though the curé's nominal mission was to be purely spiritual, he was quite prepared to give temporal aid to his allies, should it at any time appear expedient to himself to do so. Father Jerome was a tall, well-made, brawny man. His face was not exactly handsome, but it was bold and intellectual. His eye was bright and clear, and his forehead high and open. He was a man of immense muscular power and capable of great physical exertion. He was above 45 years of age, but still apparently in the prime of his strength. He wore a long, rusty black, or rather gray, curé's frock, which fell from his shoulders down to his heels, and was fastened round his body with a black belt. This garment was much the worse for wear, for Father Jerome had now been deprived of his income for some 12 months, but he was no whit ashamed of his threadbare coat. He rather gloried in it, and could not be induced by the liberal offers of his more wealthy friends to lay it aside. Father Jerome greeted them all as he entered the breakfast-room. He was received with great kindness by the old Marquis, who pressed his hand and made him sit beside himself. He blessed the two young girls fervently, and nodded affectionately to Henri, whom he had seen on the preceding day. It was evident that the Curé of St. Laud's was quite at home at Durbellière. "We have awful times coming on us now, Father Jerome," said Agatha. "Not so, mademoiselle," said the priest. "We have good times coming. We will have a king and our church again. We poor curé will have our homes and our altars again, our own parishes and our old flocks." "Come what come may," said Henri, "we cannot be worse than the Convention would make us. But we firmly trust that by God's will and with God's aid we will soon be rid of all our troubles," said the priest. "Monsieur le Marquis, we have your best wishes, I know, and your full approval. I hope we shall soon be able to lay our trophies at your feet." "The approval of an old man like me is but of little avail, but you shall have my prayers. I would, however, that God had spared me from these days. It is grievous for me to see my son going out to fight against his own countrymen at his own door-sill. It would be more grievous still were he now to hesitate in doing so." "No true son of Poitou hesitates now," said the enthusiastic priest. "I yesterday saw every conscript in the parish of St. Lauds, and not a single man hesitated. Not one dreams of joining the Republicans. And moreover, there is not an able-bodied man who will not come forward to assist the conscripts in withstanding the soldiers. The women too, mademoiselle, are equally eager. Barrère will find it difficult, I think, to raise a troop from Poitou." "Will the conscripts from hence be required to join at Châtillon or at Cholet?" said the old man. "Those from St. Lauds at Châtillon," said Henri. "But the men will not leave their homes. They will know how to receive the soldiers if they come amongst them." So saying, he got up and went out, and the priest followed him. They had much to do and many things to arrange, to distribute arms and gunpowder and make the most of their little means. It was not their present intention to lead the men from their homes, but they wished to prepare them to receive the Republican troops when they came into the country to enforce the collection of the Republican levy. End of Section 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4, Catalino. The revolt of Saint-Florent took place on the day after that on which the priest had breakfasted at Durbellière, and the rumors of it went quickly through the country. As Catalino had said, the news was soon known in Nantes and Angers, and the commander of the Republican troops determined most thoroughly to avenge the insolence and rebellion of the vain people of Saint-Florent. He was not, however, able to accomplish his threat on the instant, for he also was collecting conscripts in the neighborhood of Nantes, and the peasantry had heard of the doings of Saint-Florent as well as the soldiers, and the men of Brittany seemed inclined to follow the example of the men of Anjou. He had therefore for a time enough to occupy his own troops without destroying the rebels of Saint-Florent, and it was well for Saint-Florent that it was so. Had he at once marched 500 men with 4 pieces of cannon against the town, he might have reduced the place to ashes and taken a bloody revenge for their victory. The men of Saint-Florent would have had no means of opposing such a force, and the peasantry generally were not armed. The tactics of the royalists were not settled, and the revolt through the province was not general. The destruction of Saint-Florent was postponed for a month, and at the expiration of that time, the troops of the Republic had too much to do to return to the little town where the war had commenced. The rumor of what had been done at Saint-Florent was also soon known in Coron, in Torfou, and in Clisson. The battle was fought on Thursday, and early on Saturday morning, M. de Lescure had heard some indistinct rumor of the occurrence. Indistinct, at least, it seemed to him, for he could not believe that the success of the townspeople was so complete as it was represented to him to be. He heard at the same time that the revolt had been headed by Catalino and Forêt, and that as soon as the battle was over, they had started for Durbellière to engage the assistance of Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin. De Lescure therefore determined to go at once to Durbellière, and Adolphe Deneau, who was with him, accompanied him. They found Henri in the midst of his preparations, weighing out gunpowder with the assistance of the priest and the 2 girls. There was a large quarry on the Marquis' estate, and a considerable supply of gunpowder for blasting had been lately brought to Durbellière from Nantes, as it could not be purchased in the neighboring towns. As the priest remarked, blasting powder was not the best, but it was good enough to treat Republicans with. At any rate, they could get no better, and it was lucky that they chanced to have that. Charles de Lescure shuddered as he saw the dangerous employment on which his sister was engaged, but Henri's sister was doing the same thing, and he knew that dangerous times for all of them were coming. Adolphe was disgusted that Agatha's white hands should be employed in so vile a service, but he thought little of the danger to which she was exposed. "You are well employed, ladies," said de Lescure, "but not an hour too soon. I am rejoiced to see you so well supplied, Henri. This is indeed a godsend. Father Jerome, is this strictly canonical? Gunpowder, I fear, is altogether a temporal affair." "But rebellion and hellfire are synonymous," said the priest, "and loyalty is the road to paradise. I am strictly within my calling, Monsieur de Lescure. Mademoiselle, these packets are too large. You are giving too good measure. Remember how many are the claimants for our bounty." "You have, of course, all heard what occurred at Saint-Florent the day before yesterday," said de Lescure. "Not a word," said Henri. "What happened there? We hear nothing here till a week after it is known in the towns." They all left off what they were doing and listened anxiously for Monsieur de Lescure's tidings. "Good news, I trust," said the curé, whose face showed a fearful degree of anxiety. "Good news, I trust in God. The men of Saint-Florent, I am sure, have not disgraced themselves." "Indeed they have not, Father Jerome. If the half of what I hear be true, they have already played a grand part. What I hear is this: not a conscript was to be seen at the barracks when they were summoned. 3 or 4 soldiers were sent to commence the collection in the town, and they were at once taken prisoners by a party headed by Catalinot, the postilion. The colonel then turned out and fired on the crowd, but he could not stand his ground before the people, who drove him back to the barracks. Half his men were killed in retreating. The people then attacked the barracks, and regularly carried them by storm, took the cannon which was with the detachment, and made prisoners of every soldier that was not killed in the fray. If the half of it be true, Saint-Florent has made a fine beginning for us." "Glorious fellows," said Adolphe. "What would I not give to have been with them?" "You will have plenty of opportunity, Monsieur Deneau," said the priest, who held Adolphe in great aversion. "But Charles, the carnage of the people must have been dreadful," said Henri. "They had nothing but their hands and nails to fight with, against the muskets and bayonets of the soldiers, against artillery even." "The Lord supplied them with weapons, my son," said the priest solemnly. "Cannot He who has given them courage and good hearts to stand against the enemies of their country also give them weapons to fight His battles?" "They say, too, that by some miracle the cannon could not be got to fire on the town. They say it was loaded and ready, but that the powder would not ignite when the torch was put to it," said de Lescure. "They say," added Deneau, "that the colonel himself repeatedly tried to fire it, but could not, and that when he found that Providence interfered for the people, he laid down his sword and gave himself up." "The man who came to me from the town," continued de Lescure, "had 1,000 wonderful stories. He says that 20 times in the day Catalinot stood unharmed before the bayonets of the soldiers, that 20 times he was shot at, but it was impossible to wound him. They say that God has interfered for the protection of Saint-Florent." "Most probable," said the priest, "most probable. For who, my children, shall attempt to judge the ways of God? Why should He not put out His right hand to assist His own?" "And were there not many of the townspeople killed?" asked Agatha. "We did not hear," replied de Lescure, "but the news of their triumph would travel faster than the account of their misfortunes. There could not but have been much bloodshed." "After all," said Henri, "we do not know how much of this is true. We must not believe it all. It is too glorious to be true." "Do not say so, Monsieur Laroche-Jacquelin," said the priest. "Do not say so. We will do greater things than that with the assistance of God and the Blessed Virgin, but we will not envy the men of Saint-Florent the honor they have won." "You believe it all, then, Father Jerome," said Marie. "You believe that the Republicans have been beaten?" "Every word, mademoiselle, every word religiously. I should be a heathen else, or worse than that, a Republican." The group who were discussing the probability of the victory said to have been gained at Saint-Florent were standing at the window of one of the front rooms of the chateau, which looked immediately on one of the whitewashed recumbent lions, and from it they could see the wooden gates, the lodge, and the paved road which ran from Châtillon to Vierre, in front of the chateau. As the priest finished speaking, 3 men rode through the gates into the avenue, directly up to the house door. One was tolerably well mounted on a large horse, the second was on a shaggy pony, and the third, who was rather behind the others, was seated on a mule of most unprepossessing appearance, whose sides he did not for a moment cease to lacerate with his heels, to enable himself to keep up with his companions. "That is Foray from Saint Florent himself," shouted the priest, rushing out towards the door as soon as he saw the first horseman turn in at the gate. "A good man and true as any living, and one who hates a skulking republican as he does the devil." "And that is the postilion himself on the pony," shouted Henri, running after him. "I could swear to him by his hat among 1,000. "Who is the man on the mule, Adolphe?" said de Lescure, remaining at the window. "By the by," he added, turning to the 2 girls who remained with him, and who were trembling in every joint at they knew not what, "I forgot in my hurry, or rather I hadn't time as yet to tell Henri, that I had heard that these men were coming here." "Are these the very men who gained the victory at Saint Florent?" asked Marie. "So we heard," replied de Lescure, "and now, and not till now, I believe it. Their coming here is strong confirmation. The curé is right, it seems." "And is that man the good postilion of whom the people talk?" "He is. At least he is no longer a postilion. He will cease to be a postilion now. From henceforth he will be only a soldier." The curé and Laroche-Jacquelin had rushed down the steps and seized the hands of Foray and Catalinot as they got off their horses. It was soon evident to them that the noise of their deeds had gone before them. Foray at once returned the greeting of Father Jerome, for they had long known each other, and the difference between their stations was not so very great. But Catalinot hardly knew how to accept or how to refuse the unwonted mark of friendship shown him by a wealthy seigneur. It had not been his lot to shake hands with gentlemen, and he had no wish to step beyond his proper sphere, because he had been put prominently forward in the affair of Saint Florent. But he had no help for it. Before he knew where he was, Laroche-Jacquelin had got him by the hand and was dragging him into the salon of de Bellière. It appeared to the postilion that the room was full. There were ladies there, too, young, beautiful, and modest, such as he was in the habit of seeing through the windows of the carriages which he drove. The old Marquis was there, too, now. The butler had just wheeled in his chair, and Catalinot perceived that he was expected to join the group at once. A vista was opened for him up to the old man's chair. His eyes swam, and he hardly recollected the faces of the different people round him. He wished that he had waited at the gate, and sent in for Monsieur Henri. He could have talked to him alone. Why had he ridden up so boldly to the chateau gate? He had never trembled for a moment during the hot work at Saint Florent, but now he felt that circumstances could almost make him a coward. On a sudden he remembered that his hat was still on his head, and he snatched his hand out of Henri's to remove it, and then, when it was off, he wanted to go back to the hall to put it down. Henri saw his confusion, and taking it from him, put it on a chair, and then they all shook hands with him. He first found his hand in that of the Marquis, and heard the old man bless him, and then the priest blessed him, and then he felt the soft, sweet hands of those bright angels within his own horny palm. He heard them speaking to him, though he knew not what they said, and then he could restrain himself no longer, for tears forced themselves into his eyes, and in the midst of them all he cried like a child. There was infection in his tears, for Agatha and Marie, when they saw them, cried too, and the eyes of some of the men also were not dry. They all knew what the feelings of the man were, and they fully sympathized with him. It was strange how little they said about Saint Florent at first. The moment the men had been seen, they were most anxious for the tidings of what had been done. But now they all seemed satisfied as to the truth of what they had heard. There was no longer any doubt. The heroes of Saint Florent were there, and though neither of them had yet spoken a word about the battle which had been fought, the presence of the victors was sufficient evidence of the victory. The curé, however, and M. de la Cure soon took Foret apart and learnt from him the details of what had been done, while the father and son and the two girls endeavored to put the postilion at ease in his new position. Catalinot was a very good-looking man, about 35 years of age. His hair was very dark and curled in short, thick clusters. His whiskers were large and bushy and met beneath his face. His upper lip was short, his mouth was beautifully formed, and there was a deep dimple on his chin. But the charm of his face was in the soft, benignant expression of his eyes. He looked as though he loved his fellow creatures. He looked as though he could not hear, unmoved, a tale of woe or oppression, of injuries inflicted on the weak, or of unfair advantages assumed by the strong. It was this which had made him so much beloved, and it was not only the expression of his countenance, but of his heart also. "And were you not wounded, Catalinot?" asked the old gentleman. "No, Monsieur le Marquis, thank God, I was not." "Nor Foret?" "No, Monsieur le Marquis." "But were there many wounded?" asked Agatha. "Ah, mademoiselle, there were, many, very many." "I knew there must have been," said Marie, shuddering. "We cannot have war without the horrors of war," said Henri. "It is better, is it not, Catalinot, that some of us should fall, than that all of us should be slaves?" "1,000 times, Monsieur le Rochejacquelin, 10,000 times," said he, with a return of that determined vigor with which he had addressed his fellow townsmen the day before. "Yes, you are right, 10,000 times better, and Marie, you would not be your brother's sister if you did not think so," said Henri. "But you do think so, and so does Agatha, though she cries so fast." "I am not crying, Henri," said Agatha, removing her handkerchief from her eyes, which belied her assertion, "but one cannot but think of all the misery which is coming on us. Were there any women wounded in the battle?" "There were, mademoiselle, but those who were so never complained, and those who were killed will never have need to complain again." "Were there women killed?" "There were 2, mademoiselle. One a young girl, the other has left children to avenge her death." "That is the worst of all," said Henri, shuddering. "Catalinot, we must keep the women in the houses. Our men will not fight if they see their wives and sweethearts bleeding beside them. Such a sight would make me throw my sword away myself." "It would make you throw away the scabbard, Monsieur le Rochejacquelin, but I fear we shall see enough of such sights." And then he blushed deeply as he reflected that what he had said would frighten the fair girls sitting near him. "But I beg pardon, ladies, "Don't mind us, Catalinot," said Agatha. "You will not frighten us. Our brothers will fight by your side, and you will find that we are worthy of our brothers. Marie and I will take our chance without repining." "And what is to come next, Catalinot?" said Henri. "We have thrown down the gauntlet now, and we must be ready for all the consequences. You see, we were preparing for the same work," and he pointed to the open packets of gunpowder which were lying scattered on the table. "What are we to do now? We shall soon have swarms of Republican soldiers upon us, and it will be well to be prepared. We look to you for counsel now, you know." "Not so, Monsieur le Rochejacquelin. It was to seek counsel that I and Foret came hither. It was to throw ourselves at the feet of my lord the Marquis, and at yours, and at those of Monsieur de la Cure, and to implore you to join us, to fight with us, and to save us, to lead us against the Republicans, and to help us save our homes." "They will, Catalinot, they will, my excellent friend," said the old man. "Henri shall fight with you. He would not be my son else. And Charles de la Cure there will fight with you for his king as long as the breath is in his body. The curé there, Father Jerome, will pray for you and bless your arms, and I believe you will find he'll fight for you too. The whole country are your friends." Yes, said Henri, the whole province, down to the sea, will be with us. Charette is in the Marais, ready to take up arms, the moment the collection of the conscripts is commenced, or before, if it be necessary. Monsieur Bonchamp, who is now at Angers, will join us at once, and give us what we so much want, military skill. The Prince de Talmont is with us, Monsieur Fleuriot, and Monsieur d'Autachamp. Every gentleman of standing in the country will help the good cause. My friend here, Adolphe Deneau, will fight for us to the last drop of his blood." Catilinot bowed graciously as he was in this way introduced by Laroche-Joqueline to his friend. Deneau also bowed, but he did it anything but graciously. Two things were disagreeable to him. He felt himself at the present moment to be in the background, and the hero of the day, the feted person, was no better than a postilion. When the rest of the party had all given their hands to Catilinot, he had remained behind. He did not like to put himself on an equality with such a person. He fancied even then his dignity was hurt by having to remain in his company. "And what step shall we first take, Monsieur Laroche-Joqueline?" said Catilinot. "What do you propose yourself?" said Henri. "I think we should not wait for them to punish us for our first success. I think we should follow up our little victory and attack the Republicans, at Beaupré, perhaps, or at Cholet. We should so teach our men to fight, teach them to garrison and protect their own towns, and then perhaps before very long we might fly at higher game. We might endeavor to drive these wolves from their own strong places, from Angers perhaps, or Nantes, or better still from Saumur." "Why Saumur especially?" said Henri. "Surely Nantes would be a better mark than Saumur. Besides, Saumur is a perfect fortress, walled on all sides, almost impregnable, whereas Nantes is not fortified at all. Saumur is reckoned the strongest town in the south of France. It is the only fortified town in Anjou, Poitou, Touraine, or southern Brittany." "That is just the reason, my friend," said Catilinot, now reassured by his own enthusiasm and by his intense anxiety on the subject. "That is the very reason why Saumur should be our aim. The Republicans now fear nothing from us, and will take no more than ordinary precautions. If we should now attack other places and commence our proceedings with some success, they would make Saumur utterly impregnable. And what could we do with such a place as that opposed to us on the borders of our country, and on the very road to Paris? But think what it would be in our favor. It commands the Loire, it commands the road from Paris. Besides, it contains what we so much want, arms, ammunition, and artillery. It is from Saumur that the Republican troops are supplied with gunpowder. Believe me, Saumur should be our mark. I know it is difficult. There will be danger and difficulties enough, I know. But it is not impossible, and I believe it may be done." And then he looked round and saw where he was, and that everyone in the room was listening to him, and he added, "But I am too bold to say so much before my lord the Marquis, and Monsieur Laroche-Joqueline, and Monsieur de Lescure, and the other gentlemen whose opinions are so much better than my own." "He is right, Henri," said de Lescure. "Take my word, he is right. We will do it, my friend," and he put his hand on the postilion's shoulder. "We will be masters of Saumur, and you shall lead us there. We will help you to plant the king's standard on the citadel of the town." Catilinot was still sitting, and he looked up into de Lescure's face with thankful admiration. "Ah, Monsieur de Lescure, with such guides as you, with such a heart, such courage as yours, no walls shall hinder us, no enemies prevent us." "You shall have many such friends, Catilinot," said he, "many as eager, and very many more useful." "None more useful," said the postilion. "None could be more useful." "No, none more useful," said the Marquis. "May you have many friends as good, and then you will succeed." "Saumur let it be, then," said Henri. "I have no doubt you are right, and indeed I do not claim to be great in counsel. I only hope I may not be found backward in action." "That you never will," said Agatha. "That he never will, mademoiselle. A La Roche-Jacqueline was never backward in the hour of need," said Catilinot. "They know how to flatter in Saint Florent, my friend," said she, smiling. "If that be flattery, all the country flatters. I only speak as I hear others speaking. They say that beauty and courage were always to be found at D'Urbellière." "Nay, Agatha, but is he not Bayard complete?" said Marie, laughing. "I am sure we should be obliged. It is an age since we received a compliment here in the bocage." "The ladies are laughing at me," said Catilinot, rising, "and it is time that I and my friend should cease to trouble you." "But where would you go, Catilinot?" said Henri. "Back to Saint Florent. We have gained our object. We can tell our townsmen that the gentlemen of Poitou will fight on their side." "We will tell them so together, tomorrow by sunset," said Henri. "It is now late. You and Foret stay here tonight. Not a word, either of you, for your life. I command this garrison. Do not you, Catilinot, be the first to show an example of disobedience. Father Jerome, lay hands on Foret, lest he fly. Why, my friend, have we so much time to spare that we can afford to lose it in foolish ceremony? Have we not 1,000 plans to mature, 1,000 things to settle, which we must settle, and none but we, and which we must discuss together? Are there not here 4, 6 of us, brothers in arms together? I count you one, Father Jerome, and are we not here with the benefit of our father's advice? When shall we all meet again, or when could we meet that our meeting would be more desirable? Well, go if you will, Catilinot," added he, seeing that the postilion hesitated, "but every one here will tell you that you are wrong to do so." "Stay, my friend," said the Marquis, who understood well the different feelings which perplexed the mind of the postilion. "Stay, my friend, and take your supper with us. You have undertaken a great work, and have shown yourself fit for it. Do not let little things embarrass you. Agatha, darling, see that beds be got ready for our friends. Father Jerome also will remain here tonight, and Charles and Adolphe. We may not have many merry suppers more. We will at any rate enjoy tonight." "And Catilinot," said Henri, "you will not, I trust, be less welcome in Saint Florent tomorrow, because I accompany you." It was then decided that they should all remain there that night, that de la Cure and Adolphe should return with Marie to Clisson on the following morning, and that Henri and the priest should accompany Foret and the postilion to Saint Florent, there to make the best arrangement within their power for the immediate protection of the place. They were not very merry that evening, but they were by no means unhappy. As Henri had said, they had much to talk of, and they spent an anxious evening, but each satisfied the other. Catilinot felt himself to be in a new world, sitting down at table to eat with such companions as those around him. The sweet, kind face of Agatha disturbed him most. It almost unmanned him. He thought that it would be happiness enough for a life to be allowed to remain unseen where he might gaze on her. He felt that such beauty, such ineffable loveliness as hers, could almost make him forget his country and his countrymen, and then he shuddered and turned his eyes away from her. But there she sat close to him, and she would speak to him and ask him questions. She asked after his friends in Saint Florent, after the women who were wounded, and she gave him money for the children who were made orphans, and then her hand touched his again, and he thought that he was asleep and dreaming. Much of importance to their future plans was arranged that night, and such a council of war was probably never before assembled. The old man joined in their contemplated designs with as much energy as the youngest among them. The words rash and imprudent never once crossed his lips. Nothing seemed rash to him that was to be undertaken for the restoration of the king. The priest took a very prominent part in it, and his word was certainly not for peace. He was the most urgent of the party for decided measures. De la Cure, La Roche-Jacqueline, and Deneau argued, debated, and considered, as though war had always been their profession. But they all submitted, or were willing to submit, to Catilinot. He had already commenced the war, and had been successful. He had already shown the ready wit to contrive, and the bold hand to execute. His fitness to lead was acknowledged, and though 2 days since he was only a postilion, he was tacitly acknowledged by this little band of royalists to be their leader. And there too among these confederates sat Agatha and Marie, if not talking themselves, yet listening with almost breathless attention to the plans of the party, sharing their anxiety, promising their women's aid, enchanting them with their smiles, or encouraging them with their tears. Catilinot had heard how knights of old, famed in song, had spent their lives among scenes of battle and danger, and all for the smiles of the lady of their love. And now he thought he understood it. He could do the same to be greeted with the smiles of Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin, and he would not dream of any richer reward. She was as an angel to him, who had left her own bright place in heaven to illuminate the holy cause in which he had now engaged himself. Under such protection he could not be other than successful. When Forêt and Catilinot dismounted and were taken into the house by Henri and the curé, they left their steeds in the care of Peter Berryer. But Peter has not been left ever since, leading them up and down in sight of the whitewashed lions. The revolt of Saint-Florent had been heard of in the servants' hall as well as in the salon upstairs, and it was soon known that the heroes of the revolt were in the house, and that their horses were before the door. A couple of men and 2 or 3 boys soon hurried round, and Peter was relieved from his charge, and courteously led into the servants' hall by Momont, the gray-headed old butler and favorite servant of the Marquis, and Jacques Chapeau, the valet, groom, and confidential factotum of La Roche-Jacquelin. Peter was soon encouraged to tell his tale, and to explain the mission which had brought him and his 2 companions to Dubellière, and under ordinary circumstances the having to tell so good a tale would have been a great joy to him. But at the present moment Peter was not quite satisfied with his own position. Why was the postilion in the salon while he was in the kitchen? Peter usually was a modest man enough, and respectful to his superiors. The kitchen table in a nobleman's house would generally be an elysium to him. He had no idea that he was good enough to consort with marquises and their daughters, but he did think himself equal to Catilinot, the postilion, and as Catilinot was in the salon, why should he be in the kitchen? He quite understood that Catilinot was thus welcomed, thus raised from his ordinary position, in consequence of what he had done at Saint-Florent. But why shouldn't he, Berryer, be welcomed and raised also? He couldn't see that Catilinot had done more than he had himself. He was the first man to resist. He had been the first hero, and yet he was left for half an hour to lead about a horse, an ass, and an old mule, as though he were still the ostler at an auberge. And then he was merely taken into the servants' hall, and asked to eat cold meat, while Catilinot was brought into a grand room upstairs, to talk to lords and ladies. This made Peter fidgety and uncomfortable, and when he heard, moreover, that Catilinot was to sup upstairs at the same table with the Marquis and the ladies, all his pleasure in the revolt was destroyed. He had no taste for the wine before him, and he wished in his heart that he had joined the troops and become a good republican. He could not bear the aristocratic foppery of that Catilinot. "And were you a conscript yourself, Peter Berryer?" said Jacques Chapeau. "Of course I was," said Peter. "Why, haven't you heard what the revolt of Saint-Florent was about?" "Well, we have heard something about it," said Momont, "but we didn't exactly hear your name mentioned." "You couldn't have heard much of the truth then," said Berryer. "We heard," said Chapeau, "how good Catilinot began by taking 3 soldiers prisoners." "I had twice more to do with those 3 prisoners than ever he had," said Peter. "Well, we never heard that," said Momont. "But we heard," said Chapeau, "how Catilinot led a few of the townsmen against a whole regiment of soldiers, and scattered them through the town like chaff." "Scattered them like chaff," said Peter. And we heard, said Maman, how he stormed the barracks, slaughtered all the soldiers, and dragged the colonel with his own hand through the barrack window. Through the barrack window, repeated Peter, with an air intended to throw discredit on the whole story. And we heard, said Gather's confidential maid, how he laid his hand upon the cannon and charmed it, so that it would not go off, though the fiery torch was absolutely laid upon the gunpowder. That the cannon wouldn't go off, though the torch was laid upon the gunpowder, said Peter. And we heard, said the cook, how all the girls in the town came and crowned him with bay leaves, and how the priest blessed him. And how the young made him their captain and their general, said the housekeeper. And how they christened him the Saviour of Saint Florent, said the laundress. And gave him all the money in the town and the biggest sword they could find, said the page. You heard all this, did you? Said Peter Berryer. Indeed we did, said Jacques Chapeau, and a great deal more from Monsieur de Lecueur's own man, who went back to Clisson only an hour since, and who had it all from one who came direct from Saint Florent. And you heard not a word of Peter Berryer? Not a word, not a word, said they all at once. Then, friends, let me tell you, you have not heard much of the truth, although Monsieur de Lecueur's own man did see the man who came direct from Saint Florent. I think I may say, without boasting, and I believe Monsieur the Postilion upstairs will not be inclined to contradict me, that without me there would have been no revolt. No revolt without you, no revolt without Peter Berryer, no revolt without Monsieur Debedain's ostler, said they one after another. No, no revolt without Monsieur Debedain's ostler, madame. The last question had been asked by the cook. Monsieur Debedain's ostler is as good, I suppose, as Monsieur Gaspardiot's postilion. What, as good as Catalinot? Asked Maman. As good as our good postilion? Shouted Chapeau. As good as the holy man who charmed the cannon? Said the confidential maid in a tone of angry amazement. Would all the girls in Saint Florent crown you with bay leaves? Jeered the cook. Will they ever make you a great captain? Screamed the housekeeper. Or call you the Saviour of Saint Florent? Added the laundress. Or trust you with all the money, I'd like to know? Suggested the page. Peter Berryer felt that he was ill-used after all that he had gone through for his king and his country. He sat apart for the rest of the evening and meditated whether he would go over to the Republicans and bring an army down upon Durbelière, or whether he would more nobly revenge himself by turning out a more enterprising royalist than even the postilion himself. End of section 4. Volume 1, Chapter 5, De Lecueur. De Lecueur with his sister returned on the following morning to Clisson, for so was his chateau called. Clisson is about 2 leagues south of the town of Brassières, in the province of Poitou, and is situated in the southern part of the Bocage. Monsieur de Lecueur owned the chateau and a considerable territory around it. He was a man of large property in that country, where the properties were all comparatively small, and was in other respects also by far the most influential person in the neighborhood. He had married a lady with a large fortune, which gave him more means of assisting the poor than most of the gentlemen resident in the Bocage possessed. He took a deep interest in the welfare of those around him. He shared their joys and sympathized with their grief, and he was consequently beloved and almost adored. He had now undertaken to join with his whole heart the insurgents against the Republic, and he was fully determined to do so. He had made up his mind that it was his duty to oppose measures which he thought destructive to the happiness of his countrymen, and to make an effort to re-establish the throne. But he did not bring to the work the sanguine hope of success, the absolute pleasure in the task which animated La Roche-Jacquelin, nor yet the sacred enthusiastic chivalry of Catalinot, who was firmly convinced of the truth of his cause, and believed that the justice of God would not allow the murderers of a king, and the blasphemers of his name, to prevail against the arms of people who were both loyal and faithful. De Lescure had studied and thought much. He was older than La Roche-Jacquelin, much better educated than Catilinot. He was as ardent in the cause as they were. Why else had he undertaken it? But he understood better than they did the fearful chances which were against them, the odds against which they had to fight, the almost insuperable difficulties in their way. He knew that the peasantry around them would be brave and enthusiastic followers, but he also knew that it would be long before they were disciplined soldiers. He was sure that they would fight stoutly round their homes and their families, but he felt that it would be almost impossible to lead any body of them to a distance from their own fields. He foresaw also all the horrors into which they were about to plunge, horrors of which an honorable death on the field of battle would be the least. The Republic had already shown the bitterness of their malice towards those who opposed them, and de Lescure knew what mercy it would show to those of his party who fell into its power. Besides, how could they hope for success against the arms of a whole nation supported by a despotic government? His friends talked sanguinely of aid from England, from Austria, and from Prussia, but he feared that that aid would come too late, after their houses were burnt and their fields destroyed, after the best among them had fallen, after their children had been murdered, when the country should be depopulated, and nothing but the name of La Vendée left. With all these fears around his heart, and yet with a firm determination to give himself entirely to the cause in which he was embarked, de Lescure rode home to tell his young wife, to whom he was but barely 2 years married, that he must not only leave her and give up the life so congenial to both their tastes, which they had lately led, but that he was going to place himself in constant danger and leave her and all he loved in danger also. "You must be very good to Victoriana," he said to his sister. "You must be very good to each other, Marie, for you will both have much to bear." we will," said Marie. "But you, Charles, you will be with us, at any rate not far from us." "I may be near you and yet not with you, or I may soon be placed beyond all human troubles. I would have you prepare yourself. Of all the curses which can fall on a country, a civil war is the most cruel." Madame de Lescure was the daughter of a nobleman of high rank. She had been celebrated as a beauty and known to possess a great fortune. She had been feted and caressed in the world, but she had not been spoiled. She was possessed of much quiet sense, and though she was a woman of strong passions, she kept them under control. When her husband told her, therefore, that the quiet morning of their life was over, that they had now to wade through contest, bloodshed, and civil war, and that probably all their earthly bliss would be brought to a violent end before the country was again quiet, she neither screamed nor fainted, but she felt, what he intended that she should feel, that she must now, more entirely than ever, look for her happiness in some world beyond the present one. "I know, Victorine," said he, when they were alone together in the evening, when not even his own dear sister Marie was there to mar the sacred sweetness of their conference, "I know that I am doing right, and that gives me strength to leave you and our darling child. I know that I am about to do my duty, and you would not wish that I should remain here in safety when my king and my country require my services." "No, Charles, I would never wish that you should be disgraced in your own estimation. I could perfectly disregard what all others said of you, as long as you were satisfied with your own conduct. But I would not for any worldly happiness that you should live a coward in your own esteem." "My own Victorine," said he, "how right you are. What true happiness could we have ever had if we attempted to enjoy it at the expense of our countrymen? Every man owes his life to his country. In happy, quiet times, that debt is best paid by the performance of homely, quiet duties. But our great Father has not intended that lot for us. His will be done. He may yet turn away from us this misery. We may yet live, Charles, to look on these things as our dearest reminiscences. We may, but it is not the chance for which we should be best prepared. We are not to expect that God will raise his arm especially to vindicate our injuries. It would be all but blasphemous to ask him to do so. We are but a link in the chain of events which his wisdom has designed. Should we wish that that chain should be broken for our purposes? Surely not. I would not be so presumptuous as to name my own wishes in my prayers to the Creator. No, leave it to his wisdom to arrange our weal or woe in this world, satisfied with this, that he has promised us happiness in the world which is to come. I must leave you on Monday, dearest, continued he after a pause, during which he sat with his wife's hand within his own. So soon, Charles? Yes, dearest, on Monday. Henri and Adolphe and others will be here on Sunday, and our different duties will commence immediately. And will yours keep you altogether away from Clisson? Very nearly so. At any rate, I could not name the day or the week when I might be with you. You and Marie will be all in all to each other now. Do not let her droop and grow sad, Victorine. Nay, Charles, it is she should comfort me. She loves no dear husband. Marie dotes on you, but she can never feel for a brother, as I must feel for you. She is younger than you, Victorine, and has not your strength of mind. She has fewer cares to trouble her, but we will help each other. It will be much to me to have her with me in your absence. I know she is giving up much in returning to Clisson, and she does it solely for my sake. How? What is she giving up? Will she not be better in her own home than elsewhere in such times as these? She might choose to change her home, Charles. I had a happy, happy home, but I should not have been contented to remain there till now. I found that something more than my own old home was necessary to my happiness. You have made but a sad exchange, my love. Would I for all the world recall what I have done? Have I ever repented? Shall I ever repent? No, not though your body were brought breathless to your own hall door, would I exchange my right to mourn over it for the lot of the happiest bride just stepping from the altar in all the pride of loveliness and rank. My own true love, but tell me, what is this you mean about Marie? Surely she is not betrothed without my knowledge. Betrothed? Oh, no, nor won nor wooed, as far as I believe. But we women, Charles, see through each other's little secrets. I think she is not indifferent to Henri Laroche-Jacquelin. And how should she be? How few she sees from whom to choose. And if all France were before her feet, how could she make a better choice than him? Poor Marie, from my heart I pity her. In any other times than these, how I would have gloried to have given Henri my sister. But now these are no times to marry or to give in marriage. Henri has stern, hard work to do, and he is bent on doing it. Aye, and he will do it. No one will carry the standard of his king further into the ranks of the Republicans than Henri Laroche-Jacquelin. I know one Charles who will, at any rate, be beside him. But he is so full of glorious confidence, so certain of success. He will go to battle with the assured hope of victory. I shall fight, expecting nothing but defeat. You are melancholy tonight, my love. Something ails you beyond your dread of the coming struggle. Can I be other than melancholy? I have no hope. No hope, Charles? Oh, do not say you have no hope. None in this world, Victorine. The Indian widow, when she throws herself on the burning pile, with a noble courage does what she has been taught to look upon as a sacred duty, but she cannot but dread the fire which is to consume her. You would not liken yourself to her. Through the mercy of our blessed Savior, I am not so mistaken in my creed, but I am hardly less calamitous in my fate. But it is not the prospect of my own sufferings which disturb me. I, at any rate, may be assured of an honorable, even an enviable death. It is my anxiety for you, for our little one, and for dear Marie, which makes my spirit sad." "God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb," said Madame de la Cure. "Our trials will not be harder than we can bear." "God bless you for those words, dearest. There is comfort in them, real, true comfort. But remember them yourself, Victorine. Remember them when you will most want them. When great sorrow comes home to your bosom, as it will do, when affliction is heavy on you, when worldly comforts are leaving you, when enemies are around you, when the voices of cruel men are in your ears, and their cruel deeds before your eyes, then remember, my love, that God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb." "I will, my own Charles, I will," said she, now kneeling at his feet, and burying her face in her hands upon his knees. "If I am called upon to bear these miseries, I will remember it. And look up, Victorine, look up, dearest. I would have you prepared for the worst. Listen to me now calmly, love, and then I need not harrow you with these thoughts again. It may be God's pleasure that I should outlive this war, but as, with his will, I am determined that I will never lay down my sword till the soldiers of the Republic are driven from the province, it is most improbable that I should do so. You must teach yourself, Victorine, to look for my death as an event certain to occur, which any day may bring forth, and when the heavy news is brought to you, bear it as a Christian woman should bear the afflictions of this world. I do not ask you not to weep for me, for that would be putting too violent a constraint upon your nature, but do not weep overmuch. Above all, Victorine, do not allow your sorrow to paralyze your actions. You will have to act then, not only for yourself, but for your child, for my daughter. And if you then give way to the violence of sorrow, who shall think and care for her?" She laid her beautiful head upon his bosom and wept and promised and prayed for him. And when he had finished what he felt he had to say, what he wished to say once, and but once before he left her, he became more cheerful and seemed to have more spirit for his work than he had hitherto shown. "And so," he said after a while, "poor Marie is in love." "Nay, I did not say she was in love, not in the deep depth of absolute love. But I think she is not indifferent to Henri. Were she truly and earnestly in love, she would have told me so." "Not indifferent to him, and yet not in love. Faith, Victorine, I know not the difference, but you women are such adepts in the science that you have your degrees of comparison in it. Marie, then, has not yet reached the first degree, for hers is not even downright positive love. But I am sure she is fond of Henri's society, and now, poor girl, she must give it up, and probably forever. As you said a while since, Victorine, how should she not like his society? I can fancy no man more fit to be the cynosure of a woman's eye than La Rochejacquelin. He has that beauty which women love to look on, the bold, bright eye, the open forehead, the frank, easy smile, and his face is only a faithful index to his heart. He is as frank as brave, and yet as tender-hearted as he looks to be. He is specially formed to love and be loved. Poor Marie, I grieve that you brought her from Durbellière. Not so, Victorine, this is the place for Marie now. Indeed, dear girl, she knew that well herself. The Marquis pressed her hard to stay, and I said nothing, but Marie insisted on coming home. I thought Henri looked somewhat more sombre than is his wont, as he was leading her down the steps. But he cannot, must not, think of love now, Victorine. La Vendée now wants all his energies. But you would not forbid him to love her, Charles. I could forbid him nothing, for I love him as Joseph loved his younger brother Benjamin. And he will be here now backwards and forwards, will he not? Probably he will, that is, as circumstances may arise. He is at any rate as likely to be at Clisson as de Bellière. He will be more likely, Charles, take my word for it. You cannot prevent their meeting. You cannot hinder them from loving each other. Were the king upon his throne, it would be my greatest joy to give my sister to my friend. But now it is the same for all of us. We must take the chance of these horrid times, and could they be taught to quench the warm feelings of their young hearts, it were well for both of them. The cold, callous disposition would escape much misery, which will weigh down to the grave the loving and the generous. On the next morning, Madame de Lécure spoke to her sister-in-law on the same subject. She could not bring herself to look on things around her quite so darkly as her husband did. She could not think that there was no longer any hope in their once happy country for the young and the generous, the beautiful and the brave. Of herself and her own lot her thoughts were somber enough. De Lécure had imbued her with that presentiment which he himself felt so strongly, that he should perish in the conflict in which he was about to engage. But all would not surely be doomed to share her cup of sorrow. She loved Marie dearly, and she loved Henri, not only from what her husband so often said of him, but from what she knew of him herself, and she longed in her woman's heart that they should be happy together. It was still March, but it was on a bright, warm spring morning that Madame de Lécure was walking with her sister-in-law in the gardens at Clisson. Marie was talking of her brother, of the part he was to take in the war, of the gallant Catalino, and of the events which were so quickly coming on them. But Madame de Lécure by degrees weaned her from the subject, and brought her to that on which she wished to speak. Monsieur Le Roche-Jacquelin will be much here as long as this fighting lasts, and Monsieur Deneau. We shall have plenty of brave knights coming to and fro, lay their trophies at your feet. Poor Monsieur Deneau, his trophies, if he gets any, will be taken to de Bellière, and I fear me, when he offers them, they will not be welcomed. Agatha loves him not. She thinks he shares his adoration too equally between her and his looking-glass. I do not wonder at it. No one can deny that Monsieur Deneau is attractive, but he attracts without retaining. Were I ever so much in want of lovers, I could not endure Monsieur Deneau's attentions for more than one evening at the utmost. But our other knight, our other preux chevalier sans peur and sans reproche, at whose feet will he lay his trophies, Marie? Who is to wreathe the crown of bay-leaves for his brow? His countrywomen should all unite to do it, Victorine, for he is going out to battle for them all. Every village girl whose lover is still left to walk with her on the Sabbath evening, every young wife who can still lay her baby in her husband's arms, every mother who still rejoices in the smile of her stalwart son, they should all unite to wreathe a crown for the brow of Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin. And so they shall, Marie, but there will be others also whose valor will claim a token of admiration from the gratitude of their countrywomen. We will all do this for Henri and our other brave defenders. But if I know his character, the gratitude of many will not make him happy without the favor of one, and she will be the lady of his love, the remembrance of whose smiles will bear him scatheless through the din of the battle. I should be vain, Victorine, if I pretended to misunderstand your questions, said Marie, but why you should mix my name with that of Monsieur Le Roche-Jacquelin without vanity I do not know. It does not offend you, Marie. Offend me, dearest Victorine. How should I be offended with anything you could say? But would it offend you to see Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin at your feet? Is there any girl in France who would have a right to be offended at seeing him there, if he came with a tale of true love? You may be sure at least that Henri will never sully his lips with false vows, said Madame de la Cure. He has at any rate made no vows to me, Victorine, nor given me cause to suppose he ever will. But should he do so, Marie? Now you ask me questions which you know it only becomes me to answer in one way. Why, Marie, I declare you and I have changed characters this morning. You are all sobriety when I make a poor attempt at joking with you. Were I, as usual, talking of my sober cares, you would be as giddy as a girl of 15, and talk to me of 20 lovers that you have. It is very different talking of 20 lovers and of one. Then you own there is one lover in the case, eh, Marie? Now you are crafty, Victorine, and try to trap me into confessions. You know I have no confession to make, or I should have made it long ago to you. I know, Marie, that Laroche-Jacquelin is sad when you are not by, and that he has a word for no one else when you are present. But I know not whether that means love. I know also that your bright eyes brighten when they rest on him, and that your heart beats somewhat faster at the mention of his name. But I know not whether that means love. Victorine, said Marie, turning round upon her companion her beautiful face, on which 2 lustrous tears were shining. Victorine, you are treating your poor sister unfairly. I know not that my eyes are turned oftener on him than on others, and when my heart would play the rebel within me, I always try to check it. Nay, Marie, dear Marie, I did but joke. You do not think I would accuse you of an unmaidenly partiality. If it grieves you, we will not mention Henri's name again, though I remember when you did not spare me so easily, when Charles' name was always in my ear, when you swore that every dress I wore was his choice, that every flower I plucked was for his eye, and there had been no more then between Charles and me than there has now between you and Henri. And yet you see what has become of it. You thought yourself wonderfully clever then, Marie. You were quite a prophetess then. Why should not I now foresee a little? Why should not I also be clever? Well, Victorine, time will show, said Marie, smiling through her tears. But do not teach me to love him too dearly, till I know whether he will value my love. If he would prize it, I fear he might have it for the asking for. But I will not throw it at his feet, that he should keep it loosely for a while, and then scorn it and lay it by. End of Section 5. Volume 1, Chapter 6, Recruiting. On the Monday following the meeting at Durbellière, Laroche-Jacquelin, Deneau, the Curé of Saint-Laud, Forêt, and Catelineau joined M. de la Cure at Clisson, and on the day afterwards the soldiers of the Republic, when attempting to collect the conscripts at a small town near Clisson, were resisted and treated as they had been at Saint-Florent. There was not quite so much of a battle, for the officer in command knew what was likely to occur, and not having received any reinforcement of troops, thought it advisable to give in early in the day and capitulate with the honors of war. He was allowed to march his men out of the town, each man having stipulated that he would not again serve in any detachment sent into La Vendée for the collection of conscripts. But they were not allowed to take their arms with them, muskets, bayonets, and gunpowder being too valuable to the insurgents to be disregarded. So the soldiers marched unarmed to Nantes, and from thence returned before 2 months were over, in spite of the promises they had given, and requited the mercy of the Vendéans with the most horrid cruelties. The people were equally triumphant in many other towns. In Beauprieu, Coron, Châtillon, and other places, the collection of conscripts was opposed successfully, and generally speaking without much bloodshed. In Coron, the military fired on the people and killed 3 or 4 of them, but were ultimately driven out. In Beauprieu, They gave up their arms at once and marched out of the place. In Châtillon they attempted to defend the barracks, but they found, when too late, that they had not a single day's provisions, and as the townspeople also knew this, they were at no pains to besiege the stronghold of the soldiers. They knew that 24 hours would starve them out. As it was, the lieutenant in command gave up half an hour after his usual dinner time. These things all occurred within a week of the revolt at Saint-Florent. Beauprieu and Châtillon were carried on the Wednesday, Coron was victorious on the Thursday, and on the Friday following, a strong detachment of soldiers marched out of Cholet of their own accord, without attempting to collect their portion of the levy, and crossed the river Loire at the Pont de Cé, thus retreating from La Vendée. These triumphs inspired the insurgents with high hopes of future victories. They gave them the prestige of success, made them confident in the hour of battle, and taught them by degrees to bear undaunted the fire of their enemies. The officers of the Republic were most injudicious in allowing their enemies to gather head as they did. Had they brought a really formidable force of men in one body into the province of Anjou, immediately upon the revolt of Saint-Florent, they might doubtless have driven the Vendéans, who were then unarmed and undisciplined, back to their farms. But they affected to despise them. They neglected to take vigorous measures till the whole country was in arms, and they then found that all the available force which they were enabled to collect was insufficient to quell the spirit or daunt the patriotism of the revolted provinces. Towards the end of April, the first attempt was made by the Vendéan chiefs to collect a body of men under arms and to put them into motion for the purpose of performing service at a distance from their own homes. And though considerable difficulty was felt in inducing them to follow the standards, their first attempts were successful. In the early part of May, they altogether succeeded in driving the soldiers out of Thouars. A few days later they did the same at Fontenay, though here they met with a violent opposition and much blood was shed. At these two latter places the cannon which Catalineau had taken in so gallant a manner at Saint-Florent was brought into action and quite supported its character as a staunch royalist. At Fontenay, with its aid, they took 3 or 4 other pieces of cannon, but none which they prized as they did Marie-Jean. It was universally credited among the peasantry that at Catalineau's touch this remarkable piece of artillery had positively refused to discharge itself against the Vendéans, and their leaders certainly were at no pains to disabuse them of a belief which contributed so strongly to their enthusiasm. Some of the more astute among the people had certainly thought for a while that the cannon was a humbug, that it was useless either to royalist or to republican, in fact, that it would never go off at all. But these skeptics were cured of their infidelity at Thouars, when they saw the soldiers as well as the republicans of the town fall in heaps beneath the thunders of Marie-Jean. During April and the 3 weeks of May, La Roche-Jacquelin and de Lécure, together with Catalineau, Deneau, and M. Bonchamp, were actively engaged in collecting and exhorting the people, planning what they should do, and preparing themselves to bear that burst of republican fury which they knew would, sooner or later, fall upon them. Much of this time was spent at Clisson, as that place was centrally situated for their different maneuvers, and there certainly appeared reason to suppose that Madame de Lécure was not altogether wrong in her surmises respecting Marie. Here also at Clisson, Catalineau frequently joined the party, and though he showed by his language and demeanor that he had not forgotten that he was a postilion, he gradually acquired a confidence and ease of manner among his new associates, and displayed a mixture of intelligence and enthusiasm, which induced his confederates generally to acknowledge his voice as the first in their councils. They were occasionally at Durbelière, But there Catiline was again abashed and confused. He could not calmly endure the quiet loveliness of Agatha's face or the sweet music of her voice. He himself felt that his brain was not cool when there, that his mind was gradually teaching itself to dwell on subjects which in his position would be awfully dangerous to him. He never owned to himself that he was in love with the fair angel, whom he considered as much above him as the skies are above the earth, but he would walk for hours through those eternal paths in the chateau garden, regardless of the figures, regardless of the various turns and twists he took, dreaming of the bliss of being beloved by such a woman as Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin. He built for himself splendid castles in the air, in which he reveled day after day, and in these dreams he always endowed himself with that one gift which no talents, no courage, no success could give him, high birth and noble blood, for he strongly felt that without these no one might look up to the goddess of his idolatry. It was his delight to imagine to himself with what ecstasy he would receive from her lips the only adequate reward of his patriotism. He would quicken his pace with joy as he dreamed that he heard her sweet voice bidding him to persevere, and then he would return to her after hard fighting, long doubtful but victorious battles, and lay at her feet honors worthy of her acceptance. It can hardly be said that he himself was the hero of his own reveries. He was assured beyond the shadow of a doubt that the proud happiness which he pictured to his imagination was as much beyond his own reach as though his thoughts were turned on some celestial being. No, it was a creation of his brain in which he dwelt a while, till his own strong good sense reminded him that he had other work before him than the indulgence in such dreams, and he determined that he would be at Durbellière as little as was possible. It was singular, though, that he contrived, while his imagination was thus rambling, to mingle in his thoughts the actual and the ideal. The revolt of La Vendée, the struggle of his brother royalists for the restoration of their king, the annihilation of republicanism and re-establishment of the old clergy, were still the subjects of his meditations, and the bold plans which his mind then suggested to him were those which were afterwards put into effect. He still insisted on attacking the strongly fortified citadel of Saumur, and after their success at Fontenay, the chiefs agreed at once to make arrangements for that great undertaking. The 10th of June was settled on as the day on which the attack should be commenced, and their utmost efforts in the meantime were to be employed in raising recruits, arming and drilling them, and collecting ammunition and stores of war sufficient for so serious an operation. For this purpose Catiline returned for a while to Saint-Florent. Monsieur Charette was requested to bring up all the men he could collect from the Marais, a part of La Vendée which lies close upon the sea. Monsieur Bonchamp was invited to join them from Angers. De Lescure returned to Fontenay to ask the assistance of those who had been so successful there against the Republicans, while Henri La Roche-Jacquelin was left at home in the bocage to secure the services of every available man from every village. He had 2 comrades with him in his recruiting party, and though they were of very different characters, they were almost equally serviceable. One was his friend and priest, the curé of Saint-Laud, and the other was his servant, Jacques Chapeau. The curé had no scrupulous compunction in using his sacerdotal authority as a priest when the temporal influence of La Roche-Jacquelin as landlord was insufficient to induce a countryman to leave his wife and home to seek honor under the walls of Saumur. The peasants were all willing to oppose the Republican troops should they come into their own neighborhood to collect conscripts. They were ready to attack any town where Republican soldiers were quartered, providing they were not required to go above a day's march from their own homes. But many objected to enroll themselves for any length of time, to bind themselves, as it were, to a soldier's trade, and to march under arms to perform service at a distance from their farms, which to them seemed considerable. With such men as these, and with their wives and sisters, Henri argued and used his blandest eloquence, and was usually successful. But when he failed, the curé was not slow in having recourse to the irresistible thunders of the church. No one could have been fitter for the duties of a recruiting sergeant than Jacques Chapot, and to his great natural talents in that line he added a patriotic zeal which he copied from his master. No one could be more zealous in the service of the king and for the glory of La Vendée than was Jacques Chapot. Jacques had been in Paris with his master, and finding that all his fellow servants in the metropolis were admirers of the Revolution, he had himself acquired a strong revolutionary tendency. His party in Paris had been the extreme ultra-democrats. He had been 5 or 6 times at the Jacobins, 3 or 4 times at the Cordeliers. He had learnt to look on a lamp-rope as the proper destination of an aristocrat, and considered himself equal to anybody but his master and his master's friends. On Henri's return to La Vendée, he had imbued himself with a high tone of loyalty, without any difficulty or constraint on his feelings. Indeed, he was probably unaware that he had changed his party. He had an appetite for strong politics, was devotedly attached to his master, and had no prudential misgivings whatsoever. He had already been present at 1 or 2 affairs in which his party had been victorious, and war seemed to him twice more exciting, twice more delightful than the French opera, or even the Jacobin clubs. Jacques Chapot was about 5 years older than his master, and was as active and well-made a little Frenchman as ever danced all night at a ball outside the barriers of Paris. He was a light-hearted and kind-hearted creature, although he always considered it necessary to have mortal enemies, horrid, blasphemous, bloodthirsty fellows, men devoid of feeling, without faith, hope, or charity, who would willingly slaughter women and children for the mere pleasure of doing so. Such, in Chapot's imagination, were all his enemies. Such had been the aristocrats during the time of his revolutionary fervor. Such now were the republicans. Chapot loved his own side truly and faithfully, without any admixture of self in his calculations. But I certainly cannot say for him that he was a good Christian, for all the clergymen in Anjou could not have taught him to love his enemies. On a beautiful summer's morning on the 2nd of June, this remarkable recruiting party rode from Durbellière to the little village of Échampron. The distance was about 4 leagues, and their road lay the whole way through the sweet green leafy lanes of the bocage. The aspect of this province is very singular, and in summer most refreshing. The country is divided into small farms, which are almost entirely occupied with pasture. The farms are again divided into small fields, and each field is surrounded by a belt of trees, growing out of high, green, flowering hedges. The face of the country is like a thickly wooded demesne, divided and subdivided into an infinity of little paddocks. The narrow lanes of the country, which are barely broad enough for the wheels of a carriage, and are seldom visited by such a vehicle, lie between thick, high hedges, which completely overshadow them. The wayfarer, therefore, never has before him that long, straight, tedious, unsightly line of road, which adds so greatly to the fatigue of traveling in an open country, and is so painful to the eye. Through such a lane as this our party rode quickly and cheerily, quickly, for they had much work before them that day, and cheerily, for they knew that the people among whom they were going would join them with enthusiasm. They were all well mounted, for they rode the best horses from the stables of Durbellière. The old Marquis would have blushed to have given less than the best to the service of his king. Chapot was particularly elated at the prospect of his day's work, but his joy was not wholly professional, for Jacques now accounted himself a soldier by profession. He had another reason for the more than ordinary gaiety with which he trotted on towards Échampron. There was there a certain smith named Michael Stein, who had 2 stalwart sons, whom Jacques burnt to enroll in his loyal band of warriors. This smith had also 1 daughter, Anno Stein, who in the eyes of Jacques Chapot combined every female charm. She was young and rosy, she had soft hair and bright eyes, she could dance all night, and was known to possess in her own right some mysterious little fortune, left to her by nobody knew what grandfather or grandmother, and amounting, so said report, to the comfortable sum of 500 francs. When Chapot had risen to some high military position, a field marshal's baton, or the gold-laced cap of a sergeant major, with whom could he share his honors better than with his dear little friend Anno Stein? Jacques wanted her advice upon this subject, and he therefore rejoiced greatly that the path of duty was leading him this morning to Échambron. "We may be sure, Father Jerome," said Henri, "of those men from Saint Michael?" "Of every man. You will find there will not be a defaulter. God send it. One traitor makes many, as sheep follow each other through a hedgerow." "Do not fear them, my son. Father Francois has the list of them. He will have every man collected by daylight on the 7th, and he will come on with them himself as far as the crossroads. They will there meet my own children from Saint Laud." There were to be 175 from Saint Michael. "Yes, and 140 from Saint Laud, and 30 will have joined us from Petit Ange de Poitou before we reach the turn from Saint Michael." "And have you positively determined you will start with them from Saint Laud's yourself, Father Jerome?" "With God's will, my son, I most assuredly shall do so, and from that to the walls of Saumur they shall see before them my tattered curé's frock and the blessed symbol of their hope. I will carry the cross before them from the porch of the little church, which shall once more be my own, till I plant it on the citadel of Saumur beside the standard of the king." "Oh, if we had a few more Father Jeromes," said Henri. "There might perhaps be more soldiers in La Vendée than at present, but perhaps also there would be fewer Christians," said the priest. "May God forgive me if in my zeal for my king I am too remiss in his service." They rode on a little way in silence, for Father Jerome felt a slight qualm of conscience at his warlike proceedings, and Henri did not like to interrupt his meditations. But the curé soon recovered himself. "I shall have a goodly assemblage of followers," said he, "before I reach Coron. Those from Échambron will join us half a mile from the town. There will be above 200 from Échambron." "Will there? So many as that, think you?" "They will muster certainly not short of 200. Near 700 men will follow me into Coron on the evening of the 7th. They will find provisions there in plenty, meat, bread, and wine. They are not used to lie soft. They will not grumble at having clean straw to sleep on." "They shall grumble at nothing, my friend. If your care can supply them with food, well. If not, we will find bread enough among the townsfolk. There is not a housewife in Coron who would refuse me the contents of her larder." "The bullocks are ready for the butcher's axe in the stalls at Derbellière, please your reverence," said Chapot, who rode near enough to his master to take a part in the conversation as occasion offered, "and the stone wine jars are ready corked. Maman saw to the latter part himself. May the saints direct that the drinking have not the same effect upon our friends that the corking had on Maman, or there will be many sick headaches in Coron on the next morning." "There will be too many of us for that, Jacques. 500 throats will dispose of much good wine, so as to do but little injury." "That would be true, your reverence, were not some throats so much wider than others. You will always see that one porker half empties the trough before others have moistened their snouts in the mess." "We will see to that, Jacques. We will appoint some temperate fellow butler, or rather some strong-fisted fellow, whose thick head much wine will not hurt, Though he may swill himself, he will not let others do so. If it were not displeasing to yourself and to Monsieur Henri, I would undertake all that myself. Each man of the 500 should have his own share of meat and drink at Coron, and the same again at Douai. Will not Jacques be with you? Said the priest, turning round to Henri. What should bring him to Coron among my men? He says he has friends here in Échambouin, and he has begged that he may be here with them on the evening of the 6th, so as to accompany them into Coron on the 7th. We shall all meet at Douai on the 8th. I was thinking, your reverence, if any here were loiterers, as there may be some, I fear, or if there should be any ill-inclined to leave their homes, my example might encourage them. I have a liking for the village, and I should feel disgraced were a single able-bodied man to be found near it after the morning of the 7th. I trust they will not need anyone to remind them of their promise when they have once pledged themselves to the service of their king, said the priest. However, you will be, doubtless, useful to me at Coron. But Henri, what will you do without him? Adolphe and I will be together, and will do well. We shall have an absolute barrack at Durbellière. We shall have above 100 men in the house. Agatha and the women are at work night and day. You have the worst part of the whole affair, the ammunition. It is all packed and ready for the carts. A few days since, the cellars were half full of the lead and iron which we have been casting. They are now, I trust, halfway to Saumur under Foray's care. How many men has he with him? Asked the priest. He has all the men from Clisson, from St. Paul's and St. Briolf's, except a few of Charles' own tenants, who went on forward to join him at Douai, and who have our supply of flags with them, made in the chateau at Clisson. Madame de Lécure and poor Marie have worked their fingers to the bone. God bless them, God will bless them, for they are working in the spirit which he loves. Agatha and Annette, between them, have packed nearly every ounce of gunpowder, said Henri, who could not help boasting of his sister. Night and day they have been handling it without regarding for a moment the destruction which the slightest accident might bring upon them. It is that spirit, my son, which will enable us to beat twice our own strength in numbers, and 10 times our own strength in arms and discipline. How many men has Foray with him? Above 600. I do not know his exact numbers, said Henri. And you yourself? I shall muster 1,000 strong. That is for a certainty. I believe I shall be nearer 1,200. Let me see. That will be, say, 2,500 from the bocage. Oh, more than that, your reverence, said Chapeau. You are not counting Monsieur de Lécure's men, who have gone on with the flags, or the men from Beaupré, who will follow Monsieur d'Elbée, or the men from Saint-Florent, who will come down with Catalineau. I don't count Beaupré, or Cholet, or Saint-Florent. There will be 2,500 from our own country, out of 3,300 male adults. That is 3 men, Henri, out of every 4. They cannot at any rate say that the spirit of the people is not with us. As the priest spoke, they rode into the street of the little village of Échambouin, and having stopped at the door of the mayor's house, Henri and the curé dismounted, and giving their horses up to Jacques, warmly greeted that worthy civic authority who came out to meet them. The appointment of a mayor in every village in France had been enjoined at an early time in the Revolution, and after the death of the king, these functionaries were, generally speaking, strong republicans. But the Vendéans, in opposition to the spirit of the Revolution, had persisted in electing the seigneurs, wherever they could get a seigneur to act as mayor, and where this was not the case, some person in the immediate employment of the landlord was chosen. This was the case at Échambouin, where the agent or intendant of the proprietor was mayor. He expected the visit which was now paid to him, and having 20 times expressed his delight at the honor which was done him, he got his hat and accompanied his visitors to the door of the church, where with his own hands he commenced a violent assault on the bell rope which hung down in the middle of the porch. He was ringing the tocsin which was to call together the people of the village. They also very generally knew who was coming among them on that day, and the purpose for which they were coming. And at the first sound of the bell, all such as intended to show themselves came crowding on to the little space before the church. It was but few who remained at home, and they were mostly those to whom home at the present moment was peculiarly sweet. 1 or 2 swains newly married, or just about to be married, 1 or 2 fathers who could hardly bring themselves in these dangerous times to leave their little prattling children, and 1 or 2 who were averse to lose the profits of their trade. In spite of the speedy appearance of his townspeople, the mayor persisted in his operations on the bell rope until the perspiration ran down his face. He was sounding the tocsin, and he felt the importance of what he was doing. Everyone knew that a tocsin bell to be duly rung should be rung long and loud, not with a little merry jingle such as befitted the announcement of a wedding, but in a manner to strike astonishment, if not alarm, into its hearers. And on this occasion great justice was done to the tocsin. "That will do, Monsieur Mayor, that will do, I think," said the curé. "It looks to me as though our friends were all here." The mayor gave an awful pull, the bell leaped wildly up, gave one loud concluding flourish, and then was quiet. "Now, Monsieur Mayor," said the curé, "you have by heart the few words I gave you, have you not?" "Indeed, Father Jerome, I have," said the mayor, "and am not likely to forget them. Let me see. Now, my friends, will you be quiet a moment while I speak to you? Ambrose Corvelin, will you hold your noisy tongue a while? Perhaps, Monsieur de la Roche-Jacquelin, I had better get up on the wall. They will hear me better." "Do, Monsieur Mayor, do," said Henri, and the mayor was lifted on to the low wall which ran round the churchyard, and roared out the following words at the top of his voice. "In the holy name of God and by command of the King, this parish of Échambouant is invited to send as many men as possible to Saumur, to be there, or at any other such place in the neighborhood as may be appointed, at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 9th of June. And may God defend the right. Amen." And having said this, the mayor jumped off the wall, and the crowd commenced shouting and cheering. "Wait one moment, and hear me say a few words, my friends," said Henri, springing to the place which the mayor had just left. "Most of you, I believe, know who I am." "We do, Monsieur Henri," said they. "We do, Monsieur La Roche-Jacquelin. We all know who you are. We know that you are our friend." "I am very glad you think so," continued he, "for you will know that if I am your friend I shall not deceive you. I have come here to ask you to share with me the honor and the danger of restoring his father's kingdom and his father's throne to the son of your murdered king. I have come here to ask you also to assist me and others who are your friends in protecting yourselves, your pastors, your houses, your wives and daughters from the tyranny and cruelty of the Republicans." "We will," shouted the crowd. "We will go at once. We will be at Saumur on Wednesday. We will follow Monsieur La Roche-Jacquelin wherever he would lead us." "You all know Catalineau," continued Henri. "You all know the good postilion of Saint-Florent?" "We do, God bless him, we do. We all know the Saint of Anjou." "Come and meet him, my friends, under the walls of Saumur, or rather, I should say, come and meet him within the walls of Saumur. Come and greet the noble fellows of Saint-Florent, who have set us so loyal an example. Come and meet the brave men of Fontenay, who trampled on the dirty tricolor and drove out General Coutard from his covert like a hunted fox. He is now at Saumur. We will turn him out from thence. We will hang up Coutard by the heels." We will strip him rather of his spurs and his epaulets, of his sword and blue coat, and send him back to the convention, that they may see what will become of the heroes whom they send to seek for glory in La Vendée. Thanks, my friends, thanks for your kindness. I will lead you to no dangers which I will not share with you. You shall suffer no hardship of which I will not partake. I will look for no glory in which you shall not be my partners." During the time that the mayor had been giving his invitation to the people, and Henri had been speaking to them, Father Jerome had been busily employed with Jacques Chapot over 6 or 7 little lists which he held in his hand. These were lists of the names of able-bodied men which had been drawn out by the curé of the parish, and Jacques had already marked those of 1 or 2 whom he had found to be absent, and among them the names of Michael Stein's 2 stalwart sons. Father Jerome again handed the lists to Jacques, and as Henri descended from the wall, amid the greeting of the populace, he ascended it and gave them a little clerical admonition. "My children," said he, "it delights my heart to find that so few of you are absent from us this morning. From the whole parish there are but 5, I believe, who have not readily come forward to proclaim their zeal for their God, their King, and their Church. Those 5, I doubt not, will be here when we proceed to check the names. Let it not be said that there was one recreant in Échampouin, one man afraid to answer when called for by his country. Is there danger in the bloody battle we have before us? Let us all share it, and it will be lighter. Is it a grievous thing for you to leave your wives and your children? Let no man presume to think that he will be happier than his neighbors, for that man shall assuredly be the most miserable. It is possible that some of you may leave your bodies beneath the walls of Saumur. Be it so. Will you complain because the Creator may require from some of you the life which he has given? Is it not enough for you to know that he who falls fighting with this blessed symbol before his eyes shall that night rest among the angels of heaven?" And the curé held up on high above the people a huge cross which he had had brought to him out of the church. "God has blessed you, my children, in giving you the sacred privilege of fighting in his cause. You would indeed be weak, senseless as the brutes, unfeeling as the rocks, aye, impious as the republicans, had you not replied to the summons as you have done. But you have shown that you know your duty. I see, my children, that you are true Vendéens. I bless you now, and on tomorrow week I will be among you before the walls of Saumur." Having finished speaking, the priest also jumped off the wall, and again the people shouted and cheered. And now they went to work with the lists. Henri, the mayor, and the curé each took a pencil and called the names of the different men as they were written down. There was, of course, much delay in getting the men as they were called, but Chapot had sworn in 3 or 4 assistants, and he and they dived in among the crowd, hurried this way and that, and shouted, screamed, and screeched with great effect. The lists were made out with some regard to the localities. The men from the lower end of the village were to go to Henri's side, those from the northern part to Father Jerome's table, and the inhabitants of the intermediate village were checked off by the mayor. Chapot and his friends were most diligent in marshalling them. To be sure, Jacques knew the names of but few of them, but he made them tell him whether they were villagers, northerns, or lower-end men, and though the men in many instances couldn't answer this themselves, the divisions were effected, the names of all were called over, those who were there were checked off and informed what was expected of them, and where and by whom arms would be supplied to them, and those who were not there became the unhappy victims of a blacklist. Father Jerome, when he said that there were only 5 absent, was something, but not much, out in his reckoning. His object, however, had been to make the people think that he knew exactly who was there and who was not there, and in this he was successful. During the calling of the lists, 1 or 2 stragglers dropped in who hoped to escape detection. Respecting a few others, some good ground of excuse was alleged. But on this head the curé was most severe. He would accept no plea but that of absolute downright sickness, and of this he required to have most ample testimony. Even Henri sometimes pleaded for the people, but unsuccessfully. The Republic by their proscription would have decimated the men. The curé of Saint-Laud insisted on taking them all. The houses of those who had not presented themselves were to be visited, and the two first on the list were Jean and Peter Stein. "Jean and Peter Stein," said Henri. "Why, Jacques, are they not friends of yours? Are they not sons of Michael Stein the smith?" "Quiet, Monsieur Henri, pray be quiet for a moment, and I will explain." "Are they not strong, active lads?" said the curé, turning somewhat angrily on Chapeau, as though he were responsible for the principles of his friends. They are, your reverence, fine, strong, active lads as you ever laid your eyes on." "And they are afraid to carry a musket for their king?" "Not a bit, Father Jerome, not a bit afraid, nor yet unwilling, Monsieur Henri. I will explain it all. Only let us be a little by ourselves." "There is a mystery, Father Jerome," said Henri, "and Chapeau must have his own way in explaining it." "Exactly, Monsieur Henri, I will explain all." By this time he had got the priest and his master somewhat out of the crowd. "You see, Monsieur Henri, there are not two young men in the bocage more determined to fight for the good cause this moment than Jean and Peter Stein." "Why, Jacques, I do not see it yet, certainly." "Oh, sir, it's a fact. They are dying to have a musket in their hands. I pledge for them my word of honor," and Jacques laid his hand upon his heart. "You will find they are with me, your reverence, when I meet you at the crossroads, within half a mile of Callan on Monday morning. But, Monsieur Henri, they have a father." "Have a father?" said the curé. "Of course they have." "You don't mean to tell me that Michael Stein the smith is a Republican?" "A Republican?" said Jacques. "Oh no, the heavens preserve us, he is nothing so bad as that, or his own son wouldn't remain under his roof another night, or his daughter either. No, Anna wouldn't remain with him another hour, were he 20 times her father, if he turned Republican." "Why does he prevent his sons joining the muster then?" said Henri. "He is very fond of money, Monsieur Henri. Old Michael Stein is very fond of money, and everyone in the country who owns a franc at all is buying an old sword or a gun, or turning a reaping hook into a saber, or getting a long pike made with an axe at the end of it. So Michael Stein's smithy is turned into a perfect armory, and he and his 2 sons are at work at the anvil morning, noon, and night. They made Anna blow the bellows this morning, till she looks for all the world like a tinker's wife." "That alters the case," said Father Jerome. "They are doing good service, if they are making arms for our men. They are better employed than though they joined us themselves." "Don't say so, Father Jerome," said Jacques. "Pray don't say so. Jean and Peter would die were they not to be of the party at Saumur. But Michael is so passionate and so headstrong, and he swears they shall not go. Now go they will, and therefore I supplicate that my word may be taken, and that I may be saved the dishonor of hearing the names of my friends read out aloud with those of men who will disgrace their parish and their country." The request of Jacques was granted, and the names of Jean and Peter Stein were erased from the top of the blacklist. It was 8 in the evening before the recruiting party had finished their work, and it was not yet noon when they rode into the little village. Henri and the curé got their supper and slept at the mayor's house, and even there they were not allowed to be quiet. Some of those who were to be at Saumur were continually calling for new instructions. One wanted to know what arms he was to carry, another what provisions he was to bring. A third was anxious to be a corporal, and a fourth and fifth begged that they might not be separated, as one was going to marry the sister of the other. None of these were turned away unanswered. The door of the mayor's house was not closed for a moment. and Henri, to be enabled to eat his supper at all, was obliged to give his last military orders with a crust of bread in his hand and his mouth full of meat. As might be supposed, Jacques spent the evening with Anno Stein. At least it was his intention to have done so. But he had been so leading a person in the day's transactions that he also was besieged by the villagers, and was hardly able to whisper a word into his sweetheart's ear. There he sat, however, very busy and supremely happy in the smith's kitchen, with a pipe in his mouth and a bottle of wine before him. The old smith sat opposite to him, while the two young men stood among a lot of others round the little table, and Anno bustled in and out of the room, now going close enough up to her lover to enable him to pinch her elbow unseen by her father, and then leaning against the dresser and listening to his military eloquence. "And so, my friend," said Chapeau, "Jean and Peter are not to go to Saumur?" "Not a foot, Chapeau," said the old man, "not a foot, Chapeau. Let ye fight. We will make swords for you. Is not that fair, neighbor?" "I have nothing to say against it, Monsieur Stein, not a word. Only such fellows as they would surely get promoted." "Oh, aye, you will all be sergeants, no doubt. I have nothing to say against that. Only none of mine shall go waging wars in distant lands." "Distant lands, say you? Is not Saumur in Anjou? And is not Anjou within 3 miles of you, here where you are sitting?" "Maybe so, Monsieur Chapeau, but still, with your leave, I say Saumur is distant. Can you get there in 1 day from here?" "Why, no, not in 1 day." "Nor in 2?" "Why, no again, though they might do it in 2. They'll start from here Monday morning with light, and they'll reach Saumur on Wednesday in time to look about them and learn what they have to do the next morning. That's 3 days going and 3 coming, and heaven only knows how many days there. And you don't call that distant? Who's to feed them all, I'd like to know?" "Feed them," said Chapeau. "I wish you could see all the bullocks and the wine at Durbellière. They'll have rations like fighting cocks. I only pray that too much good living make them not lazy." "Were I a man," said Anno, as she put on the table a fresh bottle of wine, which she had just brought in from the little inn, "were I a man, as I would I were, I would go, whether or no." "Would you, minx?" said the father. "It's well for you that your petticoats keep you at home." "Don't be too sure of her, Michael Stein," said Paul Ruel, the keeper of the inn. "She'll marry a soldier yet before the wars are over." "Let her do as her mother did before her, and marry an honest tradesman. That is, if she can find one to take her." "Find one," said Anno. "If I can't get a husband without finding one, indeed I'm sure I'll not fash myself with seeking. Let him find me that wants me." "And it won't be the first that finds you either that'll be allowed to take you, will it, Anno?" said the innkeeper. "That's as may be, Master Ruel," said Anno. "Those who ask no questions are seldom told many lies." "I know Anno Stein loves a soldier in her heart," said another old man who was sitting inside the large open chimney. "The girls think there is no trade like soldiering. I went for a soldier when I was young, and it was all to oblige Lolette Gobelin. And what think ye, when I was gone she got married to Jean Geldert down at Petit Ange. There's nothing for the girls like soldiering." "You give us great encouragement, truly," said Jacques. "I hope our sweethearts will not all do as Lolotte did. You would not serve your lover so when he was fighting for his king and country, would you, Anno?" "I might then, if I didn't like him," said she. "She's no better than her neighbors, Monsieur Chapeau," said one of her brothers. "There was young Boulin, the baker at St. Paul's. Till we heard of these wars, Anno was as fond of him as could be. It was none but he then, but now she will not as much as turn her head if she sees his white jacket." "Hold thine unmannerly, loutish, stupid tongue, wilt thou dolt?" said Anno, deeply offended. "Boulin, indeed! I danced with him last harvest home. I know not why, unless for sheer good nature. And now, forsooth, I am to have Boulogne for ever thrust in my teeth. Bah! I hate a baker. I would as lieve take a butcher at once." Jacques Chapot also was offended. "I wonder, Jean Stein," said he, "that you know not better than to liken your sister to such as young Boulogne. A very good young man in his way, I have no doubt. You should remember there is a difference in these things." "I don't know," said Jean, "why a smith's daughter should not marry a baker's son, but I did not mean to vex Anneau, and will say no more about him. Only good bread is a very good thing to have in one's house." "And a butcher is a good trade too," said the old man inside the chimney. "Jean Geldert, he that Lolotte Gobelin ran off with, he was a butcher." End of section 6. Volume 1, Chapter 7, Sunday in the Bocage. The remainder of that week was spent by Henri and the curé as actively and as successfully as the day in which they visited Échambron. The numbers they enrolled exceeded their hopes, and they found among the people many more arms than they expected, though mostly of a very rude kind. The party separated on the Saturday night with the understanding that they were to meet together at Donnay on the Tuesday evening, to proceed from thence to the attack of Saumur. Henri Laroche-Jacquelin returned to Derbellière. The curé of Saint-Laud went to his own parish, to perform Mass among his own people on the following morning, and Jacques Chapot, according to agreement, took up his quarters at the smith's house in Échambron. On the following morning he and Anneau, and most of the young men and women of the village, walked over to Saint-Laud's to receive Mass from Father Jerome, and to hear the discourse which he had promised to give respecting the duties of the people in the coming times. The people, as in olden days, were crowded round the church about 10:30, but the doors of the church were closed. The revolt in La Vendée had already gone far enough to prevent the possibility of the constitutional priests officiating in the churches to which they had been appointed by the National Assembly, but it had not yet gone far enough to enable the old, non-juring curés to resume generally their own places in their own churches. The people, however, now crowded round the church of Saint-Laud's, till they should learn where on that day Father Jerome would perform Mass. The church of Saint-Laud's did not stand in any village, nor was it surrounded even by a cluster of cottages. It stood by itself on the side of a narrow little road, and was so completely surrounded by beech and flowering ash trees that a stranger would not know that he was in the neighborhood of a place of worship till it was immediately in front of him. Opposite to the door of the church, and on the other side of the road, was a cross erected on a little mound, and at its foot a Capuchin monk, in his arse-brown frock, with his hood thrown back and his eyes turned to heaven, was always kneeling. The effigy at least of one was doing so, for it was a painted wooden monk that was so perpetually at his prayers. The church itself was small, but it boasted of a pretty grey tower, and on each side of the door of the church were two works of art much celebrated in the neighborhood. On the left side, beneath the window, a large niche was grated in with thick rusty iron bars. It occupied the whole extent from the portico to the corner of the church, and from the ground to the window, and within the bars 6 monster demons, spirits of the unrepentant dead, the forms of wretches who had died without owning the name of their Savior, were withering in the torments of hellfire. Awful indeed was the appearance of these figures. They were larger than human and twisted into every variety of contortion which it was conceived possible that agony could assume. Their eyes were made to protrude from their faces, their fiery tongues were hanging from their scorched lips. The hairs of each demon stood on end and looked like agonized snakes. They were of various hideous colors. One was a dingy blue, another a horrid, dirty yellow, as though perpetual jaundice were his punishment. Another was a foul, unhealthy green. A fourth was of a brick-dust color. A fifth was fiery red, and he was leaping high as though to escape the flame, but in vain, for a huge blue flake of fire had caught him by the leg and bound him fast. His fiery red hands were closed upon the bars, his tortured face was pressed against them, and his screeching mouth was stretched wide open so as to display two awful rows of red-hot teeth. The sixth, a jet-black devil, cowered in a corner and grinned, as though even there he had some pleasure in the misery of his companions. The space occupied on the other side was much larger, for it was carried up so far as to darken a great portion of the window. That on the left represented the misery of hell, torment without hope. That on the right contained two tableaux. The lower one was purgatory. Here 4 recumbent figures lay in the 4 corners, uncomfortably enough, for the bed of each figure was 6 sharp spikes, each of which perforated the occupier of it. But yet these dead men were not horrible to look at as those 6 other wretches. Their eyes were turned on a round aperture above, the edge of which was all gilt and shining, for the glory of heaven shone into it. This aperture entered into paradise. Through the aperture the imaginative artist had made a spirit to be passing. His head and shoulders were in paradise. These were also gilt and glorious, and on his shoulders 2 little seraphim were fixing wings. His nether parts below the aperture were still brown and dingy, as were the 4 recumbent spirits who rested on their gridirons till the time should come that they also should be passed through. Above the aperture was to be seen paradise in all its blazon of glory. Numberless little golden-headed cherubim encircled the throne on which was seated the beneficent majesty of heaven. From the towers and roofs projected numerous brazen-mouthed instruments, which welcomed into everlasting joy the purified spirit which was ascending from purgatory. Thus were paradise, purgatory, and pandemonium represented at St. Laud's, and abominable as such representations now appear to be, they had, to a certain extent, a salutary effect with the people who were in the habit of looking at them. That they were absolute accurate representations of the places represented, they never for a moment presumed to doubt, and if the joys of heaven as displayed there were not of much avail in adding to the zeal of the faithful, the horrors of hell were certainly most efficacious in frightening the people into compliance with the rules laid down for them, and in preventing them from neglecting their priests and religious duties. The people were crowded round the church, some were kneeling with the wooden monk at the foot of the cross, and some round the bars of purgatory. Others were prostrated before the 6 condemned demons, and some sat by the roadside on the roots of the trees, telling their beads. Many men were talking of the state of the times and of the wars to come. Some were foretelling misery and desolation, and others were speaking of the happy days about to return, when their king and their priests should have their own, and La Vendée should be the most honored province in France. They made a pretty scene, waiting there beneath the shade till their priest should come to lead them to some rural chapel. The bright colors worn by the women in their Sunday clothes, and the picturesque forms of the men in their huge, broad-brimmed, flapping hats, harmonized well with the thick green foliage around them. They showed no sign of impatience. They were quite content to wait there and pray or gossip or make love to each other till such time as Father Jerome should please to come. They had no idea that their time was badly spent in waiting for so good a man. At any rate, he came before they were tired, and with him came a man who was a stranger to them all, except to Jacques Chapeau. This man was but little, if anything, better dressed than themselves. He looked like one of their own farmers of the better days. Certainly from his dress and manner he had no pretensions to be called a gentleman, and yet he walked and talked with Father Jerome as though he were his equal. God bless you, my children, God bless you, said the curé, in answer to the various greetings he received from his flock. Follow me, my children, and we will worship God beneath the canopy of his holy throne. And then turning to the stranger, he added, The next time you visit me at St. Laud's, Monsieur Delbé, we shall, I doubt not, have our church again. I could now desire the people to force the doors for me, and no one would dare to hinder them. But I have been thrust from my altar and pulpit by a self-constituted vain authority, but yet by authority, and I will not resume them till I do so by the order of the king or of his servants. I reverence the house of God, replied Monsieur Delbé, because his Spirit has sanctified it. But walls and pillars are not necessary to my worship. A cross beneath a rock is as perfect a church to them who have the will to worship, as though they had above them the towers of Notre Dame, or the dome of St. Peter's. You are right, my son. It is the heart that God regards, and where that is in earnest, his mercy will dispense with the outward symbols of our religion. But still it is our special duty to preserve to his use everything which the piety of former ages has sanctified, to part willingly with nothing which appertains in any way to his church. The best we have is too little for his glory. It should be our greatest honor to give to him. It is through his great mercy that he receives our unworthy offerings. Come, my children, follow me. Our altar is prepared above. The priest led the way through a little shaded path at the back of the church, behind a farmhouse and up a slight acclivity, on the side of which the rocks in different places appeared through the green turf, and the crowd followed him at a respectful distance. "And who is that with Father Jerome? Who is the stranger, Monsieur Chapeau?" said one and another of them, crowding round Jacques, for it soon got abroad among them that Jacques Chapeau had seen the stranger in some of his former military movements in La Vendée. Chapeau was walking beside his mistress, and was not at all sorry of the opportunity of showing off. "Who is he indeed?" said Jacques. "Can it be that none of you know Monsieur Delbé?" Delbé. Indeed, no, then I never heard the name till this moment, said one. Nor I, said another, but he must be a good man, or Father Jerome would not walk with him just before performing Mass. You are right there, Jean, said Jacques. Monsieur Delbé is a good man. He has as much religion as though he were a priest himself. And he must be a thorough royalist, said another, or Father Jerome wouldn't walk with him at all. You are right too, my friend. Monsieur Delbé is a great royalist. He is the especial friend of our good Catalineau. The friend of Catalineau and of Father Jerome, said a fourth. Then I am sure Monsieur Delbé must be something out of the common way. You are right again. He is very much out of the common way. He is one of our great generals, said Chapeau. One of our great generals, is he? Said two or three at once. I knew he was going to Saumur, said Jean, or Father Jerome wouldn't have walked so peaceable with him, great as he may be. But if he is a great general, said Anneau, why has he no lace upon his coat? Why doesn't he wear a sword and look smart, like Monsieur Laroche-Jacquelin? At any rate, he is a very shabby general. He has a terrible long nose, too, said another girl, and he has not a morsel of starch in his shirt ruffles, I declare, said a third, who officiated as laundress to the mayor of Échambron. I am sure the Republicans will never be afraid of such a general as he is. You are joking with us now, Jacques. I am sure he is not a general. He is more like a grocer from Nantes. And is not Catalineau like a postilion, said Jacques, and I hope you will allow he is a great soldier. You know nothing of these things yet, Anneau. Monsieur Laroche-Jacquelin is so smart because he is a young nobleman, not because he is a general. And is not Monsieur Delbé a nobleman? Said one of the girls. Not a bit of it, said Chapeau. Well, I think the generals should all be noblemen, I declare, said the laundress. Monsieur Laroche-Jacquelin did look so nice last Wednesday when he was getting off his horse. "That is all, but Catalino," said Anneau, "he is the finest fellow of them all. I'd sooner have Catalino for my lover than the Duc de Chartres, and he's the king's cousin." "You are a foolish girl, Anneau," said Chapeau. "You might as well want the picture of Saint John out of the church window down yonder, and take that for your lover, as Catalino. Don't you know he's the Saint of Anjou? He might marry a wife and have a house full of children for all that. That's the difference between being a saint and a priest. There's no harm in being in love with a saint, and I am very much in love with Catalino." "Why, you little ninny, you never saw him," said Chapeau. "No matter," said Anneau, "ninny or no ninny, I'll go where I'm like to see him, and I'm sure I'll never bear the sight of another man afterwards. The dear, good, sweet Catalino, with his curly hair and fine whiskers and black, bright eyes. He's better than all the noblemen. I declare I dreamed of him these last 2 nights." Chapeau left the side of his mistress, muttering something about stupid, foolish chits of girls, and continued his description of Monsieur d'Elbée to the men. "Indeed, he is a very great general. I don't know very well where he came from, but I believe somewhere down in the Marais, from his being such a friend of Monsieur Charette. But he has been fighting against the Republicans this long time, even before Catalino began, I believe, though I don't know exactly where. I know he was made a prisoner in Paris and nearly killed there by some of those bloody-minded rebels. Then he escaped, and he was at the siege of Machecoul, and got honorably wounded, and was left for dead. And then he was at Thouars. No, not at Thouars. We heard he was coming, but he didn't come. But he was at Fontenay, and that's where I first saw him. Monsieur Bonchamp brought him in and introduced him to Monsieur de Lécure and our Monsieur Le Roche-Jacquelin, and I was astonished to see how much they made of him, for he was dressed just as he is now, and had no sword or anything. Well, as soon as he came in, they all went to work talking and settling how Fontenay was to be attacked, for though it's a little place, and not walled and fortified like Saumur, we had a deal of trouble with it. But before a word was spoken, Monsieur d'Elbée stood up and said, "Brethren," said he, "let us ask the assistance of our Savior." So down they went on their knees, and he said an awful long prayer, for all the world like a priest. And then again, before we fired a shot, he bade all the soldiers kneel down, and down we went, the Republicans firing at us all the time. The soldiers call him Old Providence, for they say he talks a deal about Providence when he is fighting. "You may be sure that's what makes Father Jerome so fond of him," said Jean. "I knew he was a good man." "And he was a desperate fellow to fight afterwards," continued Chapeau, "but he walked into the thick of the fighting, just as he is now." "But he had a sword or a gun or a spear," said Jean. "Neither the one or the other. He was just as he is this minute, giving orders and directing some of the men there who knew him well. Presently he said to a young gentleman who was near him, 'Lend me that sword a moment, will you?' And he took it out of his hands and made a rush through the gate of Fontenay, and I saw no more of him that day." "Why did you not rush after him then, Monsieur Chapeau?" "Rush after him? Why, you simpleton, do you think in wars like that every man is to rush just where he pleases? You'll soon be taught the difference. Monsieur d'Elbée was a general, and might go where he liked. But I was a corporal under Monsieur Henri, with 10 men under me. We had to remain where we were and cut off the Republicans if they showed their noses at a point in the street which we covered. It's only the generals that go rushing about in that way. But here we are at Father Jerome's altar. Well, I'm very hot. I'm sure it's nearly half a league up here from the church." They had now come to a rude altar constructed on a piece of rock, in front of which was a small space of green turf. The whole spot was closely surrounded by beech and ash trees, so closely indeed that the sun hardly made its way into it, and the rocks around it rising up through the grass afforded ample accommodation for the people. In a moment they were on their knees on the grass, some almost immediately before the altar, others kneeling against the rocks. others again with their heads and hands resting against the trunk of a huge beech tree. Hither had been brought the necessary appurtenances for the performance of Mass. A small but beautifully white cloth was spread upon a flat portion of the rock. Bread was there, and a small quantum of wine, a little patina and a humble chalice. Monsieur Delbé took his place among the crowd before the altar, and Father Jerome, having dressed himself in his robes, performed, with a fine, full, sonorous voice, the morning service of his church. When so occupied, he had no longer the look of the banished priest. His sacred vestments had not shared the decay which had fallen on his ordinary clothes. No bishop rising from his throne to bless the congregation assembled in his cathedral could assume more dignity or inspire more solemnity than the curé of Saint-Laud as he performed Mass at his sylvan altar in La Vendée. After Mass was finished, the priest gave them an extempore discourse on the necessity of their absolutely submitting themselves to their teachers, spiritual masters, and pastors. And before he had finished, he turned their attention to the especial necessity of their obeying the leaders now among them in carrying on the war against the Republic. And as he concluded, he said, "I rejoice at all times, my children, that you are an obedient and a docile people, content to accept the word of God from those whom he has sent to teach it to you, that you are not a stiff-necked generation, prone to follow your own vain conceits, or foolish enough to conceive that your little earthly knowledge can be superior to the wisdom which comes from above, as others are. I have always rejoiced at this, my children, for in it I have seen hope for you, when I could see none for others. But now also I rejoice greatly to see that you unite the courage of men to the docility of babes. Hitherto your lot has been that of peace, and if you have not enjoyed riches, you have at any rate been contented. Another destiny is before you now. Peace and content have left the country, and have been followed by robbery, confusion, and war. My children, you must for a while give over your accustomed peaceful duties. Your hands, your hearts, all your energy, and all your courage are required by God for his own purposes. Yes, required by that Creator who gave you strength and energy, who gave you the power and the will to do great deeds for his holy name. His enemies are in the land, impious wretches who do not hesitate to wage war against his throne, are endeavoring to destroy all that is good, all that is holy in France. Do you not know, my children, that they have murdered your king, and that they have imprisoned your queen and her son, who is now your king? Would you be content to remain quiet in your homes while your king is lying in a prison, in hourly danger of death? They have excluded you from your churches. They have caused God's holy houses to be closed. They have sent among you teachers who can only lead you astray, whose teaching can only bring you to the gates of hell. The enemies of the Lord are around you, and you are now required to take arms in your hands, to go out against them, and if needs be to give your blood, nay, your life for your country, your king, and your church. I greatly rejoice, my children, that you are an obedient people. I know that you will now do your utmost, and I know that you will succeed. The Lord will not desert his people when they combat for his glory, when they faithfully turn to him for victory. You have been taught how he chose the Israelites as an especial people, how he loved and favored them. As long as they were faithful and obedient, he never deserted them. They conquered hosts 10 times their numbers. They were victorious against armed warriors and mighty giants. The Lord blinded their enemies so that they saw not. He blunted their weapons. He paralyzed their courage. Chariots and horses did not avail them, nor strong walls, nor mighty men of battle. The Lord loved the Israelites, and as long as they were faithful and obedient, they prevailed against all their enemies. You, my children, are now God's people. If you are truly faithful, you shall assuredly prevail. If you go out to battle firmly, absolutely, entirely trusting in the strength of his right hand, that right hand, that almighty arm shall be on your side. And who then shall stand against you? Though tens and hundreds of thousands swarm around you, they shall yield before you. They shall fall before you as the giant Goliath fell before the shepherd David. Be not afraid, therefore, my children. We will go together. We will remember that every man who falls on our side in this holy war falls as he is doing Christ's service, and that his death is to be envied, for it is a passport into heaven. We will remember this in the hour of battle, when our enemies are before us, when death is staring us in the face, and remembering it we shall not be afraid. If we die fighting truly in this cause, our immortal souls will be wafted off to paradise, to everlasting joy. If we live, it will be to receive, here in our own dear fields, the thanks of a grateful king, to feel that we have done our duty as Christians and as men, and to hear our children bless the days when the courage of La Vendée restored the honor of France. Father Jerome's exhortation had a strong effect upon the people. He knew and calculated their strength and their weakness. They were brave and credulous, and when he finished speaking, there was hardly one there who in the least doubted that the event of the war would be entirely successful. They felt that they were a chosen people, set apart for a good work, that glory and victory awaited them in the contest, and especially that they were about to fight under the immediate protection of the Almighty. As soon as the service was over, they all left the little sylvan chapel by different paths and in different directions. Some went back to the church, some went off across the fields, some took a short cut to the road, but they all returned home without delay. Every man was to set out early on the morrow for the rendezvous, and the women were preparing to shed their tears and say their last farewell to their lovers, brothers, and husbands, before they started on so great an enterprise. They had all been gay enough during the morning. They became a little melancholy on their return home, but before the evening was far advanced, nothing was to be heard but sobs and vows, kisses and blessings. Jacques Chapot returned to Échambouin with the party of villagers who had gone from thence to hear Father Jerome. But he did not attach himself expressly to Anno. Indeed, he said not a word to her on the way, but addressed the benefit of his conversation to his male friends generally. To tell the truth, he was something offended at the warm admiration which his sweetheart had expressed for Catilinot. He wasn't exactly jealous of the postilion, for Anno had never seen him and couldn't, therefore, really love him. But he felt that she ought not to have talked about another man's eyes and whiskers, even though that other man was a saint and a general. It was heartless, too, of Anno to say such things at such a time, just as he was going to leave her on the eve of battle, and when he had left his own master and all the glorious confusion and good living in at Derbellière, merely that he might spend his last quiet day in her company. It was base of her to say that she had dreamed twice of Catilinot, and she was punished for it, for she had to walk home almost unnoticed. At first she was very angry and kicked up the dust with her Sunday shoes in fine style. But before long her heart softened, and she watched anxiously for some word or look from Jacques on which she might base an attempt at a reconciliation. Jacques knew what she was about, and would not even look at her. He went on talking with Jean and Peter and the others about the wars and Republicans and Royalists, as though poor Anno Stein had not been there at all. From the chapel of Saint-Laude to the village of Échambouin, he did not speak a word to her, and when the four entered the old smith's house, poor Anno was bursting with anger and melting with love. She could not settle with herself whether she hated Chapot or loved him most. She felt that she would have liked to poison him, only she knew that she could not live without him. She hurried into her little sleeping place and had a long debate with herself whether she should instantly go to bed and pray that Jacques might be killed at Saumur, or whether she should array herself in all her charms and literally dazzle her lover into fondness and obedience by her beauty and graces. After many tears, the latter alternative was decided on. It was a lovely summer evening, and at about 8 o'clock, hardly a person in the whole village was to be found within doors. The elderly were sitting smoking at their doors, husbands were saying 1,000 last words to their weeping wives, young men were sharpening their swords and preparing their little kit for the morrow's march, and the girls were helping them. But everything was done in the open air. Jean and Peter Stein were secretly preparing for a stolen march to Saumur, for their father was still inexorable, and they were determined not to be left behind when all the world was fighting for glory. Old Michael was smoking at his ease, and Jacques was standing talking to him, wondering in his heart whether Anno could be really angry with him when that young lady reappeared in the kitchen. "Where have you been, Anno?" said Michael Stein. "You didn't get your supper yet, child." "I was sick with the heat, father, walking home from St. Laud's." "I would not have you sick tonight, Anno, and our friends leaving us before sunrise tomorrow. Here is Monsieur Chapeau complaining you are a bad hostess." "Monsieur Chapeau has enough to think of tonight without my teasing him," said Anno. "Great soldiers like him have not time to talk to silly girls. I will walk across the green to Dame Ruel's father. I shall be back before sunset." And Anno went out across the green, at the corner of which stood the smith's forge. Jacques Chapeau was not slow to follow her, and Dame Ruel did not see much of either of them that evening. "Anno," said Jacques, calling to his sweetheart, who perseveringly looked straight before her, determined not to know that she was followed. "Anno, stop a while. You are not in such a hurry, are you, to see Dame Ruel?" "Ah, Monsieur Chapeau, is that you? In a hurry to see Dame Ruel? No, I'm in no particular hurry." "Will you take a turn down to the mill, then, Anno? Heaven knows when you and I may walk to the old mill again. It may be long enough before I see Echambron again." Anno made no answer, but she turned into the little path which led through the fields to the mill. "I suppose it may," said she, determined, if possible, that the amends should be made by Jacques and not by herself. "I see you are indifferent about that," said Jacques, with a soft and sentimental look which nearly melted Anno. "Well, when you hear of my death, you will sometimes think of me, will you not?" "Oh, I will, Monsieur Chapeau. Of course I'll think of you, and of all my friends." Jacques walked on a few minutes or two in silence, cutting off the heads of the bluebells with his little cane. "I am not different to you, then, from anyone else, eh, Anno?" said he. "How different, Monsieur Chapeau?" "You will think as much of young Boulin, the baker?" "I don't like young Boulin, the baker, and I don't thank you for mentioning his name one bit." "Well, people say you are very partial to young Boulin." "People lie. They always do. Everybody tries to tease and plague me now. You and Jean and father and that old fool Ruel are all alike," and Anno gave symptoms of hysterical tears. Jacques was again silent for a while, but he had commenced walking very near to his companion, and she did not appear to resent it. After a while he said, "You are not glad that I'm going, Anno?" "You would not have me sorry that you are going to fight with all the other brave men, would you?" "Is that all I am to get from you, after all? Is that all the regard you have for me? Very well, Anno. It is well at any rate we should understand each other. They were right, I find, when they told me that you were such a coquette. You would have a dozen lovers at the same time. And they were right, I find, when they told me you were too fond of yourself ever to love any girl truly." "Oh, Anno, and is it to come to this? I'm sorry I ever came to Echambron. I'm sorry I ever saw you." "And if you are, Monsieur Chapeau, I'm sure I'm sorry enough I ever saw you," and Anno again increased the distance between her and her lover. They walked on from hence in silence till they came to the little mill, and each stood gazing on the stream, which ran gurgling down beneath the ash and willow trees, which dipped their boughs in its waters. "How kind you were the last time we were here together," said Jacques. "How kind and generous you were then. You are very different now." "And you are very different too, Monsieur Chapeau. Much more different than I am. It's all your own fault. You choose to give yourself airs, and I won't put up with it, and I believe we may as well part." "Give myself airs? No, but it's you give yourself airs, and say things which cut me to the heart, things which I can't bear, and therefore, perhaps, we may as well part." And Jacques assumed a most melancholy aspect as he added, "So, good-bye, Anneau. There's my hand. I wouldn't, at any rate, part anything but friends, after all." "Good-bye," said poor Anneau, putting out her hand to her lover and sobbing violently. "Good-bye. I'm sure I never thought it would come to this. I'm sure I gave up everybody and everything for your sake." "Well, and didn't I give up everybody too? Haven't I come all the way over here, week after week, when people wondered what made me leave Durbellière so much, and wasn't it all for love of you? Oh, Anneau, Anneau!" And even the manly dignity of Monsieur Chapeau succumbed to tears. "It's no good talking," said she, greatly softened, "for you can't have loved me and treated me as you did this day, letting me walk all alone from Saint-Lô without so much as a word or a look, and that before all the people, and I that went merely to walk back with you. Oh, I could have died on the roadside to find myself treated in such a way." "And what must I have felt to hear you talking as you did before them all? Do you think I felt nothing?" "Talking, Jacques? What talk?" "Why, saying that you loved Catalino better than anyone, that he was the only man you admired, that you dreamed of him always, and I don't know how much more about his eyes and whiskers." "Why now, Jacques, you don't mean to be jealous?" "Jealous? No, I'm not jealous." "Jealous of a man you know I never saw?" said Anneau, smiling through her tears. "Jealous? No, I tell you I'm not jealous. But still one doesn't like to hear one's mistress talking of another man's eyes and whiskers and those sort of things. No man would like it, Anneau, though I care about it as little myself as any man." "But don't you know Catalino is a saint, Jacques?" "Oh, but you said saints might marry and have a lot of children, and so they may." "But I never saw Catalino, Jacques," and she put her hand upon his arm. "And are you not in love with him, Anneau?" "How can I be in love with a man I never put eyes on?" "And you won't say again that you'd like to have him for a lover?" "That was only my little joke, Jacques. Surely a girl may joke sometimes." "And you do love me, don't you?" And Jacques now got very close to his mistress. "Ah, but why did you let me walk home all the way by myself? You know I love you dearly, but you must beg my pardon for that, before I'll ever tell you so again." And Jacques did beg her pardon in a manner of his own 20 times, sitting by the gurgling mill-stream, and to tell the truth, Anneau seemed well pleased with the way in which he did it. And then, when the fountain of her love was opened, and the sluice-gate of her displeasure removed, she told him how she would pray for him till he came back safe from the wars, how she would never speak a word to mortal man in the way of courting, till he came back to make her his wife, how she would grieve should he be wounded, how she would die should he be killed in battle. And then she gave him a little charm which she had worked for him, and put it round his neck, and told him she had taken it with her to Saint-Lô, to give it him there beneath the cross, only he had gone away from her, so that she couldn't do so. And then Jacques begged pardon again and again in his own queer way. And then, having sat there by the mill-stream till the last red streak of sunlight was gone, they returned home to the village, and Anneau told her father that Dame Ruelle had been so very pressing, she had made them stay there to eat bread and cheese. And so Anneau at last went to bed without her supper, and dreamed not of Catalino, but of her own lover, Jacques Chapeau. End of section 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8, Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin. As Chapeau had said, great preparations were made at Durbellière for the coming campaign. The old Marquis had joined with his son in furnishing everything which their limited means would admit of for the wants of the Royalists. Durbellière had become quite a depot. The large granaries at the top of the house were no longer empty. They were stored with sacks of meal, with pikes and muskets, and with shoes for the soldiers. Agatha's own room looked like an apartment in a hospital. It was filled with lint, salves, and ointments to give ease to those whom the wars should send home wounded. All the contents of the cellars were sacrificed. Wine, beer, and brandy were alike given up to aid the spirits of the combatants. The cattle were drawn in from the farms and kept round the house in outhouses and barns, ready to be slaughtered as occasion might require. An abattoir was formed in the stable yard, and a butcher kept in regular employment. A huge oven was built in an outhouse attached to the stables, and here bakers from neighboring parishes were continually kept at work. They neither expected or received wages. They and all the others employed got their meals in the large kitchen of the chateau, and were content to give their work to the cause without fee or reward. Provisions, cattle, and implements were also sent from M. de Lécure's house to Durbellière, as it was considered to be more central, and as it was supposed that there were still some Republicans in the neighborhood of Bressieux, whereas it was well known that there were none in the rural districts. The more respectable of the farmers also, and other country gentlemen, sent something, and oxen, sheep, and loads of meal, jars of oil, and casks of wine were coming in during the whole week before the siege of Saumur, and the same horses took them out again in the shape of bread, meat, and rations to the different points where they would be required. As soon as M. de Lécure had left home on his recruiting service in the south of La Vendée, the ladies of his house went over to Durbellière to remain there till Henri La Roche-Jacquelin should start for Saumur, and give their aid to Agatha in all her work. Adolphe Deneau was also there. He too had been diligently employed in collecting the different sinews of war, and as far as his own means went, had certainly not begrudged them. There was still an unhappy air of dissatisfaction about him, which was not to be observed with anyone else. His position did not content his vanity. The people did not talk of him as they did of Catilinot and Henri La Roche-Jacquelin. He heard nothing of La Vendée relying on his efforts. The names of various men were mentioned as trustworthy leaders, but his own was never among them. De Lécure, Charette, Delbé, Stofflet were all talked of, and what had they done more than he had, or what indeed so much? The latter two were men of low origin, who had merely shown courage in the time of need. Indeed, what more had Catilinot done? Whereas he had never failed in courage, and had given, moreover, his money and his property. Yet he felt that he was looked on as a nobody. Jacques Chapeau was almost of more importance. And then again his love for Agatha tormented him. He had thought to pique her by a show of indifference himself, but he found that this plan did not answer. It was evident even to him that Agatha was not vexed by his silence, his altered demeanor, and sudden departure. He had miscalculated her character, and now found that he must use other means to rouse the affection in her heart, without which he felt at present that he could not live happily. He thought that she could not have seen with indifference the efforts he was making in the cause which she loved so well, and he determined to throw himself at her feet before he started for Saumur, and implore her to give him a place in her affections, while her heart was softened by the emotions which the departure of so many of her friends on the eve of battle would occasion. Agatha had had but little conversation with him since his last arrival at Durbellière, but still she felt that he was about to propose to her. She shunned him as much as she could. She scrupulously avoided the opportunity which he anxiously sought. She never allowed herself to be alone with him, but she was nevertheless sure the evil hour would come. She saw it in his eye as they sat together at their meals. She heard it in the tones of his voice every time he spoke. She knew from his manner that he was preparing himself for the interview, and she also knew that he would not submit tamely to the only answer she could bring herself to give him. "Marie," said she to her cousin on the Saturday evening, "I am in the greatest distress. Pray help me, dearest. I am sure you know what ails me." "In distress, Agatha, and wanting help from me? You that are wont to help all the world yourself? But I know from your face you are only half in earnest." "Indeed, and indeed, I never was much more so. I never was more truly in want of counsel. Can you not guess what my sorrow is?" "Not unless it is that you have a lover too much, or perhaps you find the baker's yeast runs short." "Ah, Marie, will you always joke when I am serious?" "Well then, Agatha, now I am serious. Is it that you have a lover too much?" "Can any trouble be more grievous?" "Oh dear, yes, 10 times worse. My case is 10 times worse, and alas, alas, there is no cure for that." "Your case, Marie?" "Yes, my case, Agatha, a lover too few." "Ah, Marie, do not joke with me tonight. I want your common sense and not your wit just now. Be a good, dear girl, and tell me what I shall say to him. I know he will not go to Saumur before he has proposed to me." "Then in the name of common sense, dear Agatha, tell him the truth, whatever it may be." "You know I cannot love him." "Nay, I know nothing. You have not yet said who him is, but I own I can give a guess. I suppose poor Adolphe Deneau is the man you cannot love? Poor Adolphe, he must be told so, that is all." "But how shall I tell him, Marie? He is so unlike other men. Henri is his friend, and yet he has never spoken to him about me, nor to my father. If he would ask my hand from Henri, as another would, Henri would talk to him and explain to him that it could not be, that my heart is too much occupied with other cares to care for loving or being loved." "That means, Agatha, till the right lover comes." "No, Marie, but till these wars are over. Not that I could ever love Adolphe Deneau, but now at present methinks love should be banished from the country, and not allowed to return till the king is on his throne again." "Well, Agatha, I don't know. That would be somewhat hard upon us poor girls, whose lovers are more to our taste than Monsieur Deneau is to yours. I know not that our knights will fight the worse for a few stray smiles, though the times be so frightful." "Do you smile on yours then, Marie, and I will smile to see you happy. But tell me, dearest, what shall I say to Adolphe? You would not have me give him hope when I feel I can never love him." "God forbid! Why should you? But has he never spoken to Henri on the subject, or to the Marquis?" "Never a word. I'm sure he never spoke of it to my father, and Henri told me that he had never said a word to him." "Then you have spoken to your brother on the subject? And what did he say?" "He said just what a dear, good brother should have said. He said he was sorry for his friend, but that on no account whatever would he sacrifice his sister's happiness." "Monsieur Le Roche-Jacquelin always does just what he ought to do. He is as good and kind to you as Charles is to me." "Henri and I are so nearly of an age, we were always companions together. I do not think any lover will be agreeable to me as long as he is with me." "But if he should take a love of his own, Agatha, it won't do, you know, for sisters to monopolize their brothers. Or what shall we spinsters do?" "He shall bring his love here, and she shall be my own sister. If he makes the choice I think he will, I shall not have to open a new place in my heart for her, shall I, Marie?" "Nay, I know not. Now it is you that wander from the subject." and it is cruel in you to bring me back to it. If he proposes to me tomorrow, Marie, what shall I say to him? Keep out of his way tomorrow. He goes on Monday morning. It is very well to say, keep out of his way, but if he formally demands an interview, I cannot refuse it. If he formally desires an interview, do you give him a formal reception? If he formally offers you his hand, do you formally decline the honor? I would it were you, Marie, that he loved. 1,000 thanks to you, Mademoiselle La Roche-Jacquelin. I appreciate your generosity, but really I have no vacancy for Monsieur Deneau just at present. Ah, but you would reject him with so much more ease than I can do it. Practice, my dear, is everything. This time you may feel a little awkward, but you will find you will dispose of your second lover without much difficulty, and you will give his congé to your third with as much ease as though you were merely dismissing a disobedient kitchen maid. I cannot bear to give pain, and Adolphe will be pained. His self-love will be wounded at the idea of being rejected. Then spare his self-love and accept him. No, that I will not do. Then wound his self-love and reject him. Would I could do the one without the other. Would I could persuade him I was not worthy of him. Nay, do not attempt that. That will be direct encouragement. I will tell him that I am averse to marriage. In truth, that will be no falsehood. I do not think that my heart is capable of more love than it feels at present. That may be true now, Agatha, but suppose your heart should enlarge before the autumn, at the touch of some gallant wizard. Take my advice, dear girl, make no rash promises. I will tell him that I cannot think of love till the king is on the throne once more. If you say so, he will promise valiantly to restore his majesty, and then to return to you to look for his reward. Shall I tell you, Agatha, what I should say? Do, dearest Marie, tell me in sober earnest, and if there be aught of sobriety mixed with your wit, I will take your advice. I would say to him thus, Monsieur Deneau, or Adolphe, just as your custom is to address him, but mind, mark you, make him speak out firmly and formally first, that your answer may be equally firm and formal. Monsieur Deneau, you have paid me the greatest honor which a gentleman can pay a lady, and I am most grateful for the good opinion which you have expressed. I should be ungrateful were I to leave you for one moment in doubt as to my real sentiments. I cannot love you as I ought to love my husband. I hope you will never doubt my true friendship for you, but more than sincere friendship I cannot give you. There, Agatha, not a word more, nor a word less than that. Sit quite straight on your chair, as though you were nailed to it. Do not look to the right or to the left. Do not frown or smile. There will not be the least danger of my smiling, Marie. But do not frown either. Fancy that you are the district judge, giving sentence on a knotty piece of law. Show neither sentiment, pride, nor anger. Be quite cold, inflexible, and determined, and above all things, do not move from your seat, and I think you will find your lover will take his answer. But if he do not, repeat it all over again with a little more emphasis, and rather slower than before. If it be necessary, you may repeat it a third time, or indeed till he goes away, but never vary the words. He must be a most determined man if he requires the third dose. I never heard of but one who wasn't satisfied with the second, and he was an Irishman. If I could only insist on his sitting still and silent to hear me make my formidable speech, your advice might be very good. That, my dear, is your own strong point. If he attempts to interrupt you, hear what he says and then begin again. By the time you have got to your real sentiments, I doubt not he will be in his tantrums. But do you not get into tantrums too, or else you are as good as lost. Let nothing tempt you to put in an unpremeditated word. One word might be fatal, but above all, do not move. Nothing but an awful degree of calm on your part will frighten him into quiescence. If you once but move, you will find Monsieur Deneau at your feet, and your hand pressed to his lips. You might as well have surrendered at once, if anything like that occur. Well, Marie, let what will happen. At any rate, I will not surrender, as you call it. As to sitting like the district judge and pronouncing sentence on my lover as you advise, I fear I lack the nerve for it. Agatha was quite right in her forebodings. Adolphe Deneau had firmly made up his mind to learn his fate before he started for Saumur, and immediately on rising from breakfast, he whispered to Agatha that he wished to speak to her alone for a moment. In her despair, she proposed that he should wait till after Mass, and Adolphe consented. But during the whole morning she felt how weak she had been in postponing the evil hour. She had 1,000 last things to do for her brother, 1,000 last words to say to him, but she was fit neither to do nor to say anything. Even her prayers were disturbed. In spite of herself, her thoughts clung to the interview which she had to go through. Since the constitutional priests had been sent into the country and the old curés silenced, a little temporary chapel had been fitted up in the chateau at Durbellière, and here the former parish priest officiated every Sunday. The peasants of the parish of Saint-Aubin were allowed to come to this little chapel. At first only a few had attended, but the number had increased by degrees, and at the time when the revolt commenced, the greater portion of the pastor's old flock crowded into or round the chateau every Sunday, so that the Sabbath morning at Durbellière was rather a noisy time. This was especially the case on the 6th of June, as the people had so much to talk about, and most of the men wished to see either the old or the young master, and most of the women wanted to speak to one of the ladies. By degrees, however, the chateau was cleared, and Agatha, with a trembling heart, retreated to her own little sitting-room upstairs to keep her appointment with Adolphe Deneau. She had not been long there when Adolphe knocked at the door. He had been there scores of times before and had never knocked, but although he was going to propose to make Agatha his wife, he felt that he could no longer treat her with his accustomed familiarity. He entered the room and found Agatha seated. So far she had taken her friend's advice. She was very pale, but still she looked calm and dignified, and was certainly much less confused than her lover. "Agatha," said he, having walked up to the fireplace, and leaning with his arm upon the mantelpiece, "Agatha, tomorrow I start for Saumur." He was dressed very point de vis. The frills of his shirt were most accurately starched. His long black hair was most scrupulously brushed. His hands were most delicately white, his boots most brilliantly polished. He appeared more fit to adorn the salon of an ambassador than to take a place as a warrior beneath the walls of a besieged town. Adolphe was always particular in his dress, but he now exceeded himself, and he appeared to be the more singular in this respect at Durbellière just at present, as the whole of the party except himself, women included, had forgotten or laid aside as unimportant the usual cares of the toilette. "You at any rate go in good company, Adolphe," said Agatha, attempting to smile. "May you all be successful and return as heroes. Heroes indeed you are already, but may you gather fresh laurels at Saumur. I am sure you will. I, for one, am not in the least despondent." "Yes, Agatha, I shall go to Saumur, determined at any rate not to lose there any little honor I may yet have won. If I cannot place the white flag of La Vendée on the citadel of Saumur, I will at any rate fall in attempting it. I am very sure that if you fail, it will not be for lack of courage or of resolution. You and Henri and Monsieur de Lécure and our good friend Catalineau have taught us to expect victory as the sure result of your attempts. Ah, Agatha, one word from your lips, such as I long to hear, would make me feel that I could chain victory to my sword and rush into the midst of battle, panoplied against every harm. Your duty to your king should be your best assurance of victory, your trust in your Savior, your panoply against harm. If these did not avail you, as I know they do, the vain word of a woman would be of little service. You speak coldly, Agatha, and you look coldly on me. I trust your feelings are not cold also. I should have hoped that many years of very intimate acquaintance between us, of friendship commenced in childhood and now cemented by common sympathies and common dangers, would have made you aware that my feelings are not cold towards you. Oh no, not cold in the ordinary sense. You wish me well, I doubt not, and your kind heart would grieve if you heard that I had fallen beneath the swords of the Republicans. But you would do the same for Catilinot or Monsieur de Bonchamp. If I cannot wake a warmer interest in your heart than that, I should prefer that you should forget me altogether. Agatha began to fear that at this rate the interview would have no end. If Adolphe remained with his arm on the marble slab and his head on one side, making sentimental speeches till she should give him encouragement to fall at her feet, it certainly would not be ended by bedtime. She therefore summoned all her courage and said, "When you asked me to meet you here, your purpose was not to reproach me with coldness, was it, Adolphe? Perhaps it will be better for both of us that this interview should terminate now. We shall part friends, dear friends, and I will rejoice at your triumphs when you are victorious, and will lament at your reverses should you be unlucky. I shall do the same for my own dear Henri, and I know that you two will not be separated. There is my hand," she added, thinking that he appeared to hesitate, "and now let us go down to our friends who are expecting us." "Are you so soon weary of hearing the few words I wish to say to you?" said Adolphe, who had taken her hand and who seemed inclined to keep it. "No, I am not weary. I will hear anything you wish to say." And Agatha, having withdrawn her hand, sat down and again found herself in a position to take advantage of Marie's good advice. Adolphe remained silent for a minute or two, with his head supported on his hand, and gazing on the lady of his love with a look that was intended to fascinate her. Agatha sat perfectly still. She was evidently mindful of the lesson she had received. At last Adolphe started up from his position, walked a step or two into the middle of the room, thrust his right hand into his bosom, and said abruptly, "Agatha, this is child's play. We are deceiving each other. We are deceiving ourselves. We would appear to be calm when there is no calm within us. Do not say we. I am not deceiving myself. I trust I am not deceiving you." "And is your heart really so tranquil?" said he. "Does that fair bosom control no emotion? Is that lovely face, so exquisitely pale, a true index of the spirit within? O Agatha, it cannot be. While my own heart is so torn with love, while I feel my own pulses beat so strongly, while my own brain burns so fiercely, I cannot believe that your bosom is a stranger to all emotion. Some passion akin to humanity must make you feel that you are not all divine. Speak, Agatha. If that lovely form has within it aught that partakes of the weakness of a woman, tell me that at some future time you will accept the love I offer you. Tell me that I may live in hope. O Agatha, bid me not despair." And Monsieur Deneau, in bodily reality, fell prostrate at her feet. When Agatha had gone up to her room, she had prepared herself for a most disagreeable interview, but she had not expected anything so really dreadful as this. Adolphe had not contented himself with kneeling at her feet on one knee, and keeping his head erect in the method usual in such cases, but he had gone down upon both knees, had thrown his head upon her feet, and was now embracing her shoes and stockings in a very vehement manner. Her legs were literally caught in a trap. She couldn't move them, and Adolphe was sobbing so loudly that it was difficult to make him hear anything. "Adolphe, Adolphe, get up!" she almost screamed. "This is ridiculous in the extreme. If you will not get up, I must really call for someone. I cannot allow you to remain there." "Oh, Agatha, Agatha," sobbed Adolphe. "Nonsense, Adolphe," said Agatha. "Are you a man to lie groveling on the floor like that? Rise up, or you will lose my esteem forever, if that be of any value to you." "Give me one gleam of hope, and I will rise," said he, still remaining on his knees, but now looking up into her face. "Tell me not to despair, and I will then accomplish any feat of manhood. Give me one look of comfort, and I will again be the warrior ready for the battle. It is you only who can give me back my courage. It is you only who can restore to me the privilege of standing erect before all mankind. I can tell you nothing, Adolphe, but this, that if you continue on your knees, I shall despise you. If you will rise, I will give you at any rate a reasonable answer." "Despise me, Agatha? No, you cannot despise me. The unutterable burning love of a true heart is not despicable. The character which I bear before mankind is not despicable. Man is not despicable when he kneels before the object which he worships. And Agatha, with all my heart I worship you." "Now you are profane as well as contemptible, and I shall leave you," and she walked towards the door. "Stay then," said he, "stay, and I will rise." And suiting the action to the word, he got up. "Now speak to me in earnest, Agatha, and since you will have it so, I also, if possible, will be calm. Speak to me, but unless you would have the misery of a disturbed spirit on your conscience, bid me not despair." "Is that your calmness, Adolphe? Can a man rushing towards the brink of a precipice be calm? Can a man be calm on the verge of the grave? I love you, Agatha, with a true and holy love, but still with a love fierce and untamable. You reviled me when I said I worshipped you, but I adore the ground you tread on, and the air you breathe. I would shed my last drop of blood to bring you ease, but I could not live and see you give that fair hand to another. My joy would be to remain ever as your slave, but then the heart that beats beneath your bosom must be my own. Agatha, I await your answer. One word from your lips can transport me to paradise." If I am to understand that you are asking me for love, for a warmer love than that which always accompanies true friendship, I am obliged to say that I cannot give it you. Adolphe remained standing in the middle of the room, with his hand still fixed in his bosom, and with a look intended to represent both thunder and lightning. He had really thought that the little scene which he had gone through, very much to his own satisfaction, would have a strong effect on Agatha, and he was somewhat staggered by the cool and positive tone of her reply. "It grieves me that I should give you pain," she continued, "if my answer does pain you, but I should never forgive myself were I not to speak the truth to you plainly and at once." "And do you mean that for your final and only answer to me?" "Certainly my only answer, for I can give you no other. I know you will be too kind, too sensible, to make it necessary that I should repeat it." "This is dreadful," said Deneau, putting his hand to his brow. "This is very dreadful." And he commenced pacing up and down the room. "Come," said she good-naturedly, "let us go down. Let us forget this little episode. You have so much of happiness and of glory before you that I should grieve to see you mar your career by a hopeless passion. Take the true advice of a devoted friend." And she put her hand kindly on his arm. "Let us both forget this morning's scene. Let us only remember our childhood's friendship. Think, Adolphe, how much you have to do for your king and your country, and do not damp your glorious exertion by fostering a silly passion. Am I not the same to you as a sister? Wait till these wars are over, and then I will gather flowers for you to present to some mistress who shall truly love you." "No, Agatha, the flowers you gather for me shall never leave my own bosom. If it be the myrtle, I will wear it with joy to my dying day, next to my heart. If it is to be a cypress branch, it shall soon be laid with me in the tomb." You will think less sadly in a short time, said Agatha. Your spirits will recover their proper tone amid the excitement of battle. We had better part now, Adolphe, and she essayed to leave the room. But he was now leaning against the door, and did not seem inclined to let her depart so easily. You will not, I hope, begrudge me a few moments, said he, speaking between his teeth. You may reject me with scorn, but you can hardly refuse me the courtesy which any gentleman would have a right to expect from your hands. You know that I will refuse you nothing which, either in courtesy or kindness, I can do for you, said she, again sitting down. He, however, seeing her once more seated, did not appear much inclined to conclude what he had to say to her, for he continued walking up and down the room in a rather disturbed manner. But you should remember, she added, how soon Henri is going to leave me, and how much we have all to think and to talk of. I see my presence is unwelcome, and it shall not trouble you long. I would soon rid your eyes of my hated form, but I must first say a few words, though my throat be choked with speaking them. My passion for you is no idle boyish love. It has grown with my growth, and matured itself with my manhood. I cannot now say to myself that it shall cease to be. I cannot restore calmness to my heart, or rest to my bosom. My love is a fire which cannot now be quenched. It must be nourished, or it will destroy the heart which is unable to restrain it. Think, Agatha, of all the misery you are inflicting. Think also of the celestial joy one word of yours is capable of giving. I have said before that I grieve to pain you, but I cannot speak a falsehood. Were it to save us both from instant death, I could not say that I love you in the sense you mean. Oh, Agatha, I do not ask you to love me, that is, not to love me now, if you will only say that your heart is not forever closed against my prayers. I will leave you contented. I can say nothing which would give you any hope of that which can never happen. And that is all I am to expect from you in return for as true a love as man ever bore to woman? I cannot make you the return you wish. I can give you no other answer. Well, Agatha, so be it. You shall find now that I can be calm when my unalterable resolve requires it. You shall find that I am a man. At any rate, you shall not again have to tell me that I am despicable. And he curled his upper lip and showed his teeth in a very ferocious manner. You shall never repeat that word in regard to Adolphe Deneau. Should kind fortune favor my now dearest wish, you will soon hear that my bones are whitening under the walls of Saumur. You will hear that your despicable lover, and he hissed out the offending word, syllable by syllable, between his closed teeth, has perished in his attempt to be the first to place the white flag of La Vendée above the tricolor. If some friendly bullet will send me to my quiet home, Adolphe Deneau shall trouble you no longer. And as he spoke the last few words, he softened his voice and reassumed his sentimental look. But he did not remain long in his quiet mood, for he again became furious as he added, "But if fortune should deny me this boon, if I cannot find the death I go to seek, I swear by your own surpassing beauty, by your glorious, unequaled form, that I will not live without you. Death shall be welcome to me," and he raised his hands to heaven, and then dashed them against his breast. "Oh, how dearly welcome! Yes, heroic death upon the battlefield shall calm this beating heart, shall quell these agonized pains. Yes, Agatha, if fortune be but kind, death, cold death, shall soon relieve us both, shall leave you free to bestow upon a colder suitor the prize you have refused to my hot, impatient love. But if," and here he glanced very wildly round him, "my prayers are not heard, if after Saumur's field life be still left within my body's sanctuary, I will return to seize you as my own, though hosts in armor try to stop my way. I will not live without you. I will not endure to see another man aspire to the hand which has been refused to me. Adieu, Agatha, adieu. I trust we shall meet no more. In thinking of me at any rate, your memory shall not call me despicable." And he rushed out of the door and downstairs, without waiting to hear whether Agatha intended making any answer to this poetical expression of his fixed resolution. In the commencement of his final harangue, Agatha had determined to hear him quietly to the end, but she had not expected anything so very mad as the exhibition he made. However, she sat quietly through the whole of it, and was glad that she was spared the necessity of a reply. Nothing more was seen of Adolphe Deneau that night. Henri asked his sister whether she had seen him, and she told him that he had made a declaration of love to her, and had expressed himself ill-satisfied with the only answer she had been able to give him. She did not tell her brother how like a demoniac his friend had behaved. To Marie she was more explicit. To her she repeated as nearly as possible the whole scene as it had occurred, and although Agatha was almost weeping with sorrow, there was so much that was ludicrous in the affair that Marie could not keep herself from laughing. "He will trouble you no more," said she. "You will find that he will not return to Durbellière to carry you off through the armed hosts. He will go to England or emigrate, and in a few years' time, when you meet him again, you will find him settled down and as quiet as his neighbors. He is like new-made wine, my dear. He only wants age." On the following morning, by break of day, the party left Durbellière, and Adolphe Deneau joined his friend on the gravelled ring before the house, and Agatha, who had been with her brother in his room, looking from the window, saw her unmanageable lover mount his horse in a quiet, decent way, like the rest of the party. End of Section 8. Volume 1, Chapter 9, Le Mouchoir Rouge. Nothing interfered to oppose the advance of the Royalist troops toward Saumur. At Coron, as had been proposed, La Roche-Jacquelin and Deneau joined Father Derome, and Catalineau also and Monsieur Delbé joined them there. Every house in the town was open to them, and the provisions, which by the care of Monsieur de La Roche-Jacquelin had been sent there, were almost unneeded. If there was any remnant of republican feeling in Coron, at any rate it did not dare to show itself. The road which the Royalists intended to take ran from Cholet through Coron, Villers, and Douai to Saumur. The Republicans, who were now in great force at Saumur under Generals Coutard and Queteneau, had sent small parties of soldiers into the town of Villers and Douai, the inhabitants of which were mostly Republican. Before the arrival of Monsieur de La Roche-Jacquelin, the Blues, as the Republican troops were called by the Vendéans, had been driven out of Villers by a party of Royalists under the direction of Stofflet, who had raised himself to distinction soon after the commencement of the revolt. This man was a gamekeeper in the employment of an emigrant nobleman, and though he was a rough, harsh, uneducated, quarrelsome man, nevertheless, by his zeal and courage, he had acquired great influence among the people, and was now at the head of a numerous and, for La Vendée, well-armed body of men. Our friends accordingly found the road open for them as far as Douai. After their junction with Stofflet, their army amounted to about 7,500 men, and at Donnay they were to meet M. Bonchamp and M. de la Cure, who, it was supposed, would bring with them as many more. They marched out of Villers early on the Tuesday morning, having remained there only about a couple of hours, and before nightfall they saw the spire of Douai Church. They then rested, intending to force their way into the town early on the following morning, but they had barely commenced their preparations for the evening when a party of Royalists came out to them from the town, inviting them in. M. de la Cure and M. Bonchamp were already there. The Republican soldiers had been attacked and utterly routed. Most of them were now prisoners in the town. Those who had escaped had retreated to Saumur, and even they had left their arms behind them. All this good fortune greatly inspired the Vendéans. The men talked with the utmost certainty of what they would do when they were masters of Saumur. Catilinot had brought with him the celebrated canon of Saint-Florent, Marie-Jeanne, and she now stood in the marketplace of Donnay, covered with ribbons and flowers. Many of the men had never hitherto seen this wonderful piece of artillery, and they hastened to look at it. Marie-Jeanne that night was patted, kissed, and caressed by thousands. Catilinot was equally the object of their admiration. Every peasant who had not yet seen him hurried to gaze on him, and after his arrival in Douai, he was 2 hours employed in a military operation, hitherto undertaken, I believe, by no other general. He was endeavoring to shake hands with every man in the army. Chapeau here was again of great use, for he stood at Catilinot's elbow and hurried the men away as soon as they touched his hand. But for this precaution, the work could never have been done, and as it was, some of the men were discontented and declared their intention of returning home, for Catilinot was called away before he had completed his task. He was obliged to go to the town hall to attend a council that was held there of the different Vendéan chiefs. The arms which they had taken in Vierre and Douai were of the greatest use to them. In both places they had found a cannon. They had taken 9 or 10 from Fontenay and others from Thouars. Most of the men among them now had muskets, and they were able to take to Saumur with them 24 pieces of heavy artillery. What could the infamous Blues expect to do against a force so numerous, so well armed, and so well officered? That evening a council of war was held by the different chiefs of the Vendéans in the town hall of Douai. Lescure, La Roche-Jacquelin, Catilinot, Delbé, and Stofflet were there. Monsieur Bonchamp, who had been very severely wounded at Fontenay, but who had insisted on being carried along with his own men, was brought in on a litter. Father Jerome was there, and another priest who had come with Monsieur Bonchamp. There were a couple of old royalist noblemen, not sufficiently active to take a part in the actual fighting, but sufficiently zealous in the cause to leave their homes for the purpose of giving the young commanders the benefit of their experience. Forêt also, Catilinot's friend, was present, and Adolphe Deneau. Indeed, many others from time to time crowded into the room, for the door was not well kept, nor were the counsels of the generals in any way a secret. Jacques Chapeau, as a matter of course, managed to make his way into the room and took upon himself the duties of doorkeeper. The mayor's armchair stood at the head of the table as the leaders dropped into the room one after another, but no one appeared willing to occupy it. Hitherto there had been no chief among the Vendéans. This was the first meeting which had been held with anything approaching to the solemnity of a general assembly, and it occurred to each of them that whoever should then seat himself in the mayor's chair would be assuming that he was the chief leader of the revolt. "Come, Monsieur de Lescure," said Stofflet, "we have much to do and but little time. Let us make the most of it. Do you take the president's seat. Gentlemen, I am sure we could have no better president than Monsieur de Lescure." They all agreed with the exception of the chosen leader. "By no means," said he. "I was the last here who joined the cause, and I certainly will not place myself first among those who have led the way in the work we have taken up. No, here is the man who shall be our president." And as he spoke, he caught hold of Catilinot, who was immediately behind him, and absolutely forced him into the chair. "Indeed, indeed, Monsieur de Lescure," said Catilinot, endeavoring to extricate himself from the seat. But both his voice and his exertions were stopped, for 3 or 4 of them united to hold him where he was, and declared that he should be the president for the evening. "Indeed and indeed you will not stir," said Henri, who stood behind his chair and placed his hands heavily on the postilion's shoulders. "It was you that brought us here," said de Lescure, "and you must not now avoid the responsibility." "Ah, Monsieur de Lescure," said he, There are so many more fitting than me." "Not one in all La Vendée," said Monsieur Bonchamp. "Sit where you are, Catalino." "You must do it, Catalino," whispered his friend Foray. "The peasants would not endure to see any man put above you." "Catalino will not shrink from the burden which the Lord has called upon him to bear," said Father Jerome. "Providence," said Delbé, "has summoned the good Catalino to this high duty. He will not, I am sure, oppose its decrees." And thus Catalino found himself seated in the mayor's chair at the head of the table, whilst the highest noblemen and gentry of the country took their places around it, and from that moment Catalino became the general-in-chief of the Vendéans. Each leader then gave in the numbers of the men who had come with him, and it was found that the army consisted of above 15,000 men. Lists were then made out of the arms and accoutrement which they possessed, and the men in a rude way were drafted into regiments under the command of the leaders who had brought them. There was a small body of cavalry equipped in most various manners and mounted on horses, which resembled anything rather than a regular squadron of troopers. These were under the immediate command of Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin. "Gentlemen," said Catalino, "we have, you know, 3 different attacks to make, 3 positions to carry, before we can be masters of Saumur." "Yes," said Bonchamp. "There in the camp at Varennes on the right, and the redoubts of Bournon on the left. The fortifications of the town itself lie between them, and a little to the rear of both." "Exactly, Monsieur Bonchamp. The town itself, I take, is the easiest task of the 3, but as we are situated, it must be the last." "I think you will find that Varennes is their strongest point," said de Lescure. "Monsieur de Lescure is right," said Catalino. "We shall find them very strong in their camp. I had with me yesterday 2 men from Saumur. They knew nothing of General Quetenau's intentions, but they had seen detachments of men constantly going to and fro between Saumur and the camp. They calculate that we shall think that the weaker side." "Bournon is right on our way," said Bonchamp, "but the ground lies so advantageously for them that they will cut us to pieces if we attempt to push our way up the hill against the heavy artillery they will have there." "Monsieur Bonchamp is quite right there," said Catalino. "I think we should not attack Bournon till we can do so from the side of the town. I think Bournon should not be our first object, but nevertheless we must be prepared to meet at Varennes the great body of the army. We must drive them from thence back into the town." "Yes," said Henri, "and follow them in as we are driving them. The sight of their comrades in disorder will itself conquer the men in the citadel. It is always so with the Blues." "We must remember, Henri," said de Lescure, "these are not conscripts, nor yet merely the Marseillaise we have to deal with. The men who fought at Jemappes and at Valmy are here, the old cuirassiers of the French army." "They are cowards, Charles," said Henri, "or they would not have deserted their king." "They are good soldiers, nevertheless," said Bonchamp. "I have fought among them and know it." "They are the better worth our fighting, then," said Henri. "Providence can give us the victory over tried veterans as well as over untried conscripts. It were a sin to doubt it," said Monsieur Delbé. "That would be a good subject for a sermon to the soldiers, but a bad argument in a council chamber," said Bonchamp. "We shall find the cuirassiers tough fellows to deal with." "We must take our enemies as we find them," said Catalino, "but if you will allow me, gentlemen, and as you have placed me here, I will tell you what I would propose." "Do, Catalino, do," said Henri. "Let us have one plan, and then make the best we can of it. We can at any rate do our duty like men." "I think we should leave this early tomorrow morning, and move across the country as though we were going to Montreuil. We shall so come on the Montreuil road about a league from Saumur, and not very far, that is, about a half a league, from the camp at Varennes." "And then, Catalino, will you attack the camp tomorrow evening?" said de Lescure. "I think not, Monsieur de Lescure, but I would make a feint to do so, and I would thus keep the Republicans on the alert all night. A small body of our men may, I think, in that way fatigue the masses of the Republicans in the camp. We might harass them the whole night, which will be dark from 11 till near 3, and then with the earliest sunrise our real attack should be made." "Bravo, Catilinot," said Henri, "and then fall on them when they are in want of sleep." "Yes," said de Lescure, "and they will have learnt to think that our attacks in that quarter are only feints." "Such may be our good luck, Monsieur de Lescure. At any rate, if you think of nothing better, we may try it." It was thus decided and arranged that La Roche-Jacquelin should, on the following evening, leave the main body of the army with all the mounted men belonging to it, and advance near enough to the camp at Varennes to allow of his being seen and heard by the Republicans, and that he should almost immediately retreat. That a body of infantry should then move on and take up a position near to the camp, which should also return after a while, and that as soon as darkness had come on, a third advance should be made by a larger body of men, who should, if possible, approach within musket shot of the trenches, and endeavor to throw the Republicans into disorder. At 4 o'clock in the morning the real attack was to be made by the combined Vendéan forces, of which Catilinot was to lead the center, de Lescure the left, consisting of the men brought by himself and La Roche-Jacquelin from the center of the bocage, and d'Elbée the right, which was formed of men chiefly brought by M. Bonchamp from the province of Anjou. M. Bonchamp was himself too ill from the effects of his wounds to accompany the army beyond Douai. Early on the following morning the whole army, with the exception of the men left with Forêt, defiled out of Douai and crossed over to the Montreuil road, dragging with them their cannons, baggage wagons, and ammunition. Their movements were not made with very great order, nor with much celerity. But about 6 o'clock in the evening, on the 10th of June, Catilinot took up his position about a league from Saumur. They got possession of 1 or 2 farmhouses, and were not long in making their arrangements for the night. The men were accustomed to sleep out in the open air since the war commenced, and were well content to remain in clusters round the cannons and the wagons. At 8 o'clock La Roche-Jacquelin had his little troop of cavalry ready mounted, and started with them for the camp of Varennes. As he and his companions dashed along through the wagons and by the cannons, the peasants who were preparing to lay down for the night, and who knew nothing of the plans of their generals, rose up one after another wondering. "There goes le mouchoir rouge," said one, alluding to Henri's costume, for when in action he always wore a red handkerchief round his waist, and another round his neck. "Yes, that is le mouchoir rouge," said another. "He is off for Saumur. The horsemen are already starting for Saumur." "Come then, they shall not go alone," said another. "We will start for Saumur. We will not lie here while others are in the battle." These were men from the neighborhood of Derbellière, who were now placed under the orders of M. de Lescure, but who conceived that as their lord and master was gone before them, it must be their duty to follow. The word was passed from one to another, and the whole body of them was soon in motion. It must be remembered that they were in no respect similar to disciplined troops. They had received no military instruction, and did not therefore know that they were doing wrong in following their own master. They were in receipt of no pay, amenable to no authority, and consequently afraid of no penalties. Their only idea was to do the best they could for the cause, to fight with courage and perseverance, and to trust to God for the result. It was not, therefore, wondering that in the present instance they so completely mistook their duty. Catilinot's men, who were intended to form the center of the attack on the next morning, were placed just to the right of the road, but their baggage and cannons had not been moved from it. In fact, they were nearly mixed with M. de Lescure's men, whereas M. d'Elbée's portion of the army was removed a good deal further to the right, and was placed immediately on the banks of the river Touet. The camp at Varennes, which was to be attacked, was situated between the river and the road to Saumur. In Catilinot's division there were some few who understood the plan which had been decided on, and some others who knew that they should not move without orders, and they did what they could to prevent their companions from joining the rush made by Monsieur de Lescur's party, but their efforts were nearly in vain. Every man learnt in the confusion that the attack was to be made on Saumur that night, and no man wished to be left behind. "Come, friends, let us follow le mouchoir rouge. He never meant, I am sure, to leave us here," said the spokesman of one party. "The Saint of Angers is on before us," said the others. "He would let no man see the enemy before himself. The good Catalino is gone to Saumur. Let us follow him." In this way they soon learnt to believe that both Catalino and La Roche-Jacqueline were on before them, and they were not long in hurrying after them. Within 20 minutes, about 6,000 men started off without a leader or any defined object to besiege the walls of Saumur. They did not even know that a vast entrenched encampment of the enemy's troops lay directly in their way. The men had, most of them, muskets with 3 or 4 rounds of powder and ball each. Many of them also had bayonets. They were better armed than they had hitherto ever been, and they consequently conceived themselves invincible. Catalino's men, however, would not stir without Marie-Jean, and that devoted, hard-worked canon was seized by scores and hurried off with them towards Saumur. De Lescure and Catalino were together in a farmhouse within 500 yards of the place where the baggage had been left, and within half a mile of the most distant of the men who had thus taken upon themselves to march, or rather to rush, away without orders, and some of those who still had their senses about them soon let their generals know what was going forward. They were seated together, planning the attack for the next morning. Deneau was with La Roche-Jacqueline, and Delbé and Stofflet were together with the detachment on the banks of the river. They were, therefore, alone when Father Jerome rushed into the room. "The men are off, Monsieur de Lescure," said he. "Do you not hear them? For heaven's sake, go down to them, Catalino. Someone has told them that you and La Roche-Jacqueline were gone to Saumur, and they are all preparing to follow you." "Heaven and earth," said de Lescure, "they will be destroyed." "Unless you stop them, they will," said Father Jerome. "They will all fall upon the camp just as the Republicans are under arms and prepared to receive them. Hurry, Catalino, you alone can stop them." Catalino, without uttering a word, seized his sword and rushed out of the room without his cap, and followed by Monsieur de Lescure, hurried through the farmyard, leaped a little gate, and got upon the road a few yards from the place where the wagons had been left. The whole place was in the utmost confusion. The men were hurrying to and fro, hardly knowing what they were doing or going to do. The most ardent of them were already a quarter of a mile advanced on the road to Saumur. Others were still following them. Those who knew that they should have stayed quiet during the night were in the utmost distress. They did not know whether to support their comrades or to remain where they were. "What ails them, Peter?" said Catalino, catching hold of the arm of a man who had followed him from Saint-Florent. "If they advance, they will be destroyed at Varennes." And as he spoke, he leaped upon the top of one of the wagons laden with provisions, which had come from Durbellière. It was a beautiful warm evening in June, and the air was heavy with the sweet scent of the flowering hedges. It was now nearly 9 o'clock, and the sun had set, but the whole western horizon was gorgeous with the crimson streaks which accompanied its setting. Standing in the wagon, Catalino could see the crowds of hurrying royalists rushing along the road, wherever the thick foliage of trees was sufficiently broken to leave any portion of it visible, and he could hear the eager hum of their voices both near him and at a distance. "No power on earth could bring them back," said he. "Now, Peter, run to the stable for your life. My horse is there, and Monsieur de Lescure's. Bring them both. They are both saddled. Run, my friend. A moment lost now will cost 100 lives." It was Peter Berryer to whom he spoke, and in spite of his evil treatment at Durbellière, Peter ran for the horses as though he was running for the king's crown. "It is impossible to stop them," said Catalino, still standing on the wagon and speaking to de Lescure, whom he had outrun. "All La Vendée could not stop them. But we may head them, Monsieur de la Cure, and lead them on. We must attack the camp tonight." "Our loss will be terrible if we do," said de la Cure. It will be terrible, and we shall be repulsed, but that will be better than letting them rush into positive destruction. In an hour's time they will be between the camp, the town, and the heights of Bournon, and nothing then could save them." "Let us go then," said de la Cure. "But will you not send to Delbé?" "Yes, but do not desire him to follow us. In 2 hours' time he will have enough to do to cover our retreat." "We shall at any rate have the darkness in our favor," said de la Cure. "We shall, but we have 2 dreadful hours of light before that time comes. Here are our horses. Let us mount. There is nothing for us now but a hard ride, a good drubbing, and then the best face we can put upon it tomorrow." Orders were then given to Peter Berryer to make the best of his way across to Monsieur Delbé and to explain to him what had occurred, and bid him keep his men in reserve under arms and as near to the wagons as he could. "And be sure," said Catalino, "be sure, Peter, to make him understand that he is at once to leave the river and come across to the road, to keep his men, you know, immediately close to the wagons." "I understand," said Peter, "I understand," and he at once started off on his important errand. "It is a bad messenger, I fear," said Catalino, "but we have no better. Indeed, we are lucky even to find him." "I wonder," said Peter Berryer to himself as he ran across the fields, "I wonder whether they'll make nothing of this job, too, as they did of that day at Saint Florent. I suppose they will. Some men haven't the luck ever to be thought much of." Notwithstanding his gloomy presentiments, Peter made the best of his way to Monsieur Delbé, and having found him, told him how the men had started by themselves for Saumur, how de la Cure and Catalino had followed them, how they intended to attack the camp at Varennes that night, and he ended by saying, "And you, Monsieur Delbé?" "Of course we must follow them," said Delbé. "Not afoot," said Peter. "That is just why they sent me, instead of any common messenger, that I might explain it all to you properly. You are not to stir a foot after them, but are to remain here, just where you are, till they return." "That is impossible," said Delbé. "What good on earth can I do remaining here?" "Why, Catalino will know where to find you when he wants you." "You are mistaken, Peter Berryer," said Delbé. "You must be mistaken. Perhaps he meant that I should go over to the road to cover their retreat. God knows they will want someone to do so." "That is just it," said Peter. "They mean to retreat down the river, and you are to remain just where you are." As might be expected, Monsieur Delbé was completely puzzled, and he sent off 3 or 4 men to endeavor to get fresh orders, either from Catalino or from de la Cure, and while waiting to receive them, he kept his useless position by the riverside. In the meantime, Catalino and de la Cure had hurried off at the top of their horses' speed to endeavor to head the column of madmen who were rushing towards almost certain destruction. They will at any rate meet Laroche-Jacquelin on his return, and he will stop them. This thought occurred to both of them, but neither of them spoke. Indeed, they were moving too quickly and with too much trouble to be able to speak. Their object now was not to stop the men who thronged the roads. They only wanted to head them before they came to the portion of the road which passed close by the trenches of the camp at Varennes. They were so far successful that they found themselves nearly at the head of the column by the time they came within sight of the great banks which the Royalists had thrown up. It was still light enough for them to see the arms of the Republican troops, and they were near enough to the camp to hear the movements of the men within it, in spite of the increasing noise of their own troops. "They are ready to receive us," said de la Cure to himself, "and a warm reception they are likely to give us." He now separated himself from Catalino and galloped before the trenches to an open space, where Laroche-Jacquelin had stationed himself with the cavalry. Henri had completely surprised the sentinels on duty in the camps. He and about 20 others had dismounted, had shot 4 or 5 sentries at their post, and had again retreated to their horses before the Republicans were able to return his fire. But what was his surprise on preparing to remount his horse, to hear the rush of his own men coming along the road, and to see the cloud of dust which enveloped them. Henri tried to speak to them and to learn what new plan brought them there, but the foremost men were too much out of breath to speak to him. However, they shouted and hurrahed at seeing him and slackened their pace a little. They were then almost within musket shot of the Republicans, and the balls from the trenches began to drop very near them. Henri was still in an agony of suspense, not knowing what to do or to propose, when de Lescure emerged from out of the cloud of dust and galloped up to him. "What on earth has brought you here, Charles?" said Henri. "Why have the men come on in this way? Every man within the camp will have a musket in his hand in 5 minutes' time." "It is too late now to help it," said de Lescure. "If we both live over this night, I will explain it to you. Catilinot is behind there. We must lead the men to the attack. He will be in the trenches immediately." "Lead on," said Henri, jumping off his horse. "Or rather, I will go first. But stop, the men must have 5 minutes to get their breath. They are all choked with running. Come, my men," said he, turning to the crowds who were clustering round them. "We will disturb the dreams of these Republicans. The Blues are not fond of fighting by night, but if they are asleep, I think we will soon wake them." And accompanied by his friend, he rushed down into the trenches, and the men followed him by hundreds, covered with dust, choked with thirst, breathless with their long run, and utterly ignorant what they were going to do or how they were to find an entrance into the camp. At the same moment Catilinot leaped into the trench at the point nearest to the road by which he had come, and his men followed him enthusiastically, shouting at the top of their voices, "Vive le roi! À bas la République!" Hitherto they had been successful in every effort they had made. The Republican troops had fled from every point which had been attacked. The Vendéans had as yet met no disasters, and they thought themselves, by the special favor of the Almighty, invincible when fighting against the enemies of the king. The camp at Varennes was not a regularly fortified position, but it was surrounded by a deep trench, with steep earthworks thrown up inside it. These were high enough to afford great protection to those within, and steep enough to offer a considerable obstacle to any attacking party. But the earth was still soft, and the foremost among the Vendéans were not long in finding themselves within the entrenchment. But when there, they met a terribly hot reception. The feigned attack made by La Roche-Jacquelin had just served to warn the Republicans, and by the time the real attack was made, every man was under arms. As de Lescure had said, the old soldiers of Valmy and of Jemappes were there, men accustomed to arms, who well knew the smell of powder, and who were prepared to contest every inch of ground before they gave it up. These men too wore defensive armor, and the Vendéans, unaccustomed to meet enemies so well prepared, were dismayed when they perceived that their enemies did not as usual give way before them. The slaughter in the trenches was tremendous. The first attack had been made with great spirit, and about 400 of the Vendéans were in the camp before the murderous fire of the Republicans commenced. Among these were de Lescure, La Roche-Jacquelin, and Catilinot, and they made their way even to the center of the camp. But those who had not made a portion of the first assault fell back by 20s and 30s under the fire of the Republicans. Twice La Roche-Jacquelin returned and nearly cleared the top of the trenches in order to make way for the men below to come up. But they were frightened and intimidated. Their powder was all gone, and they perceived that their first attempt had failed. Their friends and comrades were falling on every side of them, and after a while they retreated from the trenches beyond reach of musket shot. Catilinot had expected that this would be the case, and though he had been one of the first within the camp, he was prepared to leave it again as soon as he could make the men who were with him understand that it was necessary that they should do so. It was now dusk, and the uncertain light favored his intention. "Where is your master?" said he to Jacques, whom he chanced to find close to him. "Tell him to lead his men down the trenches again, back to the road at once, Beg him to be the first to leap down himself. They will not go unless he leads them." Jacques did as he was bid, and Laroche-Jacquelin led the men back to the trenches. "Come, my friends," said he, "we have given them enough for tonight. We have broken their sleep. Come, we will visit them again tomorrow." And he dashed through a body of Republicans who were now firing from the trenches, and about 100 of his own men followed him. The Republicans had stuck huge pine-wood torches into the green sods atop of the trenches, which gave a ghastly glaring light immediately in their own vicinity, though they did not relieve the darkness at a few paces distant. As Henri rushed through them, some of the soldiers observed his peculiar costume and hallooed out, "Fire upon the red scarf! Tirez sur le mouchoir rouge!" But the confusion was too great to allow of this friendly piece of advice being followed, or else the musketeers were bad marksmen, for Henri went safely through the trench, though many of his men were wounded in following him. Catilinot's men soon followed, as did also Catilinot himself. The last man who leaped into the trenches was de Lescure, but he also got safely through them. Not above 25 or 30 of those who had forced their way into the camp fell, but above 300 of those who had only attempted it were left dead or wounded in the trenches, and now the retreat commenced, and Catilinot found it impossible to accomplish it with anything like order. The three leaders endeavored to make the men conceive that they had been entirely successful in all which it had been thought desirable to accomplish, but they had seen too much bloodshed to be deceived. They were completely dismayed and disheartened, and returned back towards Montreuil almost quicker than they had come. The men had brought Marie-Jeanne with them, but in the species of attack which they had made, the cannon was not of the slightest use. It had not been once discharged. A great effort was now made to take it back with them, but the attempt was unsuccessful. They had not dragged it above 500 yards when they heard that the Republicans were following them, and then, as every man was obliged to think of himself, poor Marie-Jeanne was left to her fate. It was soon evident to Catilinot and de Lescure that they were pursued, but the night was dark, and they calculated that M. d'Elbey's men would be drawn up at the wagons. It was more than probable that they would then be able not only to stop the pursuit, but to avenge themselves on their pursuers. What then was their surprise on reaching the wagons to find them utterly deserted? There was not a single man with them. This was a great aggravation to the misery of their predicament. They had no resource but to fly on to Montreuil, which was still above 2 leagues distant from them, and should the Republican troops persevere in the pursuit, their loss upon the road would be terrific. The darkness was their only friend, and on they went towards Montreuil. The Republican soldiers were stopped by the wagons and cannons. It was then as dark as a night in June ever is. It was well known also that the Republic had no friends in Montreuil. The troops had been driven from the place by M. de Lescure on his road to Douai, and the Royalists would be able to make a very strong stand in the streets of the town. The pursuit was therefore given up, and the Blues returned to the camp at Varennes, with all the artillery and baggage belonging to the Royalists. M. d'Elbey remained all the while in his position by the river. He heard the firing, he also heard the confused noise of the retreat, but he felt that it was impossible for him at that hour of the night to take any steps without knowing what had been done, or what he had better do. At about 4 in the morning he learnt exactly what had occurred, and then he rejoined Catilinot at Montreuil. The Vendéans during the night lost every cannon they possessed. All their baggage, consisting of provisions, wearing apparel, and ammunition. They lost also about 500 men in killed, wounded, and prisoners, but all this was not of so much injury as the loss of the prestige of victory. The peasants had conceived themselves invincible, and they were struck with consternation to find they were liable to repulse and defeat. Early on the following morning, another council of war was held, but the spirits and hopes of the generals had been greatly damped. End of Section 9. Volume 1, Chapter 10, The Bishop of Agra. On this occasion the meeting of the leaders was kept strictly secret. None were admitted but those who were known to be the chosen chiefs of the Vendéans. It consisted of Catalinot, de Lécure, La Roche-Jacquelin, Delbé, Stofflet, and Father Jerome. They had been closeted together about an hour and a half, when Father Jerome left the room and rode off towards Thouars on the best horse which could be found for him. No one seemed to know where or for what he was going, though much anxiety was expressed on the subject. Those who knew him were well aware that he was not about to desert the cause in its first reverse. In the meantime the generals tried to reassure the men. Catalinot explained to them that they had brought on themselves the evils which they now suffered by their absurd attempt to act without orders, and de Lécure and La Roche-Jacquelin endeavored to rouse their energies by pointing out to them the necessity of recovering their favorite cannon. "Ah, Monsieur Henri," said one of the men from Durbellière, "how can we get her again when we have lost our guns and have got no powder?" "How?" said Henri. "With your sticks and your hands, my friends, as your neighbors in Saint-Florent took her at first from the Blues. We all think much of the men of Saint-Florent because it was they first took Marie-Jeanne. Let us be the men who rescue her from these traitors, and these people will think much of us." About 2 o'clock in the day a closed carriage was driven into Montreuil very fast by the road from Thouars. The blinds were kept so completely down that no one could see who was within it. It was driven up to the door of the house in which the council had been held. The doors of the carriage and of the house were opened, and 2 persons alighted and ran into the house so quickly that their persons could hardly be recognized, even by those who were looking at them. "That last is Father Jerome, at any rate," said a townsman. "Who on earth had he with him?" said another. "He must be some giant," said a third. "Did you see how he stooped going into the door?" "A giant, stupid," said a fourth. "How could a giant get out of such a carriage as that? Besides, where could Father Jerome find giants in these days?" "Well, I don't know," said the other, "but I am sure he was 8 feet high. Didn't you see his back as he ran into the house?" Soon after the mysterious entry into the house, Henri left it and went out to the fields beyond the town, where most of the men were still resting after the long fatigue of the night. Much discontentment had been expressed by them, and many had already declared their intention of returning home. Every measure had been taken to comfort them. They had been supplied with provisions and tobacco from the town, and every effort had been used to renew their hopes and courage. Catalinot had passed the greater portion of the morning among them, going from one quarter to another, assuring the men that their loss was most trifling, that their future victory was certain. It was nearly in vain. They declared that they could do nothing without Marie-Jeanne. Henri now went among them, and as he did so, Jacques Chapot proceeded through the town, imploring all the men who were in it to go out and join the rest of the army, as a holy man had been sent direct from Rome by the Pope to tell the people of La Vendée what it was their duty to do. Henri did not say quite so much as this, but he told the men that a friend of theirs, a bishop of the church, one especially appointed by the king before he died to provide for the spiritual comfort of his poor people in the west of France, was now among them and would soon address them. He directed them to stay where they were till this man of God should be among them, and he besought them strictly to follow any advice which he might give them. Everyone in the town flocked out to the army. Men, women, and children were soon in the fields, and the report was spread abroad through them all that the mysterious carriage which had rattled through the streets of Montreuil had brought to that favored town a holy bishop, sent expressly by their father the Pope to give good advice to his dear children in La Vendée. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the stranger walked among them. Father Jerome walked on his right hand, and Catalino on his left. Monsieur de la Cure followed immediately behind them. He was a very tall man, nearly 7 feet high, and his peculiar costume added in appearance to his real height. He was dressed in the gorgeous robes of a bishop of the Church of Rome, as he would appear at the altar of his cathedral when about to celebrate high mass. He had his mitre on his head and his crozier in his hand, and as he walked through the crowd, the men and women everywhere kneeled down and bowed their heads to the earth. The people were delighted to have so holy a man among them, to see a bishop in La Vendée. The bells were all rung, and every sign of joy was shown. The peasants were already beginning to forget their defeat of the previous night. As he walked through the kneeling crowd, he stood still a moment or two from time to time and blessed the people. His voice was full and deep, but very musical. His face was supremely handsome, but devoid of all traces of passion. As he lifted his hands to heaven and implored the Almighty to protect the righteous arms of his poor children in La Vendée, he certainly looked every inch a bishop. The peasants congregated round him and kissed his garments. If they could even touch the shoes on his feet, they thought themselves happy. It took the little procession 2 hours to move in this way through the whole of the army, during which time the bishop's companions did not speak a word. They merely moved on with their eyes turned towards the ground. At length they reached a temporary altar, standing on a platform raised 5 steps above the ground, which had been erected under the care of Monsieur d'Elbée since the arrival of the bishop in Montreuil. Here were collected Monsieur d'Elbée, Stofflet, Laroche-Acollan, Adolphe Deneau, and the other principal leaders of the army, and as the little procession drew near, they knelt upon the top step of the platform, and Catalino, de la Cure, and Father Jerome knelt with them. The bishop then blessed them each separately, commencing with Catalino. He placed his crozier on the altar, and putting both his hands on the head of the kneeling general, he said in a loud and solemn voice, "May the Lord bless you, my son. May he enable you to direct the arms of his faithful people so as to show forth his glory and magnify his name. May he help your endeavors to restore to a suffering people their church and their king. May his dear Son preserve you in danger, comfort you in affliction, be near you in the hour of death, and reward you in heaven." He then went round to them all and blessed them each, though in a somewhat shorter form, and at last, standing on the top step, in the front of the whole army, so that everyone could see him, he uttered a general benediction on the people, and a prayer for their success. And while he did so, boys dressed in surplices made their way through the crowd, swinging censers filled with burning frankincense, and loading the air with that peculiar scent which always fills the mind with devotional ideas. As soon as this was over, and the people had risen from their knees, Catalino spoke to them, and told them that the Bishop of Agra had been especially appointed by their king to watch over and protect their spiritual interest, that Monseigneur had heard with great grief of the misfortune which had happened to them the preceding evening, and that he would now tell them how, with God's assistance, they might hope in future to avoid such calamities. The bishop then addressed them and said, "My children, I rejoice that Providence has given me the privilege of seeing so many of you collected here today. You have been brought together for a great and holy purpose. The enemies of the Almighty God are in your country, enemies who can never prevail to the breadth of one hair against his omnipotence, but who may and who will prevail to the destruction of your families here and the perdition of your souls hereafter, if you fail in performing the duties which are before you. You are now called, my children, called especially from on high, to deliver your land from these enemies, to go out to the battle and to fight in God's name till you have restored the king to his throne and your pastors to their churches, and I rejoice to learn that you have so readily undertaken the task which is before you. Till yesterday your success was most wonderful, your career has been glorious. You unhesitatingly obeyed the leaders who commanded you, and they led you from one victory to another. But yesterday you were beaten back. Yesterday evening, for the first time, you found your enemy too strong for you. They did not fall beneath your bullets. They did not feel your swords. Why was this, my children? Why was it that on yesterday evening the protecting hand of heaven was withdrawn from you? Here the bishop paused in his address as though expecting a reply, and then after waiting a minute, during which the whole army remained in most perfect quiet, answered the question himself. Because, my children, you yesterday followed no accustomed leader, you obeyed no order, you went out to the battle with self-proud hearts and a vain confidence in yourselves rather than in the Almighty. It is not by such efforts as that the chosen soldiers of La Vendée can expect to conquer the enemies of France. You were vain in your own conceits, you trusted in your own strength, you were puffed up with worldly glory, and your strength has proved weakness, and your glory has been turned to disgrace. I trust, my children, you will not require another such lesson. I trust you will not again forget your God and your Savior, as you did on yesterday evening. Tomorrow morning the general under whom the hand of Providence has placed you, the good Callan, shall again lead you against your enemies, and if you confidently trust in God for the result, he shall assuredly lead you to victory. The bishop then again blessed the army and walked off the field, surrounded by the different leaders of the army, and left the town without being again seen by the multitude. The effect which this singular visit had upon the people was almost miraculous. Their faith was so perfect that it never occurred to them to doubt the truth of anything which fell from consecrated lips. The word of a priest with them was never doubted, but the promises of a bishop were assurances direct from heaven. They would consider it gross impiety to have any doubt of victory when victory had been promised them by so holy a man as he who had just addressed them. After the Bishop of Agra had left the town, La Roche-Jacquelin and de Lécure went through the army talking to the men, and they found them eager to renew the attack on the camp of Varennes. Though Varennes was nearly 3 leagues from them, and though they had been up nearly the whole previous night, they would willingly have returned to the attack that evening, had they been allowed to do so. This was not considered expedient, but it was resolved that the attack on the camp should be renewed as early as possible on the following morning, as it was considered that the Republicans would not expect so quick a return of an army which had been completely routed, and might therefore to a certain extent be taken by surprise. "We must run fast, friends," said Chapeau to his allies from Durbelière and Échambron, "for the first men who reach Varennes will retake Marie-Jeanne, and we will have a share in her, as well as the men of Saint-Florent." With sunrise the next morning, the army was again on the move toward Saumur. It was arranged that Catalino, de Lécure, Deneau, and La Roche-Jacquelin should lead the men through the trenches and into the camp, and that Delbé should remain on the road, prepared, if necessary, to second the attack, but ready, should the first attempt be successful, to fall on the Republicans as they retreated from the camp to the town, and if possible to follow them within the walls. Stofflet was to lead a division of 1,500 men past the camp, between the heights of Bournan and the town, so as to intercept the Republicans, should they attempt from that position to relieve their comrades when retreating from the camp. There was a bridge over the Thouet, close to the town of Saumur, called the Bridge of Fouchard. This bridge was between Bournan and the town, as also between the camp and the town, and the possession of this bridge would be of great advantage to the Royalist army. Stofflet was charged to obtain this advantage, if he did not find that the cannons from the town prevented him. About 4 o'clock the army was on the move from Montreuil, and by 8 they were again in front of the camp at Varennes. The portion of the road which they had passed in such confusion the night but one before, and where they had left their cannon and their wagons, was now stripped of all signs of the encampment, which had been made there. Nothing but the deep ruts made by the cannon wheels were to be seen. Everything which they had brought with them, the trophies of all their victories, the white flags which the ladies of La Vendée had worked for them, the provisions, the wine and meat which the kindness of their landlords had sent with them, were all gone, were in the hands of the Republicans. These reflections served to rouse the anger of the peasants, and made them determined to get back what they had lost, though they pulled down the walls of Saumur with their nails. At a few moments after 8, the attack commenced. The first assault was headed by Catalino, who rushed into the trenches, accompanied by the Curé of Saint-Laud. Father Jerome held a large crucifix in his hands, and as he followed Catalino, he lifted it high above his head to encourage the men who were about to make the assault. Hundreds of them were on the verge of the trench as he did so. Others were following them closely. They were already within fire of the Republican batteries, the balls from which were falling among them. But regardless of the firing, they all fell on their knees, with their faces towards the earth, as soon as they saw the crucifix in the hands of their priest, and there on the very field of battle offered up a prayer that they might that day be victorious. "They will be cut down like grass, simpletons that they are," said Stofflet. "Besides, the first moment is everything. 200 should by this time have been within the camp." "Let them alone," said Monsieur Delbé. "They are quite right as they are. They will not fight the worse for saying their prayers." As he finished speaking, the men rose again and rushed against the earthwork. Their attempt of the preceding evening had had one good effect. It had taught the peasants that those who hesitated were in 5 times more imminent danger than those who at once got into the trench, and that the men climbing up the embankment or at the top of it were not nearly so liable to be struck as the men at the bottom of the trench, or as those beyond it. They therefore eagerly stuck their hands and feet into the earth and made the best of their way into the encampment. It had been expected by the Republicans that the next attack of the Royalists would probably be made at Bournan, and they had consequently moved most of the cuirassiers from Varennes to strengthen that important place. The men left in the encampment consisted chiefly of those tribes of Republicans who were enrolled into the French army under the name of Marseillaise, men who were as ferocious in the hour of victory as they were prone to fly at the first suspicion of defeat, men who delighted in bloodshed, but who preferred finding their victims ready bound for the slaughter. It was the abject cowardice of these troops which gave so wonderful a career of success to the Vendéans. It was their diabolical cruelty which has made the sufferings of the Royalists more notorious even than their bravery. De Lescure, Laroche-Jacquelin, and Adolphe Deneau led their men further along the road to the point at which Henri had been standing when he first saw the crowd of Royalists coming towards him on the former evening, and from thence they also got into the encampment. As has been said, they had no powder. The men who commenced the assault were armed with muskets and bayonets, but the greater number of the assailants had no bayonets at all, and many of them nothing but sticks. Still they forced their way into the center of the camp. Here a very strong opposition was made to them. The Republicans were so well armed that the Royalists were unable to disperse them when any number of them made a stand together. When they moved from their ground, however, the Vendéans uniformly succeeded in driving them before them. Catalino's men also made their way through the camp, and there Catalino and Laroche-Jacquelin met each other. "Well done, my friend, well done," said Henri, seizing the postilion by the hand. "This is a glorious meeting. The Blues are beaten. We have only now to drive them into the river." "Or into the road," said Jacques, who as usual was close to his master. "When once there, Monsieur Delbé will not be long in handing them over to Providence." "Once more, my children, once more," said the priest. "Drive them out, drive them out. Vive le roi quand même." And as he spoke, he brandished the crucifix over his head like a tomahawk. The sacred symbol was covered with gore, which appeared to have come from the head of some unfortunate republican. "Ah, my friends," hallooed Catalino, advancing on before the others. "Look, look there. There is our Marie Jeanne. Hurry then, hurry." And there, immediately before them, was their own sacred trophy, their favorite cannon. They wanted no further incentive. The men who had followed La Roche-Jacqueline and the men of Saint-Florent who had come with Catalino saw it at the same time, and vying with each other, rushed onwards to gain the prize. The Republicans were amazed at the impetuosity of their enemies, and at last fled before them. When once these newly levied troops were turned, their officers found it impossible to recover them. It was then sauve qui peut, and the devil take the hindmost. The passage from the camp towards the town was still open, no attack having been made from that quarter, and through the wooden gate which had been erected there, the valiant Marseillaise rushed out as quick as their legs could carry them. The officers of the Vendéens offered quarter to all who would throw down their arms, and many of them did so. But most of them attempted to gain the town. They knew that if once they could cross the bridge at Fouchard, they would be within the protection afforded by the castle guns, but not one of them reached the bridge. Monsieur d'Elbée had found that he could not himself take the position which had been pointed out to him, as, had he done so, his men would have been cut to pieces by the cannons from the castle. But he effectually prevented anyone else from doing so. Not 30 men from the whole encampment got into the town of Saumur, and those who did so made their way through the river Thouet. The success of the Vendéens, as far as it went, was most complete. They recovered their baggage and their cannons, above all their favorite Marie Jeanne. They took more prisoners than they knew how to keep. They armed themselves again, and again acquired unmeasured confidence in their own invincibility. They wanted immediately to be led out to attack the walls of Saumur, but Catalino and de Lescure knew that this would be running into useless danger. They had now once more plenty of ammunition, they had artillery, and were in a position to bombard the town. They would at any rate make a breach in the walls before they attempted to enter the streets. It was therefore decided that they would that evening remain where they were, and commence the attack on the citadel itself with daylight on the following morning. "It grieved me to think," said Jacques Chapot, as he pulled the huge baskets down from the carts, from which the Republicans had not yet had time to move them, "it grieved my very heart to think, Monsieur Henri, that this good wine from the cellars of Durbellière should have gone down Republican throats. The thoughts of it lay heavy on my heart last night, so that I could not sleep. Thank heaven I am spared that disgrace." It was with the utmost difficulty that Catalino and de Lescure were able to get sentries to remain at the necessary positions during the night. The peasants had gained the battle and were determined to enjoy themselves that evening. They would be ready, they said, to fight again when the sun rose the next morning. The officers themselves had to act as sentinels, and after having been the first during the day to rush into every danger, and after having led the attack and the pursuit, and having then arranged the operations for the morrow, they had to remain on the watch during the night, lest the camp should be sacrificed by an attack from the Republican forces, stationed at Bernan or in the town. Such is the lot of those who take upon themselves the management of men without any power to ensure obedience to their orders. End of section 10. Volume 2, Chapter 1, Saumur. In the next 3 days the Vendéens bombarded the town, and during that time fired against it everything they could cram into their cannons, in the shape of warlike missiles, and they did not do so in vain, for the walls, in portions, began to give way and to crumble into the moat which ran round the town and communicated with the river Loire on each side of it. The town is built on the Loire, and between the Loire and the Thouet. After passing over the latter river at the bridge of Fouchard, the road in a few yards came to the drawbridge over the moat, and from the close vicinity of the two rivers, no difficulty was found in keeping the moat supplied with water in the driest weather. About a mile below the town, the Thouet runs into the Loire. Catelinot found the men very impatient during the bombardment. They did not now dream of going home till the work was over and Saumur taken, but they were very anxious to make a dash at the walls of the town. They could not understand why they should not clamber into the citadel, as they had done over the green sods into the camp at Varennes. On the fourth morning they were destined to have their wish. A temporary bridge over the Thouet had been made near Varennes, over which a great portion of the cannon had been taken to a point near the Loire, from which the Royalists had been able to do great damage to the walls. They had succeeded in making a complete breach of some yards, through which an easy entrance might be made, were it not for the moat. Much of the rubbish from the walls had fallen into it, so as considerably to lessen the breadth, but there was still about 20 feet of water to be passed, and it was impossible, under the immediate guns of the castle, to contrive anything in the shape of a bridge. Notwithstanding the difficulties of the place, it was decided that La Roche-Jacquelin should take 200 of his men and endeavor to make his way through the water, and while he was doing this, de Lescure was to force his passage over the bridge at Fouchard, and if possible carry the gate of the town. In doing this he would pass under the heights of Bournon, and to this point M. d'Elbée was to accompany him with the great bulk of the army, so as to secure his flank from any attack from the Republican force, which still retained their position there, and which had hitherto kept up an intercourse with the town across the bridge of Fouchard. At 5 o'clock the greater portion of the army left the camp with d'Elbée and de Lescure. When they came within 2 furlongs of the bridge, the army separated, the chief body remaining with M. d'Elbée, and the remainder going on with M. de Lescure towards the town. The road turns a little before it reaches the bridge over the Thouet, and up to this point the Vendéens, in their progress, were tolerably protected from the guns of the town. But immediately they turned upon the bridge, they became exposed to a tremendous fire. The men at once perceived this and hesitated to cross the river. 2 of the foremost of their men fell as they put their feet upon the bridge. De Lescure had marched from the camp at the head of his men. Father Jerome was on his right hand, and Stofflet and Adolphe Deneau at his left. Henri had asked his friend to accompany him in the attack, which he was to make near the river, but Adolphe had excused himself, alleging that he had a great dislike to the water, and that he would in preference accompany Charles de Lescure. Henri had not thought much about it, and certainly had imputed no blame to his friend, as there would be full as much scope for gallantry with his cousin as with himself. When de Lescure saw that his men hesitated, he said, "Come, my men, forward with Marie-Jeanne. We will soon pick their locks for them," and rushed on the bridge alone. Seeing that no one followed him, he returned and said to Deneau, "We must show them an example, Adolphe. We will run to the other side of the bridge and return. After that they will follow us." De Lescure did not in the least doubt the courage of his friend, and again ran onto the bridge. Stofflet and Father Jerome immediately followed him, but Adolphe Deneau did not stir. He was armed with a heavy saber, and when de Lescure spoke to him, he raised his arm as though attempting to follow him, but the effort was too much for him. His whole body shook, his face turned crimson, and he remained standing where he was. As soon as de Lescure found that Adolphe did not follow him, he immediately came back, and taking him by the arm, shook him slightly, and whispered in his ear, "Adolphe, what ails you? Remember yourself. This is not the time to be asleep." But still Deneau did not follow him. He again raised his arm. He put out his foot to spring forward, but he found he could not do it. he slunk back and leaned against the wall at the corner of the bridge as though he were fainting. De Lescure could not wait a moment longer. He would have risked anything but his own reputation to save that of his friend, but his brave companions were still on the bridge, and there he returned for the third time. His cap was shot away, his boot was cut, his clothes were pierced in different places, but still he was not himself wounded. "See, my friends," said he aloud to the men behind him, "the Blues do not know how to fire," and he pointed to his shoulder, from which, as he spoke, a ball had cut the epaulette. He then crossed completely over the bridge, together with Stofflet and the priest. The people with one tremendous rush followed him, and Adolphe Deneau was carried along with the crowd. As soon as they found themselves immediately beneath the walls of the town, they were not exposed to so murderous a fire as they had been on the bridge itself. But still the work was hot enough. Marie-Jeanne had been carried across with them, and was soon brought into play. They had still enough ammunition left to enable their favorite to show her puissance in battering against the chief gates of Saumur. The men made various attempts to get into the town, but they were not successful, though the gates were shattered to pieces, and the passage was almost free. The Republican troops within were too strong, and their firing too hot. At last the Blues made a sortie from the town, and drove the Vendéens back towards the bridge. Monsieur de Lescure still kept his place in the front, and was endeavoring to encourage his men to recover their position, when a ball struck his arm and broke it, and he fell with his knee upon the ground. As soon as the peasants saw him fall, and found that he was wounded, they wanted to take him in their arms, and carry him at once back across the bridge, but he would not allow them. "What ails you, friends?" said he. "Did you never see a man stumble before? Come, the passage is free. Now at length we will quench our thirst in Saumur." And taking his sword in his left hand, he again attempted to make good his ground. Monsieur d'Elbée had seen the Vendéens retreating back towards the bridge, and knowing that victory with them must be now or never, for it would have been impossible to have induced the peasants to remain longer from their homes had they been repulsed, he determined to quit his post and to second de Lescure at the bridge. The firing from the town had ceased, for the Republicans and Royalists were so mixed together that the men on the walls would have been as likely to kill their friends as their enemies. And as the first company, fatigued, discouraged, and overpowered, were beginning to give way, d'Elbée, with about 2,000 men, pushed across the bridge, and the whole mass of the contending forces, Blues and Vendéens together, were hurried back through the gateway into the town. And de Lescure, as he entered it, found that it was already in the hands of his own party. The white flag was at that moment rising above the tricolor on the ramparts. Adolphe Deneau was one of the first of the Vendéens who entered the town through the gate. This showed no great merit in him, for, as has been said, the men who had made the first attack, and the Republicans who opposed it, were carried into the town by the impulse of the men behind them. But still he had endeavored to do what he could to efface the ineffable disgrace which he felt must now attach to him in the opinion of Monsieur de Lescure. As they were making their way up the principal street, still striking down the Republicans wherever they continued to make resistance, but more often giving quarter and promising protection, de Lescure, with a pistol held by the barrel in his left hand, and with his right arm hastily tied up in the red handkerchief taken from a peasant's neck, said to the man who was next to him, but whom he did not at the moment perceive to be Deneau, "Look at La Roche-Jacqueline, the gallant fellow. Look at the red scarf on the castle wall. I could swear to him among 1,000. "Yes," said Adolphe, unwilling not to reply when spoken to, and yet ashamed to speak to de Lescure. "Yes, that is Henri. I wish I were with him." "Oh, that is you, is it?" said de Lescure, just turning to look at him and then hurrying away. But before he had moved on 5 paces, he returned, and putting his pistol into his girdle, gave Adolphe his left hand and whispered to him, "No one shall ever hear of it, Adolphe," said he, "and I will forget it. Think of your Savior in such moments, Adolphe, and your heart will not fail you again." The tears came into Deneau's eyes as de Lescure left him. He felt that he must be despised. He felt grateful for the promise which had been given him, and yet he felt a kind of hatred for the man to whom he had afforded an opportunity of forgiving him. He felt that he could never like de Lescure again, never be happy in his company. He knew that de Lescure would religiously keep his word, that he would never mention to human being that horrid passage at the bridge, but he knew also that it could never be forgotten. Adolphe Deneau was not absolutely a coward. He had not bragged that he would do anything which he knew it was contrary to his nature to do, when he told Agatha that he would be the first to place the white flag on the citadel of Saumur. He felt then all the aspirations of a brave man. He felt a desire even to hurry into the thick of the battle, but he had not the assured, sustained courage to support him in the moment of extreme danger. As de Lescure said, his heart failed him. We must now return to Henri Laroche-Jacquelin. He had taken with him 200 of the best men from the parishes of Saint-Aubin, Saint-Laud, and Échambouin. 4 or 5 officers accompanied him, among whom was a young lad just 14 years of age. His name was Arthur Mondion, and he was a cadet from a noble family in Poitou. In the army he had at first been always called Le Petit Chevalier. His family had all emigrated, and he had been left at school in Paris. But on the breaking out of the wars he had run away from school, had forged himself a false passport into La Vendée, and declared his determination of fighting for his king. De Lescure had tried much to persuade him to stay at Clisson, but in vain. He had afterwards been attached to a garrison that was kept in the town of Châtillon, as he would then be in comparative safety. But the little Chevalier had a will of his own. He would not remain within walls while fighting was going on, and he had insisted on accompanying Laroche-Jacquelin to Saumur. He was now installed as Henri's aide-de-camp. Jacques Chapot also accompanied the party, who were to make their way into the town through the water. The men were all armed with muskets and bayonets, but their muskets were not loaded, nor did they carry any powder with them. It would have been useless in the attack they were about to make, and was much wanted elsewhere. Henri was at his post about the time at which de Lescure was preparing to cross the bridge at Fouchard. It was an awful-looking place at which he had to make his entrance. There was certainly a considerable breach in the wall, and the fragments of it had fallen into the fosse, so as to lessen its width. But nevertheless there was full 20 feet of running water to cross, which had more the appearance of a branch of the river Loire than of a moat round a town. Henri saw that his men looked a little alarmed at what they had to go through. He had a light straw hat on his head, and taking it off, he threw it into the water, a little above the point he had to pass, and as the running water carried it down, he said, "Whoever gives me that on the other side will be my friend for life." And as he spoke, he himself leaped into the water and swam across. Jacques made a plunge for the hat. Had it been in the middle of the Loire, he would have gone after it under similar circumstances, though he couldn't swim a stroke. He did not go near the hat, however, but went head over heels into the water. The impetus carried him through, and he was the second to scramble upon the broken mortar on the other side. The Chevalier was more active. He leaped in and seized the hat as it was going down the stream, and swimming like a young duck, brought it back to its owner. "Ah, Chevalier," said Henri, reproaching him playfully, and helping him up out of the water, "you have robbed some poor fellow of a chance. You know, cannot be more my friend than you already are." The men quickly followed. They all got a ducking. Some few lost their arms. 1 or 2 were slightly wounded by their comrades, but none of them were drowned. Henri soon made his way over the ruins into the town and carried everything before him. The greater part of the garrison of the town were endeavoring to repulse the attack made by de Lescure. Others had retired into the castle, in which the Republican general thought that he might still hold out against the Vendéans. Many were already escaping out of the town by the bridge over the Loire, and throwing down their arms, were hurrying along the road to Tours. It was in this manner, and almost without opposition, that La Roche-Jacqueline found himself, together with his brave followers, in the middle of Saumur. Their own success astonished them. Hardly a shot was fired at them in their passage. They went through the town without losing a man. The Republican soldiers whom they did see threw down their arms and fled. The very sight of the Vendéans in the center of the town overwhelmed them with panic. The appearance of Henri's troop was very singular. Every man wore round his neck and round his waist a red cotton handkerchief. This costume had been adopted to preserve La Roche-Jacqueline from the especial danger of being made the butt of Republican marksmen. There was now no especial mouchoir rouge among them. They certainly had a frightful appearance as they hurried through the streets with their bayonets fixed, dripping with mud and water, and conspicuous with their red necks and red waists. At least so thought the Republicans, for they offered very little opposition to them. Henri had just time to see that his friends had entered the town by the gate on the Douai road, but he did not wait to speak to them. The Republican soldiers were escaping from the town in the opposite direction, and he could not resist the temptation of following them. He was at the head of his men, just passing over the Loire by a wooden bridge, called the Bridge of the Green Cross, and having possessed himself of a sword in his passage through the town, was making good use of it, when a dragoon turned suddenly round and fired a pistol almost in his face. Near as the man was to him, in his hurry he missed him, and the bullet merely grazed Henri's cheek, without even raising the skin. "Ah, bungler," said Henri, raising his sword, "you are no good for either king or nation," and he struck the unfortunate man dead at his feet. Not only the soldiers, but the inhabitants of the town were escaping by hundreds over the bridge, and Henri saw that if he pursued them farther, he must, sooner or later, find himself surrounded and overpowered by numbers. He returned, therefore, and destroyed the bridge, so as to prevent the return of the soldiers who had fled in their first panic, and also to prevent any more of the inhabitants from leaving their homes. "God has certainly fought on our side today," said he to one of his men. "With barely 200 men, all dripping like drowned rats, we have made our way almost without opposition through the town, and thousands of soldiers are even yet flying before us." "Ah, Monsieur Henri," said the little chevalier, "it is a great honor to fight for one's king. One fears nothing then. A single royalist should always drive before him 10 republicans." Henri now returned and joined de Lescure, who was in possession of the town, though the citadel was still in the hands of General Queteneau, who held the command of the garrison. It was not till the cousins had embraced each other that Henri saw that de Lescure was wounded. "Yes," said de Lescure, "I have at length acquired the privilege of shedding my blood in the cause, but it is only a broken arm. Victorine will have a little trouble with me when I return to Clisson." "And Adolphe, my brave Adolphe, you are wounded too?" said Henri. Deneau muttered something and turned away. He did not dare to look his friends in the face. "He envies me my honor," said de Lescure, "but it might have been his chance as well as mine, for he was not 2 feet from me when I was wounded." This was true, for de Lescure had been struck after Deneau had crossed the bridge with the other men. A flag of truce was now sent out by General Queteneau to the Royalists, with a proposal that he would give up the castle and lay down his arms on being allowed to march out with all his men and take the road to Angers. But this proposition was not acceded to. "No," said de Lescure to the general's messenger, "tell Monsieur Queteneau that the Vendéans cannot accede to those terms. We cannot allow his soldiers to march to Angers and to return within a week to inflict new cruelties on our poor peasants. Monsieur Queteneau must surrender without any terms. the practices of our army must be his only guarantee that his men will not be massacred in cold blood, as the unfortunate Royalists are massacred when they fall into the hands of the Republicans. The Republicans were not in a condition to insist upon anything. As M. de Lescure had said, the practices of the Vendéans were a guarantee that no blood would be unnecessarily shed, and relying on this assurance alone, M. Quétineau surrendered the castle and gave up his sword. De Lescure took possession of it till he should be able to hand it over to his general, and the Vendéans found themselves complete masters of Saumur. There was, however, still a very strong detachment of Republican troops on the heights of Bournan, who were watched on one side by Forêt and his detachment, and on the other by a portion of M. d'Elbé's army. These men had done some execution, as they covered with their cannon a portion of the road over which the Vendéans had passed, but they had taken no active part whatever in the engagement. What made this the more singular was that the garrison at Bournan was composed of the very best soldiers of the French Republican army. They were under the command of General Coutard, who kept his position during the whole attack, inactive and unmolested. Had he attacked M. d'Elbé's army in the rear when that officer advanced to support de Lescure's division, the Vendéans would probably have been destroyed between the two Republican armies. Whether the two generals of the convention misunderstood each other, or whether the soldiers at Bournan were unwilling to rout the Royalists, it is impossible to say. But they remained at Bournan till the night, and then, leaving their post during the darkness, made good their retreat to Angers. As soon as the white flag was seen on the walls of Saumur, Catilinot left the position which he had held and entered the town. It was greatly in opposition to his own wishes that he had been induced to remain at a distance from the absolute attack, and now he felt almost ashamed of himself as the officers and men crowded round him to congratulate him on the victory which he had gained. "No, Monsieur de Lescure," he said, as that officer tendered him General Quétineau's sword, "no, I will never take it from him who has won it with so much constancy and valor. I must own I envy you your good fortune, but I will not rob you of the fruits of your exertions." "But Catilinot," said the other, "you are our general. The customs of war require—" "The customs of war are all changed," replied Catilinot, "when such as you and Monsieur de la Roche-Callan make yourselves second to a poor postilion. At any rate," he added, pressing between his own the left hand of M. de Lescure, which still held the sword, "if I am to be the commander, I must be obeyed. M. de Lescure will not set a bad example when I tell him to keep General Quétineau's sword." "And you, General Quétineau," said Catilinot, "what are your wishes? Your own personal wishes, I mean. I have not forgotten that you alone of the Republican leaders have shown mercy to the poor Royalists when they were in your power. You at any rate shall not say that the Vendéan brigands do not know how to requite kind services." Catilinot alluded to the name which the Republicans had given to the Royalists at the commencement of the war. "It little matters to me," said Quétineau, "what becomes of me. Were you to give me unconditional liberty, I should go to Paris, and the convention would accuse me of betraying my trust, and I should become another victim of the guillotine." "Of the guillotine," said Henri. "Why, what bloody monsters are those you serve? They send you soldiers who know nothing but how to run. Do they expect that with such troops as these you should be victorious, when opposed to men who are individually striving for everything that is dear to them?" "The convention," said Quétineau, "would ensure success by punishing defeat. You will find in the end that they are politic. There will, however, be many victims, and I am fated to be one of them." "Stay with us, General Quétineau," said de Lescure. "Join our forces, and here you will find that honesty and courage are respected. You do not approve of the tyranny of the convention. We know each other of old, and I know that in joining the army you never intended to serve under a republic. You cannot say that in your heart you are a Republican. Did I wish to show myself a royalist, it would not now become me to proclaim myself one, answered Quétineau. I entered the army of the king, but I have chosen to remain a soldier of the Republic. Whatever may be my feelings, adversity shall not make me false to the colors I have carried. Besides, gentlemen, if I escaped the anger of the Convention myself, I have a wife in Paris, whose life would be made to satisfy it. Under such circumstances, I presume you would not counsel me to become a royalist." This was an argument which it was impossible to answer. General Quétineau accepted the present of his liberty, and as soon as he was free, he returned to Paris. He was immediately sent to the Revolutionary Tribunal and tried for his life, and as he himself had predicted, was guillotined by the Convention for the cowardice of the troops, whom he had been called upon to take under his command. In the old days of Greece, when the kings sinned, the people suffered for it. This law was reversed under the First French Republic. When the soldiers ran away, the generals were beheaded. The joy of the Vendéens when they found themselves masters of Saumur knew no bounds, but they were grotesque rather than unruly in their demonstrations. They plundered nothing from the poor people, or even from the shopkeepers. The money that was found in the Republican chest was divided among them, but as this consisted almost entirely of assignats, it was of but little value. The shopkeepers were surprised at the liberality of their enemies and conquerors, who were willing to dispose of these assignats for anything they would fetch, a little wine or a few ounces of tobacco, whereas their own friends, the Republicans, had insisted that they should be taken at their nominal value as money for all goods exposed for sale. An enormous poplar had been planted by the townspeople in the center of the marketplace, which they called the Tree of Liberty. This was now a doomed tree. On the evening of the day in which they took the town, the royalist peasants went in procession, and with many cheers hewed it to the ground. It was then treated with every possible contumely. It was chopped and hacked and barked. It was kicked and cuffed and spat upon. The branches were cut off, and on the bare top was placed a large tattered cap of liberty. The Vendéan marksmen then turned out and fired at the cap till it was cut to pieces. After that, all the papers and books which had belonged to the municipality, every document which could be found in the town hall, were brought into the square and piled around the roots of the tree, and then the whole was set on fire, and tree, papers, and cap of liberty were consumed together. On the next morning, considerable difficulty was experienced in disposing of the prisoners. There were about 2,000 in the town, and the Vendéens knew that they had no means of keeping them, nor did they wish to be at the great expense of feeding them. It was contrary to their inclination, their practice, and their consciences to kill them in cold blood, and they knew from experience that if they gave them their liberty, the same men would return within a fortnight, newly armed, to carry on the war against their liberators, in spite of any oaths they might take to the contrary. "I'll tell you what we will do, Monsieur Henri," said Chapeau, speaking to his master. "We will put a mark upon them, so that if we catch them again we may know them. And then I do think it would be all right to hang them, or perhaps for the second time we might cut off their ears, and hang them the third time." "But how would you mark them, Jacques? Men are not like cattle, that you can brand them." "I will tell you what," said the little Chevalier, "shave them all like pigs. They cannot all buy wigs, and we shall know them by their bald sconces." "That is the very thing, Monsieur Arthur," said Chapeau, delighted. "We will shave their heads as clear as the palm of my hand. I am an excellent barber myself, and I will even get a dozen or two assistants. Hair shall be cheap in Saumur tomorrow, though I fear soap and razors will be scarce." Chapeau was so delighted with the proposal that he at once hurried away to carry it into execution, and Arthur, though he felt that his dignity as an officer would be somewhat compromised, could not resist the boyish temptation to follow him and see the fun. He and Chapeau were not long in raising an efficient corps of barbers and assistant barbers, and few of the shopkeepers, when called upon, thought it advisable to refuse the loan of a razor and a shaving dish. They established themselves in the large room of the town hall, and had the prisoners brought in by a score at a time. Vehemently did the men plead for their hair, and loud did they swear that if allowed to escape free, they would never again carry arms against the Vendéans. But neither their oaths or their prayers were of any avail, nor yet the bribes which were offered by those who had aught to give. The order to sit down was given imperatively, and if not immediately obeyed, the command was somewhat roughly enforced. They were shaved by 20 at a time, and while one lot was being operated on, another 20 who were next destined to fill the chairs were kept standing against the wall. The long hair was first cut off with scissors, and then the head and whiskers were closely shaved. The first candidates for the soap dish were very unruly under the operation, but they only got their ears snipped and their skin chipped, and had to return to their prisons with their polls all bloody as well as bald. Those who looked on took a lesson from the folly of their comrades, and most of them remained quiet. The maneuvers of the men, however, were very different during the process. Some took it with good humor and endeavored to laugh as their locks were falling. Some sat still as death. Others looked fierce and warlike. Some were even moved to tears. Some fought and kicked and scratched, and at last had to be corded to their seats. One unfortunate went down upon his knees and implored Chapeau by the memory of his mistress, if ever he had been in love, by his regard for his wife if he chanced to be married, not to shave his head. He was engaged to be married, he said, to a young girl at Angers, who had many lovers. She had preferred him for the beauty of his hair. If he returned back bald, he knew that he would be rejected. Chapeau for a time was moved, but the patriot and the royalist triumphed over the man, and Jacques, turning away his face on which a tear was gleaming, with a wave of his hand, motioned the young man to the chair. Insult was added to injury, for the Chevalier stood at the door with a brush and a large jar of red paint, and as each man went out of the room, Arthur made a huge cross upon his bare pate. The poor wretches, in their attempt to rub it off, merely converted the cross into a red patch, and as they were made to walk across the marketplace with their bald red heads, they gave rise to shouts of laughter, not only from the royalists, but from the inhabitants of the town. For 3 days the shaving went on, and as the men became experienced from practice, it was conducted with wonderful rapidity. At last the prisoners were all deprived of their hair and set at liberty. A temporary bridge was thrown across the Loire, near the Green Cross, and the men were allowed to march over. As soon as they found themselves on the other side of the Loire, they were free. "Come, my bald-pates, come, my knights of the ruddy scalp," said Jacques, standing at the corner of the bridge as they passed over. "Away with you to the convention, and if your friends like your appearance, send them to Saumur, and they shall be shaved close, and the barber shall ask for no fee. But remember, if you return again yourselves, your ears will be the next sacrifice you will be called on to make for your country." End of section 11. Volume 2, Chapter 2, Council of War. The taking of the fortified town of Saumur, and the total dispersion of the large army which had been collected there by the Republic, was an enterprise of much greater magnitude than anything which had previously been undertaken by the Vendéans. It gave them great advantages. It supplied them plentifully with arms, ammunition, and clothes for their soldiers, and greatly inspirited the peasants. But it made the Convention feel that it had no contemptible enemy to deal with in La Vendée, and that the best soldiers of France would be required to crush the loyalty which inspired the peasants of Anjou and Poitou. The Vendéan leaders felt that their responsibilities were greatly increased, and that very much depended on the decision to which they might now come as regarded their further operations. A general council of war was accordingly held in Saumur, at which the matter was debated among them. 12 of the Vendéans were admitted to this consultation, and all others were strictly excluded. They were Catilinot, Bonchamp, who, though badly wounded, had caused himself to be brought thither from Douai, de Lescure, who had remained in action for 8 hours after his arm was broken, and had consequently suffered much from it, Laroche-Jacquelin, Delbé, Stofflet, Adolphe Deneau, Father Jerome, Foret, Monsieur Donnesson, Lescure's father-in-law, Marigny, and the Prince de Talmont. The first question was the selection of a chief officer. Catilinot had been named before the Battle of Saumur, but as he himself alleged, his command was to last only during that siege. He had been, he said, selected for a special purpose, which purpose, by the grace of God, was accomplished, and he was now ready to resign his commission into the hands of those who had given it to him. "I am not so foolish," said he, "as to suppose that I am qualified to take the command in the war which we have now to carry on. No, one privilege I beg to exercise on retiring from my command. I will name a successor. Let anyone who pleases name another. We will then put it to the vote, and let him who has most votes be our general." "So be it," said Henri. "Nothing can be better." "I name Monsieur de Lescure," said Catilinot. "Some of us are beloved by the people, but are not educated. Others are highly educated, but are not yet known to the peasants. We are all, I am sure, brave men, but Monsieur de Lescure is beloved by all. His knowledge fits him for his high position, and his cool, constant, determined courage, no man who has seen him in the hour of battle will doubt. I name Monsieur de Lescure." De Lescure was about to rise, when Henri put his hand upon his friend's arm and said, "Let me speak, Charles. We all know that what Catilinot has said of my cousin is no more than the truth. Be still, Charles. When I have spoken, you can then say what you please, but I am sure you will agree with me. Nevertheless, I will not give my vote that he be our chief general. Catilinot has desired that anyone differing from him should name another, and that the question should then be put to the vote. I differ from him, and therefore I name another. I name the good Catilinot, the Saint of Anjou." "Now let us vote," said the Prince de Talmont. "Come, Bonchamp, do you begin." "I never heard of deposing a commander-in-chief in consequence of a complete victory," said Bonchamp. "The Convention murders their generals when they are defeated, but even the Convention rewards them for victory. I vote for Catilinot." "And you, Foret?" said the Prince. "I say Catilinot," said Foret. "The peasants generally would be disappointed to see any put above him." "I certainly vote for Catilinot," said Father Jerome, who came next. "We should be offending our Creator," said Monsieur Delbé, "were we to reject the great and good commander whom his gracious providence has sent us. I vote for Catilinot." "And you, Monsieur Deneau?" said the Prince. Adolphe Deneau especially disliked Catilinot. He was jealous of his reputation and popularity. He could not bear to feel himself in any way under the control of a man so much his inferior in rank. He fancied, moreover, that Catilinot regarded Agatha Laroche-Jacquelin. He had been quick enough to perceive that the ineffable grace and beauty of his mistress had filled the heart of the poor postilion with admiration, and he feared that his own rejection had been caused by some mutual feeling in Agatha's breast, which future events might warm into love. Adolphe, therefore, hated Catilinot, and would have delighted, had he dared to do so, to express his disapprobation of the choice. but after pausing for a few moments, he found that he did not dare, so he merely said, "Oh, Catalino, of course. When you are all resolved, what's the use of voting about it?" "To show that we are all resolved," said de la Cure, "to make Catalino understand that it is positively his duty to take the position we wish him to fill." And so, one after another, they all recorded their votes that Catalino should be the commander-in-chief of the Vendéan army, and they all declared that they would, without reserve, obey any military orders which he might give them. "Well, gentlemen," said he, again seating himself at the head of the table, "I should pay but a bad compliment to your understanding were I any further to insist on my own unworthiness. I will not at any rate be wanting in zeal for the good cause, and I will trust to Him who directs us all for assistance in the difficult duties which you have imposed on me." They then debated on the all-important question of what should be their next movement, and on this subject there was much difference of opinion. Bonchamp was again asked to speak first, and he advised that they should at once proceed to Paris. "We can do nothing," said he, "while the present convention sits in Paris. It has but one head, but it has 10,000 bloody hands. There can be no peace, no rest in France, while Danton, Robespierre, and Barrère are omnipotent. Let us at once start for Paris. Brittany will join us and parts of Normandy. The Southrons will follow us, the men of Bordeaux and of the Gironde. Have not their own orators, the leaders of the Revolution, been murdered in their seats because they were not willing that all France should become one Golgotha? Lyon, even, and Marseille are now sick of the monsters who have crawled forth from the haunts of the Jacobins to depopulate the country and annihilate humanity. There is now but a small faction, even in Paris, to whom the restoration of order would not be acceptable. The intensity of their cruelty is the only strength of the governing faction. The extent of their abominations alone makes them terrible. Hundreds will fly from one Indian snake, so potent is its venom, so sure to inflict death. But let one brave man set his heel upon its head, and the noxious animal is destroyed forever. So it is with the party who now rules the convention. Now that we have with us the all-powerful prestige of victory, let us march at once to Paris. Hundreds will join us on the way, and what force can at the moment be collected to stop us? Let us proceed at once to Paris, and proclaim at the door of the convention, in the gardens of the Tuileries, in the Place Louis XV, where our sainted monarch so nobly shed his blood, that France again submits herself to her king. "Would that we could," said de la Cure, "would that the spirit of revolution was yet sufficiently quenched in France to allow us to follow your advice. But there is much, very much to be done before a royalist army can march from La Vendée to Paris. Unthought of sufferings to be endured, the blood of thousands to be sacrificed, before France will own that she has been wrong in the experiment she has made. We must fight our battles by inches, and be satisfied if, when dying, we can think that we have left to our children a probability of final victory. Normandy and the Gironde may be unwilling to submit to the Jacobin leaders, but they are as yet as warmly attached to the Republic as Paris itself. And Bonchamp, you little know the dispositions and character of the men who at our bidding have left their homes and come to Saumur, if you think that at our bidding they will march to Paris. They are even now burning to return home, to recount to their wives and children what they have done. Not half the number that came to Saumur would leave the town with us on the road to Paris, and before we could reach Tours, the army would have melted away from us like snow from a mountain-top when the sun begins to shine. It is here in our own locality that we should endeavor to extend our influence. In southern Brittany the people, I believe, are with us, but the towns are full of the troops of the Republic. Let us drive them out of Angers, Ancenis, and Nantes, as we have driven them from Saumur. Let us force them from the banks of the Loire, and become masters of the coast of southern Brittany. Then we may expect men and money from England. Then we may fairly hope for such foreign aid as may enable us to face the Republic. But at present, if we march to Paris, we march to certain destruction." "Monsieur de Lécure is right," said Stofflet. "Our men would not go far from their homes. We must remember that they are not paid, nor have we the means of paying them. If we had English gold, we might perhaps make our way to Paris." "Our men are not so mercenary, Stofflet," said Bonchamp. "I do not think they have shown any great desire for plunder." "No," said Stofflet, "but they must live. If they are to have neither pay nor plunder, how are they to get to Paris?" "I agree with you, Bonchamp," said Henri. "Come what may, I would make a dash at Paris. We shall be cut to pieces here while we are waiting for English aid. Some of the men would follow us, most of them, I believe. Where we meet with friends, they will give us provisions. Where we find enemies, we will take them and pay the owners in Republican assignats. They would get no other payment in the market towns. I am sorry to disagree with you, Charles, but my voice is for Paris." "And mine also, certainly," said Adolphe. "Let our career be short, at any rate let it be glorious. Let us march to Paris and strike terror into the tyrants of the Convention." "It is difficult to strike terror into tyrants," said de Lécure quickly, "when the number of their supporters is 10 times greater than that of their opponents." "Well, Catilinot," said Bonchamp, "what do you say? It is for you to settle the question between us. Are we to go forward to Paris or march back to Nantes?" "I would wish to hear what others say. For myself, I fear that Monsieur de Lécure is right. I fear the peasants would not follow us so far from their own homes. What does the Prince de Talmont say?" "I will have no voice in the matter," said the prince. "I have joined you but lately, and as yet am only fit to follow where others lead." "And you, Monsieur d'Elbée?" said Catilinot. "I hardly know how to speak," said d'Elbée, "where the subject is so important." "Monsieur d'Elbée is not wont to be so modest," said Stofflet. "Does he not trust that Providence will inspire him with wisdom when he opens his mouth to give his opinion?" "Certainly, Stofflet, I trust in that all-seeing eye at which you are so willing to scoff, but I do not expect that I am to be allowed to see further into futurity than another. However, if I am to express an opinion, I think we should endeavor to march on Paris. If we find that the men desert us and that others do not join our standards, we must return." "And how are we to return?" said de Lécure, "and to whom? Think you that we can collect another army in La Vendée when one has deserted us on the road? Will the peasants again trust in us after they have once left us? Never. If the army dissolves itself in despair, you will never be able to establish it again." "Who talks of despair, Charles?" said Henri. "You did not despair when you were thundering against the gates of Saumur with 4 Republicans to 1 Royalist opposed to you. Why should you despair now? Or why should the army despair? I believe they would go anywhere at the command of their priests, and with the hope of restoring the king to his throne." The question was then put to the vote. De Lécure and 4 others voted for attacking Nantes. Bonchamp and 5 others declared for proceeding at once to Paris, with the view of arresting the present leaders of the Convention. Catilinot was then called on to express his opinion, which would of course be decisive. "I think Monsieur de Lécure is right," said he. "I think we are not in a position to advance to Paris. I have not the heart to ask the men to follow me into a strange country so far from their own homes." The numbers were now equally divided, but as Catilinot was the commander-in-chief, his voice turned the scale, and the expedition to Paris was postponed. "So be it," said Bonchamp. "Let us prepare then for Nantes. It is not fortified like Saumur, but the troops there are very numerous." It was then decided that Catiline should name 6 lieutenants under him to take command of the different districts from which the army was collected, and to which the men would be sure to return, and also appoint an officer in command of the artillery and another in command of the cavalry. Catiline would have willingly dispensed with the task of selecting his officers, a work in which he could hardly fail to give offense to some, and in which he might probably give entire satisfaction to none. But it was to be done, and he felt that it was useless for him to shrink from it. Monsieur Bonchamp, said he, will of course take the command of the men of Anjou, and Monsieur de Lécure of those from the southern parts of the Bocage, and they will assist me, I hope, in selecting the others. It is very difficult to select where so many are fit. Rather say, said Henri, laughing, where so many are equally unfit. Why, Bonchamp and Marigny are the only soldiers by profession we have among us. You will all be soldiers shortly, said Father Jerome. You are at any rate going the right way to learn the trade. Marigny, of course, will take the artillery, said Bonchamp. We are very lucky in having so good an artillery officer among us. There is no one at any rate to dispute your claim, Marigny, said de Lécure. So he's president over Marie-Jeanne and the gunpowder, said Henri. That's settled, isn't it, Catiline? Unless Monsieur Marigny refuses, said Catiline. I am not modest enough for that, General, said Marigny. Do you furnish me with guns, and I'll fight them. Do you collect the gunpowder, and I'll consume it. And the Prince de Talmont will take the cavalry, said Catiline. No, indeed, said the prince. I will not interfere with Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin. Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin is much obliged to you, Prince, said Henri, but he is not ambitious of making a fool of himself, nor does he wish to be made a fool of. Moreover, Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin does not wish to quarrel with an old friend like you, Prince, but he might be tempted to do so if you take any liberties with his name. But Catiline, said the prince, Henri has been at the head of the cavalry all through. Don't set a bad example, Prince, said de Lécure. Let every man coincide with Catiline's directions without a word. So shall we be spared the ill effects of over-modesty and of too much assurance. Besides, said Catiline, Monsieur Le Roche-Jacquelin will be much wanted elsewhere. As a matter of course, he will be the leader of all the parishes round Châtillon. I doubt if the men would follow anyone else. Dear Catiline, said Henri, if you will take my advice, you will not make leaders of us youngsters at all. Adolphe and I will be well contented to be hussars for a while. Let these gray-headed seniors be our leaders. And he pointed to Delbé, whose hair was grizzled. Henri had seen that the spirit of jealousy was already rising in Adolphe Deneau's face. No allusion had been made to his services. His advice had never been asked in the council. There was no probability that he would be named as one of the leaders. He had hardly spoken a word since they had assembled in the council room. Henri, though his own heart was a stranger to the jealousy and dread of neglect which tormented Adolphe, sympathized with and felt for his friend, and he thought that if they were both together excluded from command at his request, the blow would be less keenly felt. They were the 2 youngest in the room, and their youth was a good reason why they should not be named. But Henri was the younger of the 2, and he knew that if he were selected as one of the chiefs, Adolphe would be miserable at finding himself left out. De Lécure, however, would not allow of this. He had promised that he would not disgrace Deneau by telling of the cowardice he had shown at the bridge of Fouchard, and he was determined to keep his word. But he would not allow his cousin, his pupil, his bosom friend, the man whom he loved with the affection of a brother and a father, to sink himself to the same level as a coward. "How absurd is this," said he angrily. "I wonder, Henri, that you should be the first to create such foolish difficulties, when our very existence depends on perfect unanimity. In proportion as our means of enforcing obedience is slender, should our resolution be firm, implicitly to obey the directions of those who are selected as our leaders. We have made Catiline our general, and desired him to select his officers, and when he selects you as one, you object. If you object from a proper modesty, it argues that those who accept show an improper degree of assurance. You should think of these things, Henri." "I resign myself to my dignity and am dumb," said Henri, laughing. "Go on, Catiline, and if the men you name say but one word, one syllable against your choice, I'll slay them." Catiline knew that all his difficulties still lay before him. Those whom he had already chosen would, as a matter of course, be among the number. But who were to be the other three? "Monsieur Donnesson," said he in a whisper to de Lescure, who was sitting next to him, "I do not know what his wishes might be." "My father-in-law feels himself too old," answered de Lescure. "D'Elbée would be a much fitter person. He is thought so much of at Beaupré." "And the other two?" asked Catiline. "Name one yourself, and ask Bonchamp to name the other." "Monsieur d'Elbée," said Catiline aloud, "you will not, I am sure, refuse to take your portion of our labors." "You will find," whispered Stofflet to his neighbor, "that as Providence has called upon him, he will be willing enough." "I will do my best," said d'Elbée, "as I am called upon, and may the Lord direct me that I may fight his battle so as to do honor to his name." "I think I will name Stofflet," said Catiline, consulting with Bonchamp and de Lescure. "He is a brave man, and though rude in his manner, he will make perhaps the best soldier among us. Already the men obey him almost more implicitly than anyone." Do, said Bonchamp. "You cannot do better." "I think you will be right to do so," said de Lescure, "though I do not like the man. But the peasants know him, and he is one of themselves. Yesterday morning I had ample proof of his courage. As you say, he is a brave man and a good soldier." Stofflet was then informed that he had been named, and though he muttered some expressions as to his own want of the necessary qualifications, he was evidently well pleased that the choice had fallen on him. And now the last of the lot was to be chosen. As the two last names had been mentioned, Deneau's brow had grown blacker and blacker. Henri Laroche-Jacquelin, during the whole proceeding, had been walking about the room, sitting now in one place and now in another. At the present moment he was sitting next to Adolphe, who, when Stofflet's name was mentioned, whispered to him, but almost audibly, "Gracious heaven, Stofflet! The whole affair is becoming discreditable. How can any gentleman serve under such a man as that?" "You think too much of rank, Adolphe," said Henri. "We should entirely forget all distinctions of person now. Unless we do so, we can never succeed." "But do you think we are more likely to set the king upon his throne by making such a brute as that a general? I wonder whom our commander-in-chief will choose next. Foray, I suppose." After having again consulted for some time, Bonchamp said to Catiline, "I do not think you can do better than name Adolphe Deneau." This was said in a low voice, but Adolphe's ears were not slow to catch his own name, and he was once more happy. Though he was named last, he would be equal with the others. "Not so," said de Lescure, who had no idea that Deneau had overheard the mention of his name. "Adolphe is not yet sufficiently known to the people. Besides, we have hitherto forgotten one, who, though absent, we must not forget, one who was the first in the field against the Republic, who is already at the head of an army, and who has on various occasions shown himself capable to lead an army. We must not forget Charette." The last words were spoken out loud, and though they were eagerly responded to by everyone else, they fell with a heavy sound on Adolphe Deneau's ear. To know that he was excluded after he had been named, to feel that he had been proposed merely to be rejected, it was more than he could bear, and as soon as Catiline had formally announced the name of Monsieur Charette as one of their leaders, He started abruptly from his chair and said, "Oh, of course, gentlemen, if you prefer Charette, so be it. He doubtless will be better able to assist your endeavors than I should. But you might have spared me the mortification of putting my name on your list of officers, merely to scratch it off again." "What matters it, Adolphe?" said Laroche-Jacquelin, blushing for his friend. "Will you not share my command? Will not your word be as influential in the parishes of Châtillon as my own?" "I sincerely beg your pardon, Monsieur Deneau," said Catilinot, "if I have hurt your feelings. But you are as much aware as we are that we should be very wrong to neglect the merits of Monsieur Charette. His achievements claim from us this distinction, and his power and influence would probably be lost to La Vendée if we did not now incorporate his army with ours." "I have nothing further to say," said Deneau. "I must own I do not altogether admire the selection which has been made, but I have nothing further to say on the subject." "I am sorry, Adolphe, that you have said so much," said de la Cure. "You would have been apt to say more yourself if you had been passed over," said Adolphe, forgetting in his passion how he had disgraced himself before de la Cure at the bridge of Fouchard. "I fear you misunderstand the purpose which has collected here in Saumur so many men in arms," said he. "I fear that you think the peasants of our country have turned themselves into soldiers that we might become generals, and play at being great men. Indeed, such is not the case. If personal ambition has brought you here, you had better leave us. We have come here to fight, and very probably to die, for our king and our religion, and being called upon to act as leaders, we must bear a heavier share of the burden, and undergo greater perils than others. But we seek no especial dignity. We look for no other preeminence than that of suffering more than others. I fear these are not the feelings that influence you." "My feelings, sir, are as pure as your own," said Deneau. "If so," said Father Jerome, "you had better teach us all to think so, by taking care that your conduct is also as pure as Monsieur de la Cure's." "Oh, Father Jerome, do not anger him," said Henri. "Come with me, Adolphe, and we will quietly talk over this. They don't exactly understand what you mean yet." "But they shall understand what I mean," said Deneau, whose anger was now beyond control, "and they shall know that I will not remain here to be rebuked by a priest who has thrust himself into affairs with which he has no concern, or to make myself subservient to men who are not fit to be my equals. I will not deign to be a common soldier when such a man as Stofflet is made an officer." And he got up from the chair in which he had again seated himself, and stalked out of the room. "He has at any rate proved to us," said Bonchamp, "that I was wrong to nominate him, and that you were right not to accept the nomination." "I grieve that he should be vexed with me," said Stofflet, "but I did not seek to put myself above him." "Time and experience will make him wise," said de la Cure. "Let us pity his folly and forgive it." The council was then broken up, and the different officers went each to perform his own duties. When Deneau left the room, Henri immediately followed him. "Adolphe," said he, as he overtook him in the marketplace, "Adolphe, indeed you are wrong. No one meant to show you any indignity." "And have you also followed me to tell me I am wrong? Of course I am wrong. I am wrong because I will not submit, as you and Charles do, to ignorant boors like Stofflet and Catilinot, because—" "Like Catilinot? Why, Adolphe, you are mad," said Henri. "Why, you yourself voted that Catilinot should be our general." "Voted? Why, Henri, what a child you are! Do you call that voting when all was arranged beforehand? You are blind, I tell you. You will vote next, I suppose, that your great general's valor shall be rewarded with your sister's hand." "My sister's hand? What is it you are speaking of?" "Yes, Agatha's hand. Think you that when you make a general of such as him, that his ambition will rest there? If you are content to be lieutenant to a postilion, I presume you will feel yourself honored by a nearer connection with him." To know you are raving mad. Catelyn looking for my sister's hand? Yes, Agatha's hand, the postilion looking for your sister's hand. And, sir, you will find that I am not mad. Before long, Catelyn will look for Agatha's hand. Her heart he has already. And without waiting for any further answer, he hurried away. He must be raving mad, said Henri. Unlucky in love and thwarted in ambition, he is unable to bear his griefs like a man. What a fantasy has jealousy created in his brain! But Agatha was right. A man who could speak of her, even in his madness, as he has now spoken, was not worthy of her. Catelyn, were he 10 times lower than a postilion by birth, he would still be 20 times made noble by achievements and by character. And yet I would not wish. But nonsense, he thinks no more of wedding Agatha than I of Diana. End of section 12. Volume 2, Chapter 3, Return to Derbellière. When Adolphe Deneau left his friend Henri in the street of Saumur and ran off from him, Henri was so completely astonished by his parting words, so utterly dumbfounded by what he said respecting Agatha, that he made no attempt to follow him, but returned after a while to the house in which he, Charles, and Adolphe were lodging, and as he walked slowly through the streets, he continued saying to himself, "Poor fellow, he is mad. He is certainly raving mad." From that time no tidings whatsoever were heard of Deneau. He had never returned to his lodging, nor been seen anywhere except in the stable in which his horse had been put to stand. He had himself saddled his horse and taken him from the stall, and from that moment nothing further could be learnt of him in Saumur. De Lecoeur and Henri made the most minute inquiries, but in vain. Had he destroyed himself or hid himself in the town, his horse would certainly have been found. It was surmised that he had started for Paris on some mad speculation, and though his friends deeply grieved at his misconduct, his absence, when they had so much to do and to think of, was in itself felt as a relief. After remaining about a week in Saumur, the army was disbanded, or rather disbanded itself, for every effort was made to keep together as great a body of men as possible. An attempt was made to garrison the town, and for this purpose the leaders undertook to pay about 1,000 men, at a certain rate per day, for their services, while they remained under arms in Saumur. But the idea, after a very short time, was abandoned. The men would not stay away from their homes, and in spite of the comforts which were procured for them, and the pay which was promised, the garrison very quickly dissolved. Catelyn succeeded in taking back with him to Saint-Florent nearly all the men who had accompanied him. His next object was the attack of Nantes, and as Saint-Florent is between Saumur and that town, his men were able to return to their homes without going much out of their direct way. He marched through the town of Angers on his return, and took possession of the stores which he found there, the Republican garrison having fled as soon as they heard of his approach. Many of Bonchamps' men accompanied him, and some of those who had come to Saumur with de Lecoeur and Henri Laroche-Jacquelin, young men who had no wives or families, and who literally preferred the excitement of the campaign to their ordinary home employments. All such men joined Catelyn's army, but by far the greater number of the peasants of the Bocage returned with de Lecoeur and Laroche-Jacquelin. Charette had been invited to assist Catelyn in his attack on Nantes, and he had promised to do so. De Lecoeur found it absolutely necessary to go home on account of his wound, and Laroche-Jacquelin went with him. They had already heard that the Convention had determined to invade La Vendée on every side with an overwhelming force, and it was necessary to protect the southern portion of the province. This duty was allotted to our two friends, and they therefore returned home from Saumur without expecting to enjoy for any length of time the fruits of their recent victory. A litter was formed for de la Cure, for at present he found it impossible to bear the motion of riding, and Henri, the little Chevalier, Father Jerome, and Chapeau accompanied him on horseback. Many of the peasants had started from Saumur before their party, and the whole road from that town through Doux and Vier to Durbellière was thronged with crowds of those successful warriors returning to their families, anxious to tell to their wives and sweethearts the feats they had accomplished. They were within a league of Durbellière and had reached a point where a crossroad led from the one they were on to the village of Échambron, and at this place many of the cortège, which was now pretty numerous, turned off towards their own homes. Monsieur Henri, said Chapeau, riding up to his master, from among 2 or 3 peasants who had been walking for some time by his horse's side and anxiously talking to him, Monsieur Henri. Well, Jacques, what is it now? Said Henri. I have a favor to ask of monsieur. A favor, Chapeau. I suppose you want to go to Échambron already to tell Michael Stein's pretty daughter of all the gallant things you did at Saumur. Not till I have waited on you and Monsieur de la Cure to the chateau. Momont would be dying if he had not someone to give him a true account of what has been done, and I do not know that anyone could give him a much better history of it than myself. Of course, not meaning such as you and Monsieur de la Cure, who saw more of the fighting than anyone else. But then you know, Monsieur Henri, you will have too much to do, and too much to say to the Marquis and to Mademoiselle, to be talking to an old man like Momont. Never fear, Chapeau, you shall have Momont's ears all to yourself. But what is it you do want? Why, nothing myself exactly, Monsieur Henri, but there are 2 men from Échambron here, who wish you to allow them to go on to Durbellière and stay a day or 2 there. They are 2 of our men, Monsieur Henri, 2 of the red scarfs. 2 of the red scarfs, said Henri. Yes, Monsieur Henri, 2 of the men who went through the water and took the town. We call ourselves red scarfs, just to distinguish ourselves from the rest of the army. Your honor is a red scarf, that is, the chief of the red scarfs, and we expect to be especially under your honor's protection. I am a red scarf, Henri, said the little Chevalier. There are just 200 of us, and we mean to be the most daredevil set in the whole army. Won't we make the cowardly blues afraid of the Durbellière red scarfs? And who are the 2 men, Jacques? Said Henri. Jean and Peter Stein, said Jacques. You see, Monsieur Henri, they ran away to the battle just in direct opposition to old Michael's positive orders. You and the curé must remember how I pledged my honor that they should be at Saumur, and so they were. But Michael Stein is an awful black man to deal with when his back is up. He thinks no more of giving a clout with his hammer than another man does of a rap with his 5 knuckles. But his sons are brave fellows, said the little Chevalier, and dashed into the water among the very first. Michael Stein can't but be proud that his 2 sons should be both red scarfs. If so, he must be a Republican. He is no Republican, Chevalier, said Chapeau, that's quite certain, nor yet any of the family, but he is a very black man, and when once angered, not easy to be smoothed down again. And if Monsieur Henri will allow Jean and Peter to come on to Durbellière, I can, perhaps, manage to go back with them on Sunday, and Michael Stein will mind me more than he will them. I can knock into his thick head better than they can do the high honor which has befallen the lads in their chancing to have been among the red scarfs. Well, Chapeau, let them come, said Henri. No man that followed me gallantly into Saumur shall be refused admittance when he wishes to follow me into Durbellière. We were cool enough, weren't we, Henri, when we marched into the town, said the Chevalier. We'll have a more comfortable reception at the old chateau, said Henri. At any rate, we'll have no more cold water. I must say, Arthur, I thought the water of that moat had a peculiarly nasty taste." They were not long in reaching the chateau, and Henri soon found himself in his sister's arms. A confused account, first of the utter defeat of the Vendéens at Varennes, and then of their complete victory at Saumur, had reached de Bellière, and though the former account had made them as miserable as the latter had made them happy, neither one nor the other was entirely believed. De Lescure had sent an express to Clisson immediately after the taking of the town, and Madame de Lescure had sent from Clisson to de Bellière, but still it was delightful to have the good news corroborated by the conquerors themselves, and Agatha was supremely happy. "My own dear, darling Henri," she said, clinging round his neck, "my own brave, gallant brother, and were you not wounded at all? Are you sure you are not wounded?" "Not a touch, not a scratch, Agatha, as deep as you might give me with your bodkin." "Thank God, I thank him with all my heart and soul, and I know you were the first everywhere. Charles wrote but a word or two to Victorian, but he said you were the very first to set your foot in Saumur." "A mere accident, Agatha, while Charles had all the fighting, the real hard, uphill, hand-to-hand work. I and a few others walked into Saumur, or rather we swam in, and took possession of the town. The Chevalier here was beside me, and was over the breach as soon as I was." "My brave young Arthur," said Agatha, in her enthusiasm, kissing the forehead of the blushing Chevalier, "you have won your spurs like a knight and a hero. You shall be my knight and my hero, and I will give you my glove to wear in your cap. But tell me, Arthur, why have you and Henri those red handkerchiefs tied round your waist? Chapeau has one too, and those other men below there." "That's our uniform," said Arthur. "We are all red scarfs. All the men who clambered into Saumur through the water are to wear red scarfs till the war is over, and they are to be seen in the front at every battle, siege, and skirmish. Mind, Agatha, when you see a red scarf, that he is one of Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin's own bodyguard, and when you see a bald pate, it belongs to a skulking Republican." "Are the Republicans all bald, then?" said Agatha. "We shaved all we caught at Saumur, at any rate. We did not leave a hair upon one of them," said Arthur, rejoicing. "The red scarfs are fine barbers when a Republican wants shaving." "Is Charles badly wounded?" asked Agatha. "His arm is broken, and he remained in action for 8 hours after receiving the wound, so that it was difficult to set. But now it is doing well," said Henri. "I should have offered him my services before this. At any rate, I will do so now. But, Henri, I have 1,000 things to say to you. Do not expect to go to bed tonight till you have told me everything, just as it happened." And Agatha hurried away to give her sweet woman's aid to her wounded cousin, while Henri went into his father's room. "Welcome, my hero, welcome, my gallant boy," said the old man, almost rising from his chair, cripple as he was, in his anxiety to seize the hand of his beloved son. "I have come home safe, father," said Henri, "to lay my sword at your feet." "You must not leave it there long, Henri, I fear. You must not leave it there long. These traitors are going to devour us alive, to surround us with their troops and burn us out of house and home. They will annihilate the people, they say, destroy the towns, and root out the very trees and hedges. We shall see, Henri, we shall see. So they made a bad fight of it at Saumur?" "They had 2 men to 1 against us, besides the advantage of position, discipline, and arms, and yet they marched the best part of their troops off in the night without striking a blow." "Thanks be to the Lord, we will have our king again. We will have our dear king once more. Thanks be to the Almighty," said the old man, eager with joy. "And they fled, did they, without striking a blow?" "Some of them did, father, but some fought well enough. It was desperate, sharp work when poor Charles was wounded." "God bless him, God bless him. I didn't doubt it was sharp work, But even with valor or without valor, what could sedition and perjury avail against truth and loyalty? They were 2 to 1. They had stone walls and deep rivers to protect them. They had arms and powder and steel cuirasses. They had disciplined troops and all the appanages of war. And yet they were scattered like chaff, driven from their high walls and deep moats by a few half-armed peasants. And why? Why have our batons been more deadly than their swords? Because we have had truth and loyalty on our side. Why have our stuff jackets prevailed against their steel armor? Because they covered honest hearts that were fighting honestly for their king. His Majesty shall enjoy his own again, my boy. Vive le roi! Vive le roi! I trust he may, father, but as you say, we shall have some hard work to do first. Catlino and Charette will be before Nantes in a week's time. I should have been with them had we not heard that a strong body of Republican troops is to be stationed at Parthenay. They say that Santerre is to command a party of Marseillais commissioned to exterminate the Vendéans. What? Santerre, the brewer of the faubourgs? The same, Danton's friend, he who used to be so loud at the Cordeliers, and Westermann is to assist him, said Henri. Worse again, Henri, worse again. Was it not he who headed the rebels on the 10th of August, when our sainted king was driven from his home? Yes, the same Westermann is now to drive us from our homes, or rather to burn us, our homes and all together. Such at least is the task allotted to him. God help our babes and our women, said the old Marquis, shuddering, if they fall into the clutches of Santerre and that other still blacker demon. Do not fear, father. Have we not shown that we are men? Santerre will find that he has better soldiers to meet than any he brings with him. Fear, Henri? No, for myself I fear nothing. What injury can they do to an old man like me? I do not even fear for my own children. If their lives are required in the king's service, they know how to part with them in perfect confidence of eternal happiness hereafter. But, Henri, I do feel for our poor people. They are now full of joy and enthusiasm, for they are warm from victory, and the grief of the few who are weeping for their relatives is lost in the joy of the multitude. But this cannot always be so. We cannot expect continual victory, and even victory itself, when so often repeated, will bring death and desolation into every parish and into every family. I trust, Father, the war will not be prolonged so distantly as you seem to think. The forces of Austria, England, and Prussia already surround the frontiers of France, and we have every reason to hope that friendly troops from Britain will soon land on our own coast. I trust the autumn will find La Vendée crowned with glory, but once more at peace. God send it, my son, said the Marquis. I do not doubt the glory, but I do doubt the peace. We cannot go back now, father, said Henri. Nor would I have you do so. We have a duty to do, and though it be painful, we must do it. God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb, and give us strength to bear our sufferings. But my heart shudders when I am told that the Republic has let loose those wolves of Paris to shed the blood of our poor people. The prospect of a prolonged civil war, of continued strife and increased bloodshed, somewhat damped the joy with which the victory at Saumur was discussed in the aristocratic portion of the chateau. But no such gloomy notions were allowed to interfere with the triumph which reigned in the kitchen. Here victory was clothed in robes all couleur de rose, and it appeared that La Vendée, so happy in many other respects, was chiefly blessed in being surrounded by republicans whom she could conquer, and in having enemies who gave her the means of acquiring glory. And our own young master was the first royalist who put his foot in Saumur, asked Marmont, who had already received the information he required 4 or 5 times, and on each occasion had drunk Henri's health in about half a pint of wine. Indeed he was, said Chapeau, the very first. You don't think he'd have let anyone go before him. Here's his health, then, and God bless him, said Momont. It was I first showed him how to fire a pistol, and very keen he was at taking to gunpowder. Indeed, and indeed he was, said the housekeeper. When he was no more than 12 years old, not nigh as big as the little Chevalier, he let off the big blunderbuss in my bedroom, and I on my knees at prayers the while. God bless his sweet face, I always knew he'd make a great soldier. And don't you remember, said the laundress, how he blew up Mademoiselle Agatha, making her sit on a milk pan turned over, with a whole heap of gunpowder stuffed underneath, and she only 6 or 7 years old. Did he, though, said the page, blow up Mademoiselle Agatha? Indeed he did, and blew every scrap of hair off her head and eyebrows. It's no wonder he's such a great general. And the Chevalier was second, wasn't he, said the cook. Dear, darling little fellow, said the confidential maid, and to think of him going to the wars with guns and swords and pistols. If anything had happened to him, I should have cried my eyes out. And was the Chevalier the first to follow Monsieur Henri into the town? Asked the page, who was a year older than Arthur Mondion, and consequently felt himself somewhat disgraced at not having been at Saumur. Why, said Jacques, with a look which was intended to show how unwilling he was to speak of himself, I can't exactly say the Chevalier was the first to follow Monsieur Henri, but if he wasn't the second, he was certainly the third who entered Saumur. Who then was the second? Said one or two at the same time. Why, I shouldn't have said anything about it, only you ask me so very particularly, said Jacques, but I believe I was second myself. But Jean Stein can tell you everything. You weren't backward yourself, Jean. There were not more than 3 or 4 of them before you and Peter. I don't know about that, said Jean, but we all did the best we could, I believe. And was Chapeau really second? Said Momont, who was becoming jealous of the distinction likely to be paid to his junior fellow servant. You don't mean to say he went in before all the other gentlemen? Gentlemen indeed, said Chapeau. What an idea you have of taking a town by storm if you think men are to stand back to make room for gentlemen, as though a party were going into dinner. But tell us now, Jean Stein, continued Momont, was Chapeau really second? Well then, said Jean, he was certainly second into the water, but he was so long under it, I doubt whether he was second out. He certainly did get a regular good ducking, did Chapeau. Why, you came out feet uppermost, Chapeau. Feet uppermost, shouted Momont, and is that your idea of storming a town, to go into it feet uppermost? But do you really mean to say that you were absolutely wet through when you took Saumur? Said the laundress. Indeed we were, answered Chapeau, wringing wet, every man of us. Lawks, how uncomfortable, said the cook. And Monsieur Henri, was he wet too? Wet, to be sure he was as wet as water could make him. And the little Chevalier, did he get himself wet? Said the confidential maid. Poor little fellow, it was like to give him his death of cold. But Chapeau, tell me truly now, did you kill any of those bloody Republicans with your own hand? Asked the housekeeper. Kill them, said Chapeau. To be sure, I killed them when we were fighting. And how many, Chapeau, how many did you positively kill dead, you know? Said the confidential maid. What nonsense you do talk, answered he, with a great air of military knowledge, as if a man in battle knows when he kills and when he doesn't. You're not able to look about you in that sort of way in the middle of the smoke and noise and confusion. You don't mean to tell me you ever kill a man without knowing it, said the housekeeper. You don't understand what a battle is at all, answered Chapeau, determined to communicate a little of his experience on the matter. One hasn't time to look about one to see anything. Now supposing you had been with us at the taking of Saumur. Oh, the Lord forbid, said the housekeeper. I'd sooner be in my grave any day than go to one of those horrid bloody battles. Or you, Momont, supposing you'd been there. Maybe I might have done as much as another, old as I look, replied the butler. I'm sure you'd have done well, Momont. I'm sure you'd have done very well, endeavoring to conciliate him into listening. But supposing you had been there, or at the camp of Varennes, we'll say Varennes, for after all we had more fighting there than at Saumur. Supposing you were one of the attacking party, you find yourself close wedged in between your two comrades right opposite the trenches. You have a loaded musket in your hand with a bayonet fixed to it, and you have 5 or 6 rounds of cartridges in your belt. You know that you are to do your best, or rather your worst, with what you've got. Well, your commander gives the word of attack. We'll suppose it's the good Catiline. Friends, he will say, dear friends, now is the time to prove ourselves men. Now is the moment to prove that we love our king. We will soon show the Republicans that a few sods of turf are no obstacles in the way of Vendéan royalists. And then the gallant fellow rushes into the trenches. 2,000 brave men follow him, shouting, Vive le roi! And you, Momont, are one of the first. All of a sudden, as you are just in motion, prepared for your first spring, a sharp cutting gush of air passes close to your face and nearly blinds you. You feel that you can hardly breathe, but you hear a groan and a stumble. Your next neighbor and 3 men behind him have been sent into eternity by a cannonball from the enemy. Do you think then that the man who fired the cannon knows or cares who he has killed? Well, on you go. Had you not been in a crowd, the enemy's fire, maybe, might have frightened you. But good company makes men brave. On you go and throw yourself into the trench. You find a more active man than yourself just above you. He is already nearly at the top of the bank. His feet are stuck in the sods above your head. He is about to spring upon the rampart, when the bayonet of a Republican passes through his breast, and he falls at your feet, or perhaps upon your head. You feel your heart shudder, and your blood runs cold, but it is no time for pausing now. You could not return if you would, neither can you remain where you are. Up you go, grasping your musket in one hand and digging the other into the loose sods. Your eyes and mouth are crammed with dust. Your face is bespattered with your comrade's blood. Your ears are full of strange noises. Your very nature changes within you. The smell of gunpowder and of carnage makes you feel like a beast of prey. You do not think any longer of the friends who have fallen beside you. You only long to grapple with the enemy who are before you. "Oh, mercy me! How very shocking," said the housekeeper. "Pray don't go on, Chapeau. Pray don't, or I shall have such horrid dreams." "Oh, but you must go on, Chapeau," said the confidential maid. "I could never bear that you should leave off. It is very horrid, surely, but as mademoiselle says, we must learn to look at blood and wounds now, and hear of them too." "Do pray tell us the rest," said the page, who sat listening intently with his mouth wide open. "I do so like it. Pray tell us what Momont did after he became a beast of prey." Chapeau was supremely happy. He felt that his military experience and his descriptive talents were duly appreciated, and he continued, "Well, you are now in the camp on the enemy's ground, and you have to fight every inch till you drive them out of it. 6 or 7 of your comrades are close to you, and you all press on, still grasping your muskets and pushing your bayonets before you. The enemy make a rush to drive you back again. On they come against you, by 20s and by 30s. Those who are behind push forward those who are in front, and suddenly you find a heavy, dragging weight upon your hands, and again you hear the moans of a dying man close to you, almost in your arms. A Republican soldier has fallen on your bayonet. The struggles of the wounded man nearly overpower you. You twist and turn and wrench and drag your musket to and fro, but it is no use. The weapon is jammed between his ribs. You have not space nor time to extricate it. You are obliged to leave it, and on you go unarmed, stumbling over the body of your fallen enemy. Whether the man dies or lives, whether his wound be mortal or no, you will never hear. And so you advance, till gradually you begin to feel, rather than to see, that the blues are retreating from you. You hear unarmed men asking for quarter, begging for their lives, and the sound of entreaty again softens your heart. You think of sparing life instead of taking it. You embrace your friends as you meet them here and there. You laugh and sing as you feel that you have done your best and have conquered. And when you once more become sufficiently calm to be aware what you are yourself doing, you find that you have a sword in your hand or a huge pistol. You know not from whom you took them or where you got them, or in what manner you have used them. How can a man say then whom he has killed in battle, or whether he has killed any man? I do not recollect that I ever fired a shot at Varon myself, and yet my musket was discharged, and the pan was up. I will not say that I ever killed a man, but I will say that I never struck a man who asked for mercy, or fired a shot even on a Republican who had thrown down his arms. Henri's voice was now heard in the hall, loudly calling for Jacques, and away he ran to join his master as he finished his history. "It makes my blood run cold," said the housekeeper, "to think of such horrid things." "Chapeau describes it very well, though," said the confidential maid. "I am sure he has seen it all himself. I'm sure he's a brave fellow." "It's not always those who talk the most that are the bravest," said Maman. Henri and his sister sat talking that night for a long time, after the other inhabitants of the chateau were in bed, and though they had so many subjects of interest to discuss, their conversation was chiefly respecting Adolphe Deneau. "I cannot guess what has become of him," said Henri. "I made every possible inquiry short of that which might seem to compromise his character. I do not think he can have returned to the bocage, or we should have heard of him." "He must have gone to Fleury," said Agatha. "I am sure you will not find that he is at his own house." "Impossible, my love. We must have heard of him on the way. Had he gone round by Montreuil, he must still have passed over the bridge of Fouchard, and we should have heard of him there." "He must have ridden over in the night. You see, he so evidently wanted to conceal from you where he was going." "My own impression is that he is gone to Paris," said Henri. "But let him have gone where he may, of one thing I am sure. He was not in his right senses when he left the council room, nor yet when he was speaking to me in the street. Poor Adolphe! I pity him with all my heart. I can feel how miserable he must be." "Why should he be miserable, Henri? The truth is, you mistake his character. I do not wish to make you think ill of your friend, but Adolphe is one of those men whom adversity will improve. You and our father have rather spoilt him between you. He is too proud, too apt to think that everything should bend to his wishes. He has yet to learn that in this world he must endure to have his dearest wishes thwarted. Until adversity has taught him that, his feelings will not be manly, nor his conduct sensible." "Poor fellow," said Henri. "If adversity will teach him, he is likely to get his lesson now. Did he part quietly with you, Agatha, on the day before we started to Saumur?" "Anything but quietly," said she. "I would not tell you all he said, for on the eve of a battle in which you were to fight side by side, I did not wish to make you angry with your friend and companion. But had a raging madman, just escaped from his keepers, come to offer me his hand, his conduct could not have been worse than Adolphe Deneau's." "Was he violent with you, Agatha?" "He did not offer to strike me, nor yet to touch me, if you mean that, but he threatened me, and that in such awful-sounding and yet ridiculous language that you would hardly know whether to laugh or to be angry if I could repeat it." "What did he say, Agatha?" "Say? It would be impossible for me to tell you. He swung his arms like a country actor in a village barn, and declared that if he were not killed at Saumur, he would carry me away in spite of all that my friends could do to hinder him." "Poor fellow, poor Adolphe," said Henri. "You are not sorry I refused him? You would indeed have had to say, 'Poor Agatha,' had I done otherwise." "I am not sorry that you refused him, but I am sorry you could not love him." "Why, you say yourself he is mad. Would you wish me to love a madman?" "It is love that has made him mad. Adolphe is not like other men. His passions are stronger, his feelings more acute. his regrets more poignant. "He should control his passions as other men must do," said Agatha. "All men who do not are madmen." She remained silent for a few moments and then added, "You are right in saying that love has made him mad, but it is the meanest of all love that has done so. It is self-love." "I think you are too hard upon him, Agatha, but it is over now and cannot be helped." "What did he say to you, Henri, when he left you in Saumur?" "His name had been mentioned, you know, in the council as one of the leaders. Bonchamp, I believe, proposed it, but Charles objected and named Charette in his place, and Catilinot and the rest agreed to it. This angered Adolphe, and no wonder, for he is ambitious and impatient of neglect. I wish they would have let him been named instead of me, but they would not. And when the list was finished, he was not on it. He got up and said something, I hardly know what, but he complained of Stofflet being one of the generals, and then Charles rebuked him, and Adolphe in a passion left the room." "And you followed him?" asked Agatha. "Yes, I followed him, but he was like a raging madman. I don't know how it was, but instead of complaining about the generals, he began complaining about you. I don't know exactly whether I ought to tell you what he said. Indeed, I had not intended to have done so." "Nay, Henri, now you have raised my woman's curiosity, and you positively must tell me." "I hardly know how to tell you," said Henri, "for I really forget how he said it. I don't know on earth how he introduced your name at all, but he ended in accusing you of having a more favored lover." Agatha blushed slightly as she answered, "He has no right whatever to ask the question, nor if I have a favored lover should it be any ground of complaint to him. But to you, Henri, if you wish a promise from me on the subject, I will readily and willingly promise that I will receive no man's love, and as far as I can master my own heart, I will myself entertain no passion without your sanction. And you, dear brother, you shall make me a return for my confidence. You shall ask me to marry no man whom I cannot love." "Don't for a moment think, dearest, that what he said made me uneasy as regarded you. But whom do you think he selected for you? Of whom do you think he is jealous?" "I cannot attempt to guess a madman's thoughts, Henri." "I will tell you then," said he, "but you will be shocked as well as surprised. He is jealous of Catilinot." "Catilinot?" said Agatha, blushing now much more deeply than she had done before. "Yes, Catilinot, the postilion." "No, not Catilinot the postilion, but Catilinot the saint of Anjou and the hero of Saint Florent and of Saumur. He at any rate has linked my name with that of a man worthy of a woman's love." Worthy, Agatha, had his birth and early years been different from what they were. "Worthy as he is of any woman's love," said Agatha, "great deeds and noble conduct make birth of no avail, to give either honor or disgrace." "But, Agatha, surely you would not wed Catilinot were he to ask you." "Why should you ask that question, Henri?" said she. "Are the words which Adolphe Deneau has uttered in his wild insanity of such weight as to make you regard as possible such an event? Have I not told you I would wed no one without your sanction? Do you not know that Catilinot has never spoken to me but the coldest words of most distant respect? Do you not know that his heart and soul are intent on other things than woman's love? I too feel that this is not the time for love. While I live in continual dread that those I most value may fall in battle, while I fear that every messenger who comes to me in your absence may have some fatal news to tell, I do not wish to take upon me a fresh burden of affection. Am I not best as I am, Henri, at present?" And she put her arm affectionately through his. "When the wars are over and the king is on his throne, you shall bring me home a lover, some brave friend of yours who has proved himself a gallant knight." "I would have him be a gallant knight, certainly," said Henri, "but he should also be a worthy gentleman." And is not Catalino a worthy gentleman? Forgetting in her enthusiasm that she was taking the cause of one who was being spoken of as her lover. Oh, indeed he is, if valor, honesty, and honor, if trust in God and forgetfulness of self, if humanity and generosity constitute a gentleman, then is Catalino the prince of gentlemen. But pray do not mistake me, Henri. A lover of scenery admires the tops of distant mountains, and gazes on their snowy peaks with a pleasure almost amounting to awe, but no one seeks to build his house on the summit. So do I admire the virtues, the devotion, the courage of Catalino, but my admiration is mixed with no love which would make me wish to join my lot with his. I only say that despite his birth and former low condition, he is worthy of any woman's love. Henri did not quite like his sister's enthusiasm, though he hardly knew why it displeased him. He had thought of Catalino only as a soldier and a general, and had found nothing in him that he did not approve of. But he felt that he could not welcome him as his darling sister's husband. If Adolphe should have prophesied rightly, said he to himself, as he went from his sister's room to his own chamber. But no, whatever her feelings may be, she is too good to do anything that would displease me. End of section 13. Volume 2, Chapter 4, Michael Stein. On the Sunday morning after Henri's return to Durbellière, Jacques Chapeau, with Jean and Peter Stein, left the chateau very early and started for Échambron. Word had been sent to the old smith by some of the neighbors who had been at Saumur that his 2 sons were safe and sound, and that they had behaved well at the siege, and a message at the same time reached Anno, informing her that Jacques meant to spend his next Sunday at the village. The party was therefore expected, and great preparations were made for a fête at Échambron. The heroes of that place considered that they had somewhat celebrated themselves. In the first place, on final inquiry, it appeared that not one person from the village who was at all able to go to Saumur had neglected to do so. In the next place, many of the villagers were among the number of the red scarfs, and they claimed to themselves the privilege of being considered peculiarly valiant and particularly loyal. And lastly, though many of them had gone to Saumur without arms, every man on his return had a musket with him, which the old men and women regarded as absolute trophies, taken by each man individually from some awful rebel whom he had slain in single combat. There were to be great rejoicings, therefore, at Échambron, which were postponed for the arrival of Chapeau and the 2 Steins. The old smith was very angry at his son's behavior. As Chapeau had said, he was a very black man, and when he was angered, it wasn't easy to smooth him. The operation, however, was attempted by some of his neighbors, and though they were not altogether successful, they succeeded in making the old man a little proud of his family. Yes, Paul Rouel, he said to the village innkeeper, who was an ancient crony of his, it's very well to talk of king and church, but if king and church are to teach sons to fly against their fathers, we may, I think, have a little too much of them. Didn't I again and again tell the boys not to go? But, Michael Stein, how could you expect them to stay here, with a score of old men like us, and a number of women and girls, when every young fellow in the parish had gone to the wars? Besides, they say, they did gallantly at the wars, and gained great honor and glory. Gained a great fiddlestick, said the smith. But, Michael Stein, said another old friend, named Gobelin, you wouldn't have your children disgraced, would you? Think how sheepish they would have looked, hiding themselves in the smithy here, when all the other young men were parading round the green with the guns and swords they have taken from the rebels, and the women and girls all admiring them. Why, neighbor, not a girl in the parish would have spoken to them. Girls spoken to them, indeed! I tell you, Gobelin, in the times now coming, any girl will be ready enough to speak to a young man that has a house over his head and a 5-franc piece in his pocket. No, neighbor Gobelin, I gave my boys a good trade and desired them to stick to it. They have chosen instead to go for soldiers, and for soldiers they may go. They don't come into my smithy again, that's all." "You don't mean you won't speak to the lads, and after their fighting so bravely and all?" said Paul Rouelle in a voice of horror. "I didn't say I wouldn't speak to them, Rouelle," said the father. "I am as fond of my sons as another man, and as they were resolved to disobey my commands and to go fighting, why, I'll not say but I'm glad they didn't disgrace themselves. I'd have been sorry to hear that they'd run away, or been the last to face the enemy. But they had no right to go when there was work for them to do at home. They are welcome now to come and take the best I can give them till their new trade calls them away again. And then they'll be welcome to go soldiering again. Not a hammer shall they raise on my anvil, not a blast shall they blow in my smithy, not an ounce of iron shall they turn in my furnace." "You'll think better of these things after a day or two, neighbor," said Gobelin. "When I think once about a thing, Gobelin, I'm not much given to think again. But I tell you I wish the boys no harm. Let them be soldiers now, and I pray God they may be good soldiers. Only, if I save a little money by hard work, I won't have them spend it among their comrades in strong drink. It'll be all the better for Anno when I die, that's all." In this resolution he remained fixed, and in this frame of mind he received his truant sons on their return to Échambron on the Sunday morning. They entered the village together with Chapeau about 9 in the morning, having been met about a mile from the town by 4 or 5 friends who escorted them back. Anno was not there, for she was very busy at home, preparing breakfast for her brothers and lover. She, at any rate, was determined that the prodigal sons should be received with a fatted calf. Chapeau marched up through the village at the head of the little procession to bear the brunt of the father's anger, as his station in life and standing in the army made him feel superior even to the fury of old Michael Stein. As they approached the door of the smith's house, they saw him sitting in the little porch with a pipe in his mouth, for Michael was never found without one of 2 implements. He had always either his hammer or his pipe in lull activity. "Welcome back to Échambron, Monsieur Chapeau, welcome back," said the old man. "I am heartily glad to see so brave a soldier in my poor cabin," and he gave his hand to Jacques. "And here be 2 other brave soldiers, Michael Stein, who, I hope, are also welcome to Échambron. And this I will say, any father in Poitou might be proud to own them for his sons, for gallanter fellows there are not in the whole army of La Vendée, and that is saying a long word." There was a little crowd round the smith's house, and in spite of his unmilitary predilections, he could not help feeling proud at the public testimony that was paid to his son's merits. He showed this by the tear that stood in his eye as he said, "They are welcome too, Monsieur Chapeau, they are very welcome too. I am glad to see ye safe and sound from the wars, lads. I am glad to see thee, Jean. I am glad to see thee, Peter." And he gave a hand to each of the 2 young men, who were delighted with their unexpected, kind reception. "And this I will say before the neighbors here, as ye would go to the wars and make soldiers of yourselves, I am well pleased to hear ye behaved yourselves like gallant brave men should do. I'd sooner that your friends should have had to tell me that ye were both stiff and cold, than that ye should have returned yourselves with shamed faces, to own that ye had disgraced the trade ye have chosen to take up with." "Bravo, bravo," said Chapeau. "I am glad in my heart, Michael Stein, to hear you speak so kindly to the lads, and so will Monsieur Henri be glad to hear it, for they are 2 of his own special troop. They are 2 of the gallant Red Scarfs, who swam into Saumur with their muskets tucked under their arms." "But understand me, boys," continued the smith, still speaking so that the neighbors standing round could hear him. "I am right glad to see both of you, as I am to see Monsieur Chapeau, or any other gallant friend who is kind enough to visit me and Anno. But mind, it is as visitors I receive you. In a few days, doubtless, you must go away to the wars again. Till then ye shall have the best I can give, both to eat and to drink. Ye shall have your own way, and never be asked to do a turn of work. Ye shall have gay holyday times, and holyday fare, and anything the old man can do, and anything the old man can give to make you merry, he will do and he will give, because you have come back gallantly, and have not brought dishonor to the roost where ye were hatched. But more than this I will not agree to. Ye would not abide at home as I desired, and this, therefore, is no longer a home for you. Ye would not be content to be forgers of weapons, but ye must e'en use them too, and ye have had your way. Now, lads, I must have my way, and for the rest of the time I must have it alone. This is no longer your home, lads, and I am no longer your master. Ye would be soldiers when I did not wish it. Now let ye be soldiers, and I'm the less sorry for it, as it seems like that you'll prove good soldiers. And now, Peter and Jean, you're welcome, both of you. Jacques Chapeau, you are most heartily welcome. Come, Anno, let the lads have a swinging breakfast, for I know these soldiers fight not well unless they be fed well." And so, finishing his speech, he led the way into the cottage. The three men were too well pleased with their reception to grumble at the smith's mode of expressing his feeling. Jean and Peter were delighted to find that they were to be entertained with the best their father could afford, instead of with black looks and hard words, and that the only punishment to be immediately inflicted on them was that they were to do no work. The party, therefore, entered the cottage tolerably well pleased with each other. It is not to be supposed that Anno remained in the background during the whole of her father's oration. She had come out of the cottage and kissed her two brothers and shaken hands with her lover. She then returned in again, and Chapeau had followed her, and as the two were left alone together for a minute or two, I think it very probable that she kissed him also, but I cannot speak positively on this point. Then they all sat down to breakfast, and Paul Rouelle and old Gobelin, who had contrived to be of the party, were greatly surprised to hear and to see how civil Michael was to his sons. He pressed them to eat of the very best, as he did to Chapeau, and talked to them about the war, listened to all their tales, and had altogether lost the domineering, authoritative tone of voice with which he usually addressed his own family. It was only in talking to Anno that he was the same hot-tempered old man as ever. The two young men themselves were hardly at their ease, but they ate their breakfast and made the best they could of it. "Smothered fire burns longest, neighbor Gobelin," said Rouelle as he left the house. "Take my word, Michael will never forgive those two boys of his the longest day he has to live." After breakfast, Michael Stein and his whole party went to Mass, as did all the soldier peasants who had returned from Saumur, and the old curé of the parish, who had now recovered possession of his own church, with much solemnity returned thanks to God for the great victory which the Vendéans had gained, and sung a requiem for the souls of the royalists who had fallen in the battle. When they left the church, the peasants all formed themselves into a procession, the girls going first and the men following them, and in this manner they paraded round the green, carrying a huge white flag, which had been embroidered in the village, and which bore in its center, in conspicuous letters of gold, those three words, "The loyal shibboleth of La Vendée, Vive le Roi." This flag they fixed on a pole erected in the center of the green, and then they set to work to amuse themselves with 20 different games. The games, however, did not flourish. The men were too eager to talk of what they had done, and the girls were too willing to listen. They divided themselves into 50 little parties, in which 50 different accounts were given of the taking of Saumur, and in each party 3 or 4 different warriors were named as having been the most conspicuous heroes of the siege. Each narrator had some especially esteemed leader or chief, who in his eyes greatly exceeded the other leaders, and the prodigious feats of valor performed by this favored warrior was the first and most wonderful subject of discourse. Then, but at a modest distance as regards the glory of the achievements related, each peasant told what he had done himself. 2 or 3 probably made out their little history together, and told of each other's valor. That homely and somewhat vulgar Scotch proverb, "You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours," was certainly unknown to them, but nevertheless they fully recognized the wise principle of mutual accommodation which that proverb teaches. It's no use talking, but there isn't one of them able to hold a candle to our Monsieur Henri, is there, Louis? That is, for a downright thundering attack. This was said by Jean Stein to 2 or 3 of the village girls, by whom he was looked on as a great hero, in consequence of his having gone to the war in spite of his father's commands, as well as on account of Chapeau's honorable testimony in his favor, and the man referred to was one Louis Bourdin, who, as well as Jean, had been of the party who followed Henri through the moat. That there is not, Jean. That is for positive stand-up fighting, not one, and we ought to know, for we have seen most of 'em. There's Catalino is a very good man at leading on the men. Oh yes, says Jean, Catalino is a fine fellow too, and a very holy man, but somehow I don't think he's quite so forward as Monsieur Henri. Monsieur Henri is always the first. But doesn't he get dreadfully knocked about by the guns and bullets? Asked one of the girls. He doesn't matter that a pinch of snuff, said Louis. No, not a pinch of snuff, said Jean. Do you mind, Louis, how he leaped off his horse and dashed through the trenches? That first night at Varennes, wasn't it beautiful? You may say that, Jean, answered Louis. It was beautiful. And what a night that was. You were along with him, Jean, and so was Chapeau. Monsieur Henri was up first, I can swear to that, but it would puzzle anyone to say who was second. Yourself, Louis, was as quick as anyone. I marked you well. Indeed, then, I said to myself, if all our men are as forward as Louis Bourdin, the village will have a great name before the war is over. But tell me truly now, Louis Bourdin, said a little girl who was listening intently all the time, when you went up into that place, were there real soldiers in armor, with guns and cannon firing at you all the time? Truly then there were, Lolotte, hundreds of them, said Bourdin. Well, that is horrible, said the girls all at once. And do you remember, Jean, continued Bourdin, when Monsieur Henri dashed down again, how the traitor rebels hallooed out, "Fire upon the red scarf"? Well, I did think it was all up with him then. You were close to him, Jean, nearer than I am to Lolotte now. And that's quite near enough, said Lolotte, giving him a push. Why, I'm sure I was doing nothing. I was only wanting to show you. Jean Stein there was, as I was saying, quite close to Monsieur Henri, and as they leaped out of the camp together, 20 voices roared out at once, "Fire upon the red scarf! Fire upon the red scarf!" Oh, that was a fearful evening. It was dark then, and the light of the smoking, glaring torches made it 5 times more horrible. I thought we were as good as dead men then. I'm sure I, for one, can't guess how we ever got out alive. And yet Monsieur Henri wasn't wounded, said Jean. Well, it was wonderful. After all, General Delbé must be right. Providence must give a shake to a rebel's arm just as he's firing, so as to send his bullet anywhere but where it's meant to go. Yes, said Bourdin, and it directs the shot of a royalist right into a rebel's heart. Well, if that be so, said Lolotte, I'm sure I, for one, wouldn't like to fight on the rebels' side. They must be wonderful brave men to hold out at all, when Providence goes against them in that way. But they don't hold out, girls, said Jean. They always run away. How they did run, Bourdin, when Monsieur Henri led us into the town through the broken wall. Well, I believe they all thought at that time the devil himself was coming for them out of the moat. Only think, girls, 3,000 or 4,000 men running away as fast as their feet could carry them from 200 fellows who hadn't a charge of dry powder among them, and who were all themselves dripping wet through. Well, that was fine. Jacques Chapot and Anno Stein had not joined any of these parties. They had disappeared soon after Mass, and were not heard of for 3 or 4 hours afterwards. They took a long ramble by themselves down by the mill stream and far beyond the mill, sitting down every now and then among the willows, and then getting up and strolling on a bit further. They did not this day waste their time in foolish quarrels and fond reconciliations, but discoursed together sundry serious matters of important business, as becomes people to do when they think of arranging a partnership concern from which each intends to get a comfortable means of living for the remainder of his or her life. Upon the whole, they had but very few subjects of difference, and by their return to the smith's house at supper time, they had fully agreed that no further time ought to be lost in establishing a firm under the name of Jacques and Anno Chapot and Company, the company being left to come afterwards or not, as God might please. After supper was over, Anno had no difficulty in inducing her brothers to leave the house, and thus the coast was left clear for Jacques to ask the father's consent to his intended marriage. Neither he nor Anno expected much difficulty in persuading Michael to accept of so promising a son-in-law, but they were both determined that if they could not marry with his consent, they would do so without it. So Chapot lighted his pipe and sat himself down opposite the smith, and Anno retired to her own little sleeping chamber, where she might conveniently hear what her father and lover said to each other respecting her intended nuptials. "Well, Michael Stein, my old friend," said Jacques, "these are glorious times, are they not? The rebels beaten hollow till they haven't a face to show for themselves, and the king coming to La Vendée to enjoy his own again. It will be a fine thing to see the king riding into the village of Échambron to thank the gallant peasants with his own mouth for what they have done for him." "Yes, Monsieur Chapot, those will be fine times when they come. Pray God you and other young fellows like you may live to see them. An old fellow like me has little chance of such happiness." "And why not, my friend? What is to make those days so far off? I tell you, Michael Stein, the rebels were dead beaten at Saumur. They are scattered like chaff. Their very best soldiers are altogether hors de combat. The war is as good as over. We may have to make a little trip or two just to receive the English, who are coming to help us. We may have to go and meet them on the coast, or perhaps to Parthenay, to ask Monsieur Santerre what he wants in that part of the world. But that is all, literally all. I tell you the rebels are clean beaten." "I only wonder then, Monsieur Chapot, why you want the English to come and help you, if, as you say, you have conquered all the Republicans yourselves." "Just to pay their respects to the king, and perhaps to lend us a hand in driving those Jacobins out of Paris. That's all. Till that's done, the king is to live at Saumur." "To live at Saumur, is he?" "That's what those say who know most about it, and you know I'm in the way to know what's really going forward. He's to hold his court at Saumur, and Henri Le Roche-Jacquelin is to be commandant of the town, and have the command of all the forces there. I tell you, Michael Stein, we that wear the red scarfs will not be the worse off then." "I hope not. In truth, Monsieur Chapot, I hope not, though they do say that they be not wise who put their trust in princes." "Princes," said Jacques. "I am not talking of princes. I am talking of the king himself, God bless him." "Well, perhaps that does make a difference, and I say God bless him too, with all my heart. I suppose you've heard, Michael Stein, that our young general, Monsieur Henri, is going to be married?" "Is he then?" said Michael. No, truly, I did not hear a word of such a matter. To some grand lady of the court, I suppose. No, but to his own beautiful young cousin, Mademoiselle de la Cure, the sister of our other general, you know. Well, may they be happy, both of them. I mind their fathers well. The old Marquis is still alive, but greatly ailing, they tell me. I have much to be thankful for, and I do thank the Lord. And as he spoke, Michael Stein crossed himself. Now I'm as old in a manner as the Marquis himself, and yet you see I can still make the big hammer clink on the anvil. Indeed you can, Michael, and better too than many a young fellow. But as we were saying, here is Monsieur Henri going to be married, and his lady will surely be wanting some nice, tidy, handy, good-looking, smart young woman to be about her, more as a sort of companion, you know, than a servant. In the same way, you mind, as I am now to Monsieur Henri. Now wouldn't that be a nice berth for your daughter, Anno Stein? As Chapeau described the nice, tidy, smart, pretty young woman that the future Madame de la Roche-Jacqueline would be sure to require, Anno smoothed down her little apron with both her hands, gave a complacent glance at her own neat little feet and her bright holiday shoes, and then listened eagerly for her father's answer. I am sure, Monsieur Chapeau, that Anno Stein is very thankful for your good wishes, said he, and so is her father, very thankful. But she has not court breeding enough for that sort of work. She has never learnt to speak smooth and say pretty little flattering sayings, such as ladies like to hear. Nor when Madame would be out of sorts and ruffled, as great ladies will be sometimes, would she know how to say the right word just at the right time. And then Anno has too much of her father's rough blood, and if Madame scolded at all, it's 10 chances to 1, but she would scold again, and that, you know, wouldn't do. No, Monsieur Chapeau, Anno had better remain as she is, and keep her father's house till she marries some honest tradesman like myself, when these deadly wars be over. Well, but my dear friend, said Chapeau, I had another little proposition I wanted to make, which would fit in so well with what I suggested. And I can assure you, Madame Henri, that is, Mademoiselle de la Cure as she is now, you know, is the softest, sweetest-tempered creature living. She wouldn't quarrel with anyone, much less with such a little angel as your daughter. I'm sure, said Michael, making a low bow to his guest, and pressing the handle of his pipe to his breast, I'm sure my daughter will be very thankful for the great interest you take respecting her. But as I was saying, you know, about this other little proposition of mine. Well, Monsieur Chapeau, I'm listening with all my ears, and very thankful for your kind friendship. You see, said Jacques, Monsieur Henri is going to change his condition. We've both been young fellows together, we've had our amusements and our pleasures like other young men, and maybe been as fortunate as most. Well, my friend, Monsieur Henri is going to settle down and marry the girl of his heart, whom he loves better than all the world. And what can I do better than follow his example? The truth is, I mean to settle down too, Michael Stein. Well, said Michael, scratching his head and listening for the remainder of Chapeau's little proposition. And I want to marry the girl of my heart, whom I love better than all the world, and her name is Anno Stein, and there's an end of it, and now you know all about it. Anno's heart beat quickly as she heard him make the last important declaration, and beautifully she thought he made it. When Chapeau called her a little angel, she swore to herself that he was the dearest fellow that ever lived, and when he finished by protesting that she was the girl of his heart, and that he loved her better than all the world, she longed to run out and throw her arms about his neck. Michael Stein took a long pull at his pipe and blew out a huge cloud of tobacco before he made any answer. And then he said, Monsieur Chapeau, I am sensible how great an honor you propose to do me and my poor daughter. But I am not a proud man. No one can say that Michael Stein was ever proud or ambitious. My only wish is to see my little girl married to a decent, hard-working fellow like her father. Well, ain't I a hard-working fellow? Let me look at your hands, Monsieur Chapeau, the inside of your hands. No, you are not a hard-working fellow. Your hand is as soft as a lady's. What signifies my hand? I shan't make a worse husband, shall I, because my hand is not as horny as your own? No, but a hard-fisted fellow is the only man that will suit my daughter. But Michael Stein, she herself thinks... Who ever heard of asking a girl what she thinks herself? Of course she'd sooner be a fine lady and spend her time walking about a big chateau than be milking cows and minding goats. But won't she be earning her living and her wages honestly? Wages? I don't like those sort of wages, Monsieur Chapeau. I don't mean to say anything uncivil, and I hope you won't take it amiss, but there are two trades I don't fancy for my children. The one is that of a soldier, the other that of a great man's servant. Gracious me, Michael Stein, why I'm both, said Chapeau, rather offended. I beg your pardon again and again, and I really mean no offense. Clown as I am, I hope I know better than to say anything to hurt my own guest in my own house. Chapeau assured him he was not offended, and begged to know why the old man objected to see his children become soldiers or servants. They've no liberty, said Michael, though they usually take a deal too much license. They never are allowed to call their time their own, though they often misuse the time that ought to belong to other people. For a long time Chapeau combated such arguments as these, but without avail. The smith declared that now, as his two sons had become soldiers, it would break his heart if his daughter also were to marry one. He assured Jacques, with tears running down his rough cheeks, that he could not bring himself to give his daughter his blessing if she left his house without his leave to marry a soldier. He declared that he also loved her better than all the world, and that he could not bear to part with her, and his tears and kindly words had such an effect upon Anno that she could not restrain herself. She burst into tears herself, and running out of her little room, threw herself into her father's arms. "Get up, thou simpleton, get up, thou little fool," said he. "Why, Anno, what ails thee?" "O father, dear father," said she. "Get up then, Anno, and I'll speak to thee. I never saw thee in this way before." "O father," she said, sobbing violently, "do you love your poor daughter so very, very much?" "Love you, Anno? Why, yes, I do love you. If you'll be a good girl, that is, I will love you." "I will be a good girl, dear father. Indeed, I'll be a good girl. At any rate, I'll try. But then—" and she stood up and commenced wiping her eyes with her little apron. "Well, what then, Anno?" said the smith. "But then I wouldn't anger you, father, for all the world. Indeed, I wouldn't, for you always are so good to me, and I know I don't deserve it." And poor Anno continued sobbing and rubbing her eyes with her apron. "Nonsense, girl, nonsense," said Michael. "I don't find any fault with you. Don't think of getting yourself married till these wars be over, that's all." And he kissed her forehead and patted her cheek as though all the difficulty were over. "But father," continued Anno, with her apron still to her face. "Well, child, what is it? By the blessed mass, Monsieur Chapeau, I don't know what the girl's crying for." "Do you love your own little Anno so very, very much?" said she, and she put her soft arm round his rough neck and placed her cheek quite close to his. "There, Anno, why, what nonsense, girl! Don't you know I love you? Didn't you hear me say so this minute? Leave off, will you, you little slut? Why, what will Monsieur Chapeau think of us? Well, I declare, she's crying still." "But if you really, really love me, father—" "Bother the girl, she knows I love her better than anything else, God forgive me." "If you really love me," repeated Anno, nestling her head in her father's bosom, You must do something that I'll ask you, Father." "And what is it, child? I doubt much it's nonsense." "You must love Jacques Chapeau too, Father." And having uttered these important words, Anno clung fast to her father's arms, as if she feared he was going to throw her off, and sobbed and cried as though her heart were breaking. The battle between the contending factions, namely the father on one side and the daughter with her lover on the other, was prolonged for a considerable time, but the success was altogether with Anno. Chapeau would have had no chance himself against the hard, dry common sense of the smith. But Anno made her appearance just at the right moment, before the father had irrevocably pledged himself, and the old man was obliged to succumb. He couldn't bring himself to refuse his daughter when she was lying on his bosom and appealing to his love. So at last he gave way entirely, and promised that he would love Jacques Chapeau also. And then Chapeau, he also cried, and, I shudder as I write it, he also kissed the tough, bronzed, old, wiry smith, and promised that he would be a good husband and son-in-law. As soon as Anno had got her wish, and had heard Jacques received as her betrothed husband, she also was wonderfully dutiful and affectionate. She declared that she didn't want to be married till the wars were nearly over, and the country was a little more quiet, that she would never go away and leave her father altogether, and that if ever she did go and live at Durbellière, she would certainly make an agreement with her master and mistress that she should be allowed to walk over to eat her dinner with her father every Sunday. As soon as the smith found himself completely conquered, he resigned himself to his fate and became exceedingly happy and good-humored. He shook Chapeau's hand 50 times till he had nearly squeezed it off. He sent to the inn for 2 bottles of the very best wine that was to be had. He made Anno prepare a second supper, and that not of simple bread and cheese, but of poached eggs and fried bacon, and then he did all that he possibly could to make Chapeau tipsy, and in the attempt he got very drunk himself, and so the day ended happily for them all. End of section 14. Volume 2, Chapter 5. The Hospital of Saint-Laurent. De Lécure only remained 3 days at Durbellière, and then started again for his own house at Clisson, and Henri accompanied him. They had both been occupied during these 3 days in making such accommodation as was in their power for the sick and wounded, who were brought back into the bocage in considerable numbers from Saumur. The safe and sound and whole of limb traveled faster than those who had lost arms and legs in the trenches at Varennes, or who had received cuts and slashes and broken ribs at the bridge of Fouchard, and therefore the good news was first received in the bocage. But those miserable accompaniments of victory, low tumbrils laden with groaning sufferers lying on straw, slowly moving carts, every motion of which opened anew the wounds of their wretched occupants, and every species of vehicle as could be collected through the country, crammed with the wounded and the dying, and some even with the dead, were not long in following the triumphal return of the victorious peasants. A kind of hospital was immediately opened at a little town called Saint-Laurent-sur-Sèvre, about 2 leagues from Durbellière, at which a convent of Sisters of Mercy had long been established. De Lécure and La Roche-Jacquelin, between them, supplied the means, and the sisters of the establishment cheerfully gave their time, their skill, and tenderest attention to assuage the miseries of their suffering countrymen. Agatha knew the superior of the convent well, and assisted in all the necessary preparations. She was there when the hospital was first opened, and for a long time afterwards visited it once or twice a week, on which occasions she stayed for the night in the convent. Had it not been that she could not bring herself to leave her father, she would have remained there altogether, as long as the war continued to supply the little wards with suffering patients. They were seldom, or rather never, empty, as long as the Vendéans kept their position in the country. The sick and the wounded were nursed with the tenderest care at Saint-Laurent. The sisters who had commenced the task never remitted their zeal, nor did Agatha Laroche-Jacquelin. The wards were by degrees increased in number, the building was enlarged, surgical skill was procured, every necessary for a hospital was obtained, whatever might be the cost and whatever the risk, till at last, in spite of the difficulties which had to be encountered, the dangers which surrounded them, the slenderness of their means, and the always increasing number of their patients, the hospital of Saint-Laurent might have rivaled the cleanliness, care, and comfort of the Hôtel Dieu in its present perfection. As soon as the first arrangements for the commencement of this hospital had been made, de Lescure and Henri went to Clisson. It may easily be supposed that de Lescure was anxious to see his wife, and that she was more than anxious to see him. Henri also was not sorry to hear the praises of his valor sung by the sweet lips of Marie. He stayed one short happy week at Clisson, basking in the smiles of beauty, and they were the last hours of tranquillity that any of the party were destined to enjoy for many a long sad day. De Lescure's recovery was neither slow nor painful, and before the week was over he was able to sit out on the lawn before the chateau, with one arm in a sling and the other round his wife's waist, watching the setting of the sun and listening to the thrushes and nightingales. Every now and again he would talk of the future battles to be fought, and of the enemies to be conquered, and of the dangers to be encountered. But he did not speak so sadly of the prospects of his party as he did when he had only just determined to take up arms with the Vendéans. The taking of Thouars and Fontenay, of Montreuil and Saumur, had inspirited even him, and almost taught him to believe that La Vendée would be ultimately successful in re-establishing the throne. De Lescure was delighted to see what he thought was a growing attachment between his sister and his friend. Had he the power of choosing a husband for Marie out of all France, he would have chosen Henri Laroche-Jacquelin. He loved him already as he could only love a brother, and he knew that he had all those qualities which would most tend to make a woman happy. "Oh, if these wars were but over," said he to his wife, "how I would rejoice to give her to him. He is such a brave and gallant fellow, but as tender-hearted and kind as he is brave." "These weary, weary wars," said Madame de Lescure with a sigh, "would they were over, would with all my heart they had never been begun. How well does the devil do his work on earth when he is able to drive the purest, the most high-minded, the best of God's creatures to war and bloodshed as the only means of securing to themselves the liberty of worshipping their Savior and honoring their King." Henri himself, however, had not considered the propriety of waiting until the wars were over before he took a wife for himself, or at any rate before he asked the consent of the lady's friends. For the day before he left Clisson, he determined to speak to Charles on the subject, though he had long known Marie so well, and had now been staying a week in the house. He had never yet told her that he loved her. It was the custom of the age and the country for a lover first to consult the friends of the young lady, and though the peculiar circumstances of his position might have emboldened Henri to dispense with such a practice, he was the last man in the world to take advantage of his situation. "Charles," said he, the evening before his departure, as he stood close to the garden seat on which his cousin was sitting, and amused himself with pitching stones into the river which ran beneath the lawn at Clisson. "Charles, I shall be off tomorrow. I almost envy you the broken arm which keeps you here." "It won't keep me long now, Henri," said he. I shall be at Châtillon in a week's time, unless you and Delbé have moved to Parthenay before that. Catilinot will by that time be master of Nantes, that is, if he is ever to be master of it. Don't doubt it, Charles, I do not the least. Think of all Charette's army. I would wager my sword to a case-dagger that Nantes is in his hands this minute. We cannot always have the luck we had at Saumur, Henri. No, said Henri, nor can we always have a Delacour to knock down for us the gates of the Republicans. Nor yet a La Roche-Jacquelin to force his way through the breach, said the other. Now we are even, said Henri, laughing. But really, without joking, I feel confident that the white flag is floating at this moment on the castle at Nantes. But it is not of that, Charles, that I wish to speak now. You have always been an elder brother to me. We have always been like brothers, have we not? Thank God we have, Henri, and I do not think it likely that we shall ever be more distant to each other. No, that I'm sure we never shall. You are too good either to quarrel yourself or to let me quarrel with you. But though we never can be more distant, we may yet be more near to each other. You know what I mean, Charles? I believe I do, said Delacour, but why do you not speak out? You are not likely, I think, to say or to propose anything that we shall not approve of, that is, Victorine and I. God bless you both, said Henri. You are too kind to me, but can you consent to give me your own dear favorite sister, your sweet Marie? You know what I mean in saying that I would be nearer to you. Delacour was in the act of answering his cousin when the quick fall of a horse's foot was heard in the avenue close to the house, and then there was a sudden pause as the brute was pulled up violently in the yard of the château, and the eager voices of domestics answering the rapid questions of the man who had alighted. Interested as the two friends were in their conversation, the times were too full of important matters to allow of their remaining quiet after having heard such tokens of a hurried messenger. La Roche-Jacquelin ran off to the yard of the château, and Delacour followed him as quickly as his wounded arm would allow. Henri had hardly got off the lawn when he met a couple of servants coming from the yard, and between them a man booted, spurred, and armed, covered with dust and spattered with foam, whom he at once recognized as Foret, the friend and townsman of Catilinot. "What news, Foret? What news?" said Henri, rushing up to him and seizing him by the hand. "Pray God you bring with you good tidings." "The worst news that ever weighed heavy on a poor man's tongue, Monsieur Henri," said Foret, sorrowfully. "Catilinot is not dead," said Henri, but the tone of his inquiry showed plainly how much he feared what the reply would be. "He was not dead," answered Foret, "when I left him 5 leagues on this side Nantes, but he had not many days to live." The two had turned back over the lawn, and now met Delacour as he hastened to join them. "Catilinot," said Henri, "is mortally wounded. Victory will have been bought too dear at such a price, but I know not yet even whether the Vendéans have been victorious." They have not, said Foret. "How could they be victorious when their great general had fallen?" "Mortally wounded. Oh, Foret, you are indeed a messenger of evil," said Delacour, giving him his hand. "Yes, mortally wounded," said Foret. "I fear before this he may have ceased to breathe. I left him, gentlemen, a few leagues this side Nantes, and at his own request hurried on to tell you these sad tidings. Oh, Monsieur Delacour, our cause has had a heavy blow at Nantes, and yet at one time we had almost beaten them, but when the peasants saw Catilinot fall, they would fight no longer." "Where is he?" said Henri, "that is, if he still lives." "I crossed the river with him," answered Foret, "and brought him on as far as Remouille. He wished to be carried to the hospital you have opened at Saint-Laurent, and unless he has died since I left him, he is there now. I hurried on by Montesquieu and Tiffauges to Saint Laurent, and there, Monsieur Henri, I saw Mademoiselle Agatha, and told her what had happened. If there be an angel upon earth, she is one. When I told her that the good Catalino was dying, every shade of color left her beautiful cheek. She became as pale as marble, and crossed her hands upon her bosom. She spoke to me not a word, nor did I look for reply, for I knew that in her heart she was praying that his soul might be taken up to heaven. Henri at that moment remembered the enthusiastic declaration of his sister that Catalino, despite his birth, was worthy of any woman's love, and he did not begrudge her the only means which now remained to her of proving her devotion to the character she had admired. I told her, continued Foray, that if he lived so long, Catalino would reach the hospital on the following day, and then I hurried on to you. She told me I should find you here. It was then dark, but I reached Châtillon that night, for they sent a guide with me from Saint Laurent. I left Châtillon again at the break of day, and have not lost much time in arriving here. No, indeed, Foray, and surely you must need rest and refreshment, said de Lescure. Come into the château, and you shall have both. But tell us, Foray, of this reverse at Nantes, said Henri. I will at once start for Saint Laurent. I will, if possible, see Catalino before he dies, but let me know before I go to him how it has come to pass that Victory has at last escaped him. Victory did not escape him, said Foray. He was victorious to the last, victorious till he fell. You know, gentlemen, it had been arranged that Nantes should be attacked at the same moment by Charette from the southern banks of the Loire and by Catalino from the northern, but this we were not able to accomplish. Charette was at his post and entered the town gallantly over the Pont Rousseau, but we were unable to be there at the appointed time. For 10 hours we were detained by a detachment of the Blues at the little town of Nort, and though we carried it at last, without losing many of our men, the loss of the precious hours was very grievous. We pushed on to Nantes, however, without losing another minute, and though we found the rebels ready to receive us, they could not hold their ground against us at all. We drove them from the town in every direction. We were already in the chief square of Nantes, assured of our victory, and leading our men to one last attack, when a musket ball struck Catalino on the arm, and passing through the flesh, entered his breast. He was on foot, in front of the brave peasants whom he was leading, and they all saw him fall. Oh, Monsieur de Lescure, if you had heard the groan, the long wail of grief, which his poor followers from Saint Florent uttered, when they saw their sainted leader fall before them, your ears would never forget the sound. We raised him up between us, and carried him back to a part of the town which was in our hands, and from thence over the Pont Rousseau to Pirmil, where I left him for a while and returned to the town. But I could not get the peasants to follow me again, that is, his peasants, and he was too weak to speak to them himself. It was not till 2 hours after that he was able to speak a word. And you lost all the advantage you had gained? Asked de Lescure. We might still have been successful, for the Blues would always rather run than fight when they have the choice. But the Prince de Talmont, in his eagerness, headed the fugitive rebels who were making for Savenay, and drove them back into the town. When there, they had no choice but to fight. Indeed, their numbers were so much greater than our own that they surrounded us. Our hearts were nearly broken, and our arms were weak. It ended in our retreating to Pirmil, and leaving the town in the hands of the Republicans. How truly spoke that general who said, "Build a bridge of gold for a flying enemy," said de Lescure. And is Catalino's wound so surely mortal? Asked Henri. The surgeon who examined him in Pirmil said so. Indeed, Catalino never doubted it himself. He told me, as soon as he could speak, that he should never live to see the Republic at an end. But, added he, you, Foray, and others will, and it delights me to think that I have given my life to so good a cause." Henri's horse was now ready, and he made no longer delay than to say adieu to his hostess, and to speak one or two last words to his cousin Marie, and then he made the best of his way to Châtillon and Saint-Laurent, hoping once more to see Catalino before he died. All his spurring and his hurrying was in vain. A few hours before Henri could reach the hospital, the Saint of Anjou had breathed his last, and Agatha Laroche-Jacquelin had soothed his dying moments. As Fauré had related, Agatha, on hearing of Catalino's wound, had turned deadly pale. It was not love that made her feel that the world was darkened by his fall, that from henceforward nothing to her could be bright and cheerful, at least not such love as that which usually warms a woman's heart, for Agatha had never hoped or even wished to be more to Catalino than an admiring friend, nor yet was it grief for the loss of services which she knew were invaluable to the cause she had so warmly espoused. These two feelings were blended together in her breast. She had taught herself to look to Catalino as the future savior of her country. She loved his virtue, his patriotism, and his valor, and her heart was capable of no other love while that existed in it so strongly. The idea of looking on Catalino as a lover, of seeing him kneeling at her feet, or listening to him while he whispered sweet praises of her beauty, had never occurred to her. Had she dreamed it possible that he could do so, half her admiration of him would have vanished. No, there was nothing earthly, nothing mundane in Agatha's love, for though she did love the fallen hero of La Vendée, the patriot postilion of Saint-Florent, she did not shed a tear when she heard that he was dragging his wounded body to Saint-Laurent, that he might have the comfort of her tender care in his last moments. Her hand did not shake as she wrote a line to her father to say that she could not leave the hospital that evening, or probably the next, nor did she for 1/2 hour neglect the duties which her less distinguished patients required her to perform. But still she felt her heart was cold within her, and that if God had so willed it, she could, without regret, take her place in the grave beside the stricken idol of her admiration, who had fallen at Nantes while fighting for his God and his king. Early on the morning after Fauré's departure for Clisson, the litter which bore the wounded chief reached the hospital, and Agatha's arm assisted him from the doorstep to the deathbed, which she had prepared for him. Agatha's feelings towards him have been imperfectly described, but what were his feelings towards her? What was the nature of the mysterious love which no kind words had ever encouraged, which no look had ever declared, which he had hardly dared to acknowledge to his own heart, and which had yet induced the wounded man to make so painful a journey, to travel over 20 long leagues, that he might once more see the glorious face which had filled his breast with such an unutterable passion. Not for a moment had he ever dreamt that Agatha regarded him differently than she did the many others who had taken up arms in the service of their country. His name, he knew, must be familiar to her ears, for chance had made it prominent in the struggle. But beyond that, it had never occurred to his humble mind that Agatha Laroche-Jacquelin had given one thought to the postilion of Saint-Florent. For some time Catalino had been unable to define to himself the passion which he felt, but had gradually become aware that he loved Agatha passionately, incurably, and hopelessly. Her image had been present to him continually. It had been with him in the dead of night and in the heat of day, in the hour of battle and at the council table, in the agony of defeat and in the triumph of victory. When he found himself falling in the square at Nantes, and all visible objects seemed to swim before his eyes, still he saw Agatha's beautiful, pale face, and then she seemed to smile kindly on him and to bid him hope. As soon as his senses returned to him, he was made conscious that he was dying, and then he felt that he should die more happily if he could see once more the fair angel who had illuminated and yet troubled the last few days of his existence. Catalino had heard that Agatha had taken under her own kind care the hospital at Saint Laurent, but he had not expected that she would be on the step to meet him as he was lifted out of his litter, but hers was the first face he saw on learning that his painful journey was at an end. His wound had been pronounced to be inevitably mortal, and he had been told that he might possibly live for 2 or 3 days, but that in all probability his sufferings would not be protracted so long. The fatal bullet had passed through his arm into his breast, had perforated his lungs, and there, within the vitals of his body, the deadly missile was still hidden. At some moments his agony was extreme, but at others he was nearly free from pain, and as his life grew nearer to its close, his intervals of ease became longer, and the periods of his suffering were shortened. He had confessed and received absolution and the sacrament of his church at Remuil, and when he reached Saint Laurent, nothing was left for him but to die. He tried to thank her as Agatha assisted him to the little chamber which she had prepared for him, but his own feelings and his exertions in moving were at first too much for him. The power of speech, however, soon returned to him, and he said, "How can I thank you, mademoiselle? What am I to say to thank you for such care as this?" "You are not to thank us at all," said Agatha. There was one of the Sisters of Mercy with her in the room. "We are only doing what little women can do for the cause for which you have done so much." Again he essayed to speak, but the sister stopped him with a kind yet authoritative motion of her hand, and bade him rest tranquil a while, and so he did. Sometimes Agatha sat by the window and watched his bed, and at others she stole quietly out of the room to see her other patients, and then she would return again and take her place by the window, and as long as she remained in the room so that he could look upon her face, Catalino felt that he was happy. He had been at Saint Laurent some few hours, and was aware that his precious moments were fast ebbing. He hardly knew what it was that he longed to say, but yet he felt that he could not die in peace without expressing to the fair creature who sat beside him the gratitude he felt for her tender care. Poor Catalino! He did not dream how difficult he would find it to limit gratitude to its proper terms, when the heart from which he spoke felt so much more than gratitude. "Ah, mademoiselle," he began, but she interrupted him. "Hush, hush, Catalino," she said. "Did you not hear Sister Anna say that you should not speak?" "What avails it now for me to be silent?" said he. "I know, mademoiselle, that I am dying, and believe me, I do not fear to die. Your kind care can make my last few hours tranquil and easy, but it cannot much prolong them. Let me have the pleasure of telling you that I appreciate your kindness, and that I give you in return all that a dying man can give, my prayers." "And I will pray for you, Catalino," said Agatha. "But will not every Vendéan pray for the hero who first led them to victory, who first raised his hand against the Republic?" "How precious are the praises of such as you," said he. "Pray for me and for your other poor countrymen who have fallen in this contest. Such prayers as yours will assuredly find entrance into heaven." He then again laid tranquil for a while, but his spirit was not quiet within him. He felt that there was that which he longed to say before he died, and that the only moments in which the power of speaking would be left to him were fast passing from him. "Do not bid me be silent," he said. "Did I not know that no earthly power could prolong my life, I would do nothing to defeat the object of my kind nurses. But as it is, a few moments' speech are of value to me, but an extra hour or so of torpid life can avail me nothing. Ah, mademoiselle, though I cannot but rejoice to see our cause assisted by the nobility and excellence of the country, though I know that the angelic aid of such as thou art—" "Stop, stop," said Agatha, interrupting him. "If you will speak, at any rate do not flatter. Your last words are too precious to be wasted in such idleness." "It does not seem to be flattery in me to praise you, mademoiselle. Heaven knows that I do not wish to flatter, but my rude tongue knows not how to express what my heart feels. I would say that valuable as is your aid to our poor peasants, I almost regret to see you embarked in a cause which will bathe the country in blood, and which, unless speedily victorious, will bring death and desolation on the noble spirits who have given to it all their energies and all their courage." "Do you think so badly, Catalino, of the hopes of the Royalists?" "If we could make one great and glorious effort," said he, and his eyes shone as brightly as ever while he spoke, "if we could concentrate all our forces, and fill them with the zeal which at different times they all have shown, we might still place the king upon his throne, and the white flag might still wave for ages from our churches, as a monument of the courage of La Vendée. But if, as I fear, the war becomes one of detached efforts, despite the wisdom of de Lescure, the skill of Bonchamp, the piety of Delbé, the gallant enthusiasm of La Roche-Jacquelin, and the devoted courage of them all, the Republic by degrees will devour their armies, will consume their strength, will desolate the country, and put to the sword even their wives and children. Neither high nobility, nor illustrious worth, nor surpassing beauty will shield the inhabitants of this devoted country from the brutality of the conquerors, who have abjured religion and proclaimed that blood alone can satisfy their appetites." "Surely God will not allow his enemies to prevail," said Agatha. "God's ways are inscrutable," answered Catalino, "and his paths are not plain to mortal eyes. But it is not the less our duty to struggle on to do those things which appear to us to be acceptable to him. But should these sad days come, should atheism and the love of blood stride without control through our villages, if it be doomed that our houses are to be burnt and our women to be slaughtered, why should all remain to be a prey to our enemies? Ah, mademoiselle, leave this devoted country for a while. Take your sweet cousin with you. Bid Monsieur de Lescure send away his young wife. It is enough that men should have to fight with demons. Men can fight and die and suffer comparatively but little. But female beauty and female worth will be made to suffer 10,000 deaths from the ruthless atrocities of Republican foes." Agatha shuddered at the picture which Catalino's words conjured up, but her undaunted courage was not shaken. "God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb," said she. "Neither I nor Marie will leave our brothers, nor will Madame de Lescure leave her husband. It is little we can do to hasten victory, but we can lessen suffering and administer comfort when comfort is most required. Had you, Catalino, loved some woman above all others and been loved by her, had you had with you in your struggle some dear sister, or perhaps still dearer wife, would you have asked her to go from you, that you might have battled on and struggled and at last have died alone?" "By God's dear love, I would," said he, raising himself as he spoke upon his bed. "My most earnest prayer to her should have been to leave me." And when she refused to do so, when she also swore by God's dear love that she would stay with you till the last, as she would have done, Catalino, if she loved you as you should have been loved, would you then have refused the comfort her love so longed to give you?" "I know not then what I would have done," said he, after lying with his eyes closed for a few moments without answering. "I have never known such love. Our women love their husbands and their brothers, but it is only angels love with such a love as that. Such is the love a man deserves who gives his all for his king and his country. If our husbands and our brothers and our dear friends, Catalino, are brave and noble, we will endeavor to imitate them. As long as there is an abiding place for them in the country, there are duties for us. If God vouchsafe to spare you your life a while, that you might live to be the instrument of restoring his worship, do you think that I would run from your bedside because I heard that the rebels were near you? Oh, Catalino, you do not know the passive courage of a woman's heart. Catalino listened to her with all his ears, and gazed on her with all his eyes as she spoke to him. It seemed to him as though another world had opened to his view even before his death, as though paradise could give him no holier bliss than to gaze on that face and to listen to that voice. "I never knew what a woman was till now," said he, "and how much better is it that I should die this moment, with your image before me, than return to a world such as mine has been, where all henceforward would be distasteful to me." "Should you live, Catalino, you would live to be honored and valued. If it be God's pleasure that you should die, your memory will be honored and loved," said Agatha. He did not answer her for a while, but lay still, with his eyes fixed upon her, as she sat with her elbow leaning on the window. Oh, what an unspeakable joy it was to him to hear such heavenly words spoken by her, whom he had almost worshipped, and yet her presence and her words turned his thoughts back from heaven to the earth, which he had all but left. Could she really have loved him had it been his lot to survive these wars? Could she really have descended from her high pinnacle of state and fortune to bless so lowly a creature as him with her beauty and her excellence? As these thoughts passed through his brain, he began for the first time to long for life, to think that the promised blessings of heaven hardly compensated for those which he was forced to leave on earth. But his mind was under too strong control to be allowed to wander long upon such reflections. He soon recovered his wayward thoughts and remembered that his one remaining earthly duty was to die. "It is God's will that I should die," said he at last, "and I feel that he will soon release me from all worldly cares and sufferings. But you, mademoiselle, have made the last moments of my life happy." And again he was silent for a minute or two, while he strove to find both courage and words to express that which he wished to say. "How different have been the last few weeks of my existence, since first I was allowed to look upon your face." A faint blush suffused Agatha's brow as Catalino spoke. "Yes, mademoiselle," he continued, "I know you will forgive, when coming from a dying man, words which would have been insane had they been spoken at any other time. My life has been wholly different since that day when your brother led me, unwilling as I was, into your presence at Durbellière. Since that time I have had no other thought than of you. It was you who gave me courage in battle, and, more wonderful than that, enabled me to speak aloud and with authority among those who were all so infinitely my superiors. It was your beauty that softened my rough heart, your spirit that made me dauntless, your influence that raised me up so high. I have not dared to love you as love is usually described, for they say that love without hope makes the heart miserable, and my thoughts of you have made me more blessed than I ever was before, and yet I hoped for nothing. But I have adored you as I hardly dared to adore anything that was only human. I hardly know why I should have had myself carried hither to tell you this, but I felt that I should die more easily when I had confessed to you the liberty which my thoughts had taken with your image." As he continued speaking, Agatha had risen from her seat, and she was now kneeling at the foot of his bed, hiding her face between her hands, and the tears were streaming fast down her cheeks. "Tell me, mademoiselle, that you forgive me," said he. "Tell me that you pardon my love, and above all, pardon me for speaking of it. I have now but a few hours' breath, and in them I feel that I shall be but feeble. But tell me that you forgive me, and though dying, I shall be happy." Agatha was too agitated to speak for a time, but she stretched her hand out to him, and he grasped it in his own as forcibly as his strength would allow. "I know that you have pardoned my boldness," said he. "May God bless you and protect you in the dangers which are coming." "May he bless you also, Catalino, dear Catalino," said Agatha, still sobbing. "May he bless you and receive you into his glory, and seat you among his angels, and make you blessed and happy in his presence for ever and ever through eternity." And she drew herself nearer to him, and kissed the hand which she still held within her own, and bathed it with her tears, and pressed it again and again to her bosom. "The memory of the words you have spoken to me shall be dearer to me than the love of man, shall be more precious to me than any homage a living prince could lay at my feet, to remember that Catalino has loved me, that the sainted Catalino has held my image in his heart, shall be love enough for Agatha La Roche-Jacquelin." Catalino lingered on for the whole of that day and the greater portion of the night. Agatha did not leave his bedside for a moment, but sat during most of the time, still holding his hand in hers. He spoke no farther respecting the singular passion he had nursed in his heart, nor did she allude to it, but when he spoke at all, he felt that he was speaking to a dear and tried and valued friend, and he spoke, therefore, without hesitation and without reserve. He desired her to give various messages from him to the Vendéan chiefs, but especially to de Lecoeur, to whom he said he looked with most hope for a successful issue to the struggle. He begged that they might be told that his last breath was spent in advising that they should make one great combined and final effort for the total overthrow of republicanism in France, and not fritter away their strength in prolonged contests with an enemy so infinitely their superior in numbers. Agatha promised faithfully to be a true messenger of these last injunctions, and then she saw the Vendéan chief expire in perfect tranquillity, happy in an assured hope of everlasting joy. He died about 3 in the morning, and before 5, Henri La Roche-Jacquelin arrived at Saint-Laurent from Clisson. He had ridden hard through the previous day and the entire night, with the hope of once more seeing the leader whom he had followed with so much devotion, and valued so truly. But he was too late. He caught his sister in his arms as he ran up the hospital stairs. "Where is he?" said he. "Is he still alive? Is there any hope?" "There is no hope for us," answered Agatha, "but there is perfect certainty for him. The good Catalino has restored his spirit to him who gave it to avenge his glory." End of section 15. Volume 2, Chapter 6, Commissioners of the Republic. The taking Saumur frightened the Convention much more than any of the previous victories of the Vendéans. The Republicans lost a vast quantity of military stores, arms, gunpowder, cannons, and soldiers' clothing, and, which was much worse than the loss itself, these treasures had fallen into the hands of an enemy whose chief weakness consisted in the want of such articles. The Royalists, since the beginning of the revolt, had always shown courage and determination in action, but they had never before been collected in such numbers, or combated with forces so fully prepared for resistance as those whom they had so signally conquered at Saumur. The Convention began to be aware that some strong effort would be necessary to quell the spirit of the Vendéans. France at the time was surrounded by hostile troops. At the moment in which the Republicans were flying from the Royalists at Saumur, the soldiers of the Convention were marching out of Valenciennes, that fortified city having been taken by the united arms of Austria and England. Condé also had fallen, and on the Rhine the French troops who had occupied Mayence with so much triumph were again on the point of being driven from it by the Prussians. The Committee of Public Safety, then the repository of the supreme power in Paris, was aware that unless the loyalty of La Vendée was utterly exterminated, the Royalists of that district would sooner or later join themselves to the Allies and become the nucleus of an overpowering aristocratic party in France. There were at the time thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands in France who would gladly have welcomed the extinction of the fearful republic which domineered over them, had not every man feared to express his opinion. The republic had declared that opposition to its behests, in deed or in word or even in thought, as far as thoughts could be surmised, should be punished with death. And by adhering to the purport of this horrid decree, the voice of a nation returning to its senses was subdued. Men feared to rise against the incubus which oppressed them, lest others more cowardly than themselves should not join them. And the Committee of Public Safety felt that their prolonged existence depended on their being able to perpetuate this fear. It determined, therefore, to strike terror into the nation by exhibiting a fearful example in La Vendée. After full consideration, the committee absolutely resolved to exterminate the inhabitants of the country, utterly to destroy them all, men, women, and children, to burn every town, every village, and every house, to put an end to all life in the doomed district, and to sweep from the face of the country man, beast, and vegetable. The land was to be left without proprietors, without a population, and without produce. It was to be converted into a huge Golgotha, a burial place for everything that had life within it. And then, when utterly purged by fire and massacre, it was to be given up to new colonists, good children of the Republic, who should enjoy the fertility of a land soaked with the blood of its former inhabitants. Such was the deliberate resolution of the Committee of Public Safety, and no time was lost in commencing the work of destruction. Barrère, one of the members of the committee, undertook to see the work put in a proper train, and for this purpose he left Paris for the scene of action. Westermann and Santerre accompanied him, and to them was committed the task of accomplishing the wishes of the committee. There was already a Republican army in La Vendée under the command of General Biron, but the troops of which it was composed were chiefly raw levies, recruits lately collected by the conscription, without discipline and, in a great degree, without courage. But the men who were now brought to carry on the war were the best soldiers whom France could supply. Westermann brought with him a legion of German mercenaries, on whom he could rely for the perpetration of any atrocity, and Santerre was at the head of the 7,000 men whom the Allied army had permitted to march out of Valenciennes and to return to Paris. It was in the beginning of July that this worthy triumvirate met at Angers on their road to La Vendée. Cathelineau had driven the Republican garrison out of this town immediately after the victory at Saumur, but the Royalists made no attempt to keep possession of it, and the troops who had evacuated it at their approach returned to it almost immediately. It was now thronged with Republican soldiers of all denominations, who exercised every species of tyranny over the townspeople. Food, drink, forage, clothes, and even luxuries were demanded and taken in the name of the Convention from every shop, and the slightest resistance to these requisitions was punished as treason to the Republic. The Vendéans, in possession of the same town only a fortnight before, had injured no one, had taken nothing without paying for it, and had done everything to prevent the presence of their army being felt as a curse. And yet Angers was a noted Republican town. It had shown no favors to the Royalists, and received with open arms the messengers of the Convention. Such was the way in which the Republicans rewarded their friends, and the Royalists avenged themselves on their enemies. One hot July evening 5 men were seated in a parlor of the mayor's house in Angers, but the poor mayor himself was not allowed, nor probably did he wish, to be one of the party. Glasses were on the table before them, and the empty bottles which were there also showed that however important the subjects might be which they were discussing, they still considered that some degree of self-indulgence was compatible with their duties. The air of the room was heavy with tobacco smoke, and 1 or 2 of the number still had cigars between their lips. They were all armed, though 2 of them were not in uniform, and the manner in which they had their arms disposed showed that they did not quite conceive themselves to be in security in these their convivial moments. The men were Barrère, Westermann, and Santerre, and 2 of the Republican generals, Chourdin and Bourbat. Westermann and the 2 latter were in uniform, and the fact of their having arms was only in keeping with their general appearance. But the other 2 were in plain clothes, and their pistols, which were lying among the glasses on the table, and the huge swords which stood upright against their chairs, gave a hideous aspect to the party, and made them look as though they were suspicious of each other. Barrère alone had no sword. His hand was constantly playing with a little double-barreled pistol, which he continually cocked and uncocked, the fellow of which lay immediately before him. He was a tall, well-built, handsome man about 30 years of age, with straight black hair brushed upright from his forehead. His countenance gave the idea of eagerness and impetuosity rather than cruelty or brutality. He was, however, essentially egotistical and insincere. He was Republican not from conviction, but from prudential motives. He adhered to the throne a while, and deserted it only when he saw that it was tottering. For a time he belonged to the moderate party in the Republic, and voted with the Girondists. He gradually joined the Jacobins, as he saw that they were triumphing over their rivals, and afterwards was one of those who handed over the leaders of the Reign of Terror to the guillotine, and assisted in denouncing Robespierre and Saint-Just. He was one of the very few who managed to outlive the Revolution, which he did for nearly half a century. His face was hardly to be termed prepossessing, but it certainly did not denote the ruthless ferocity which the nature of the task he had undertaken would require, and which he exercised in its accomplishment. Nature had not formed him to be a monster gloating in blood. The Republic had altered the disposition which nature had given him, and he learnt among those with whom he had associated to delight in the work which they required at his hands. Before the Reign of Terror was over, he had become one of those who most loudly called for more blood, while blood was running in torrents on every side. It was he who demanded the murder of the Queen, when even Robespierre was willing to save her. It was he who declared in the Convention that the dead were the only enemies who never returned. And yet this same man lived to publish a pamphlet in which he advocated the doctrine that under no circumstances could one human being be justified in taking the life of another. He was dressed in a blue dress coat, which, in spite of the heat of the weather, was buttoned close round his body. He was rather a dandy in his costume, for his tightly fitted breeches were made to show the form of his well-formed leg, and his cravat was without a wrinkle. Before the Revolution, Barrère had been a wealthy aristocrat. Santerre, who sat next to him, was in every respect unlike the ci-devant nobleman. He was a large, rough, burly man, about 40 years of age. His brown hair was long and uncombed. His face was coarse and hot, and the perspiration was even now running down it, though drinking and smoking was at present his hardest work. His lips were thick and sensual, and his face was surrounded by huge whiskers, which made him look uncouth and savage. His cravat was thrown off, and his shirt was open at the neck, so as to show his brown throat and brawny chest. A huge horse pistol lay before him close to his glass, and a still huger sword stood up against his chair. He was drinking hard and talking loudly, and was evidently quite at ease with his company. He was as completely at home in the mayor's parlor at Angers as when rushing into the Tuileries at the head of his fellow citizens from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Santerre was of Flemish descent and by trade a brewer. He was possessed of considerable wealth, which he freely spent among the poor, while famine pressed sore upon them. He was consequently loved, followed, and obeyed. He was the king of the Faubourg, and though the most ruthless in his animosity to the Royalists, he was not altogether a bad man. Neither was he by nature absolutely cruel. He had adopted the Revolution from a belief that the great mass of the people would be better off in the world without kings, nobility, or aristocrats, and having made himself firm in this belief, he used to the utmost his coarse, huge, burly power in upsetting these encumbrances on the nation. His love of liberty had become a fanaticism. He had gone with the current, and he had no fine feelings to be distressed at the horrid work which he had to do, no humanity to be shocked. But he was not one of those who delighted in bloodshed and reveled in the tortures which he inflicted on others. He had been low in the world's esteem, and the Revolution had raised him to a degree of eminence. This gratified his ambition, and made him a ready tool in the hands of those who knew how to use his well-known popularity, his wealth, his coarse courage, and great physical powers. Westermann sat at the window a little away from the others. He was a man of indomitable courage and undying perseverance. He was a German who had been banished from Prussia, and having entered the French army as a private soldier, had gradually risen to be an officer. A short time before the storming of the Tuileries, he had foreseen that the Democratic party was prevailing, and he had joined it. Danton and Santerre had discovered and appreciated his courage and energy, and he soon found himself a leader of the people. It was he who directed the movements of the populace on the 10th of August, when the Tuileries was sacked, and the Swiss guards were massacred on the steps of the king's palace. Since that time, Westermann had been a successful soldier in the Republican army. Not that he was by any means a vehement Democrat. His object had been military success, and that only. He had neither political theories or political ambition. Chance had thrown him in the way of the Republic, and he had become a Republican. He was then attached to the army of Dumouriez as aide-de-camp to that general, and was in the confidence of him and of Danton at the moment that Dumouriez was endeavoring to hand over the armies of the Republic to the power of Prussia and of Austria. He again, however, was wise in time. Dumouriez calculated too entirely on the affection of the army to himself, and failed. But before he failed, Westermann had left him. He was now again a trustworthy servant of the Republic, and as such was sent to assist in the fearful work which the tyranny of the Democrats required. His unnatural ruthlessness and prompt obedience were of no avail to him. Soon after his return from the western provinces, he perished under the guillotine. "And so the good Catiline is dead," said Santerre. "The invincible, the invulnerable, the saint. Ha ha! What sweet names these dear friends of ours have given themselves." "Yes," said General Bourbat, "the messenger who told me had come direct from their hospital. Catiline breathed his last the day before yesterday at Saint-Laurent." "Let us drink to his health, gentlemen, his spiritual health," said Santerre, "and to his safe journey. and the brewer raised his glass to his lips and drank the toast which he had proposed. "Bon voyage, my dear Catalino," said Bourbat, following his example. "Catalino was a brave man," said Jourdain. "I am glad he died of his wounds. I should have been sorry that so gallant a fellow should have had to submit his neck to the sharp embraces of Mademoiselle Guillotine." "That is hardly a patriotic sentiment, Citizen General," said Barrère. "Gallantry on the part of an insurgent royalist is an inspiration of the devil, sent to induce man to perpetuate the degradation and misery of his fellow men. Such gallantry, or rather such frenzy, should give rise to anything but admiration in the breast of a patriot." "My fidelity to the Republic will not be doubted, I believe," said Jourdain, "because, as a soldier, I admire high courage when I find it in a soldier." "If your fidelity be unimpeachable, your utility will be much questioned, if you wish to spare a royalist because he is a brave man," said Barrère. "By the same argument, I presume, you would refrain from knocking an adder on the head because he rose boldly in your path." "Who talked of sparing?" said Jourdain. "I only said that I would sooner that a brave enemy should die in battle than be handled by an executioner. Talk as you will, you cannot disgrace such a man as Catalino." "Cannot I indeed, Citizen General?" said Westermann, rising from his seat and coming into the middle of the room. "I do then utterly despise, scorn, and abominate him, and all such as him. I can conceive nothing in human form more deplorably low, more pitiably degraded, than such a poor subservient slave as he was." "There, Westermann, you are grossly wrong," said Santerre. "Your cowardly marquis, running from the throne which he pretends to reverence but does not dare to protect, whose grand robes and courtly language alone have made him great, who has not heart enough even to love the gay puppets who have always surrounded him, or courage enough to fight for the unholy wealth he has amassed. This man, I say, is contemptible. Such creatures are as noxious vermin, whom one loathes, and loathing them, destroys. You no less destroy the tiger who ravages the green fields which your labor has adorned, who laps the blood of your flocks and threatens the life of your children and servants. But you do not despise the tiger. You keep his hide as a monument of your victory over a brave and powerful enemy. Catalino was the tiger who was destroying, before it had ripened, the precious fruit of the Revolution." "The tiger is a noble beast," said Westermann. "He is hungry and he seeks his prey. He is satisfied and he lays down and sleeps. But Catalino was a mean jackal who strove for others, not for himself. I can understand the factious enmity of the born aristocrat, who is now called upon to give up the titles, dignities, and so-called honors, which, though stolen from the people, he has been taught to look upon as his right. He contends for a palpable possession, which his hand has grasped, which he has tasted and long enjoyed. I know that he is a robber and a spoiler of the poor. I know, in short, that he is an aristocrat, and as such I would have him annihilated, abolished from the face of the earth. I would that the aristocrats of France had but one neck, that with a grasp of my own hand I might at once choke out their pernicious breath." And the Republican laid upon the table his huge hand, and tightly clenched his fingers, as though he held between them the imaginary throat of the aristocracy of France. "But," continued he, "much as I hate a gentleman, 10 times more strongly do I hate, despise, and abhor the subservient crew of spiritless slaves who uphold the power of the masters who domineer over them, who will not accept the sweet gift of liberty, who are kicked and trodden on and spat upon, and will not turn again, who will not rise against their tyrants, even when the means of doing so are brought to their hands, who willingly, nay, enthusiastically, lay their necks in the dust, that their fellow creatures may put their feet upon them. Of such was this Catalino, and of such, I understand, are most of those who hound on these wretched peasants to sure destruction. For them I have no pity, and with them I have no sympathy. They have not the spirit of men, and I would rejoice that the dogs should lick their blood from off the walls, and that birds of prey should consume their flesh." "Westermann is right," said Barrère. "They are mean curs, these Vendéans, and like curs they must be destroyed. The earth must be rid of men who know not how to take possession of their property in that earth which nature has given them. Believe me, Citizen General, that any sympathy with such a reptile as Catalino is not compatible with the feeling which should animate the heart of a true republican, intending honestly and zealously to do the work of the Republic." General Chouardin made no reply to the rebuke which these words conveyed. He did not dare to do so. He did not dare to repeat the opinion that there was anything admirable in the courage of a royalist. Much less than had now been said had before this been deemed sufficient to mark as a victim for the revolutionary tribunal some servant of the Republic, and few wished to experience the tender mercies of Fouquier Tinville, the public accuser. Even Santerre was silenced. Despite his popularity, his well-known devotion to the cause, his hatred of the aristocrats, and his aversion to royalty, so horridly displayed at the execution of the king, even he felt that it might not be safe for him to urge that the memory of Catalino was not despicable. "His death must have much weakened them," said Bourbat. "I know them well, the miscreants. I doubt if they will follow any other leader, that is, in great numbers. The fools looked on this man as a kind of god. They now find that their god is dead. I doubt whether there is another leader among them who can induce them to leave their parishes." "If they won't come to us," said Barrère, "we must go to them. They have gone too far now to recede. Whether they return to their homes or again take up arms matters little. They must all be destroyed, for blood alone can establish the Republic on a basis which can never be overturned." "The name of a royalist shall be as horrible in men's ears as that of a parricide," said Santerre. "But what will you do if you find no army to oppose you?" said Bourbat. "You cannot well fight without an enemy." "Never fear," said Westermann. "Your muskets shall not grow rusty for want of use. We will go from parish to parish and leave behind us dead corpses and burning houses." "You will not ask soldiers to do the work of executioners," said Bourbat. "I expect the soldiers to do the work of the Convention," said Barrère, "and I also expect the officers to do the same. These are not times in which a man can be chary as to the work which he does." "We must not leave a royalist alive in the west of France," said Westermann. "You may be assured, generals, that our soldiers will obey us, however slow yours may be to obey you." "Perhaps so," said Bourbat. "My men have not yet been taught to massacre unarmed crowds." "It is difficult to know what they have been taught," said Westermann. "Whenever they have encountered a few peasants with clubs in their hands, your doughty heroes have invariably run away." Westermann, as he spoke, stood leaning on the back of a chair, and Bourbat also rose as he answered him. "I have yet to learn," said he, "that you yourself ever were able to make good soldiers out of country clowns in less than a month's time. When you have done so, then you may speak to me on the subject without impertinence." "I give you my word, Citizen General," answered Westermann. "I shall say to you then and now whatever I, in the performance of my duty, may think fit, and if you deem me impertinent, you may settle that point with the Convention, or, if you prefer it, with myself." "Westermann, you are unfair to General Bourbat," said Santerre. "He has said nothing which need offend you." "It is the general that is offended, not I," said Westermann. "I only beg that he may not talk mawkish nonsense, and tell us that his fellows are too valiant and too noble to put to the sword unarmed royalists when everybody knows they are good for nothing else, and that they would run and scatter from the fire of a few muskets like a lot of plovers from a volley of stones. I grant you, said Bourbat, that my soldiers are men and not monsters. They are as yet French peasants, not German cutthroats. Now, by heaven, Bourbat, said the Prussian, you shall swallow that word, and he seized a pistol from off the table. German cutthroat, and that from you who have no other qualities of a soldier than what are to be found in a light pair of heels. You shall at any rate have to deal with one German, whether he be a cutthroat or not. In any way you please, said Bourbat, that is, in any open or honest way. And as he spoke, he stepped back one step and took his sword out of the scabbard. The pistol which Westermann had taken from the table belonged to Santerre, and when he saw it in the hand of his friend, he leaped up and seized hold of the German's arm. "Are you mad, Westermann?" said he. "Do you wish to fight here in the mayor's house? I tell you, you were wrong in taunting him as you did. Sit quiet till I make peace between you." "Taunting him? Now, by heaven, that is good. I will leave it to Barrère to say who first taunted the other." "Nonsense, Santerre. Leave hold of me, I say. You do not think I am going to murder the man, do you?" General Jourdan also got up and put himself between the two armed men. "Put up your sword, Bourbat," whispered he, leading him off to the further window of the room. "You are no match for him here. If Barrère chooses, he will have you recalled to Paris, and your neck will then not be worth a month's purchase." "Gentlemen," said Barrère, "this will never do. You can neither of you serve the nation well if you persist in quarreling between yourselves. General Bourbat, you should apologize to our friend Westermann for the insult which you offered to his countrymen." "My country is the country of my adoption," said Westermann. "I ceased to be a German when I took up the arms of France, but my soldiers are my children, and an insult to them is an injury to myself." "If your anger can wait till the revolt in La Vendée has been quelled," said Jourdan, "my friend Bourbat will be ready enough to satisfy your wishes as a citizen. Barrère truly says this is no time for private quarrels." "So be it," said Westermann. "Let General Bourbat remember that he owes me an apology or redress." "You shall have any redress which any arms you may be pleased to name can give you," said Bourbat. "By my honor, then, you are two fools," said Santerre, "two egregious fools, if you cannot at once forget the angry words which you each have used. Have your own way, however, so long as you do not fight here." As the brewer was yet speaking, a servant knocked at the door and said that a young man wished to say a few words to Citizen Santerre on a special business and on the service of the Republic. "On the service of the Republic?" said Santerre. "Show him in here, then. I have no official secrets from my colleagues." The servant, however, stated that the young man would not make his appearance in the room where the party were sitting, and he declared he would go away if he could not see Santerre alone. The Republican at length yielded, and followed the servant into a small sitting room, where he found our friend Adolphe Deneau. End of section 16.